What we knew is gone. Our home, our lives, all that we were, dust. Blasted across empty, heartless skies. But we live. Our legacy lives within every ship we fly, upon every world we touch, in our hearts, in yours. There will be challenge. You will know fear, but you will overcome. You will survive and answer vengeance with blood. You will do as you must. Rule cannot be handed to the faithless. Our legacy cannot be lost to villains. Bury the past to face the future. In enemies, find allies. There is no price we have not paid, no loss we have not felt. Our dead world, our long suffering, these are not ends. We are not ended. For your crew, for your people, for this new home, we must face all doubt. We must break the strong who would destroy us and overcome the impossible. We must fight against any and all. We must, we will, for we are Romulan!
The youngest of our kind rely on stories to know what our people were like before. Strong, secretive, warlike. We were feared. We were powerful. Then, everything changed. 22 years ago, the star of the Hobus system went supernova. The resulting explosion traveled through subspace to hit Romulus and Lunas, our homeworlds. No one could have predicted that would happen, and no one could have stopped it. Millions died. Those who survived were scattered across dozens of worlds. One day we were citizens of one of the greatest powers of the galaxy. And the next, we were just trying to survive. Every day was a struggle if you weren't part of the militant and oppressive Tal Shiar, or ruling everything from on high like Empress Sela. For ordinary Romulans, military victories don't mean much when you're hungry. Life goes on. The Klingons and Starfleet are at one another's throats. The battles light years away don't affect us much. The Tal Shiar are the more immediate threat. They're rebuilding the Empire by force, and pressing anyone they think can help into service. But even they don't seem to know we're here. We've put down roots and found friends. Today we'll celebrate what we've created. With hard work and some good fortune, true Romulans will once again rise to be a power in the galaxy. The first step on that path begins here. There you are. The security chief was looking for you earlier. She said there's trouble at the vineyard. Avrak's been filing reports all night about Kellids chewing at the vines. He's really worked up. Something must have annoyed them. It's not typical Kellid behavior. With the big celebration tonight, I think everyone's a little overexcited. Even the bugs. You should listen to one of Avrak's messages before you head out there.
Interactable items have a glow around them. Walk up and press the X button to interact with the console.
Please tell me you'll help me. Kellids are in the vineyard chewing through the irrigation pipes, and everyone says they're too busy getting ready for the big party to come and do something about it. There won't be any party if everyone's knee-deep in water by nightfall. Get over here and help me fix this. When are you coming over here? This is getting ridiculous. No one appreciates it around here. No one. They think these crops just grow without any help from anyone. Tending these mines is a lot of work. No one says thank you. No one pats me in the back. They just keep asking for more. Dad, look, just get over here and take care of the Kellets, all right? And maybe say thank you for all the work I do to keep these vineyards in shape. It's me again. Ignore the other message I sent. I lost my temper. Sorry. Maybe that's why you're not here yet. I really could use your help, though. These Kellets are chewing through everything, and they won't stop. And no one here is even trying to help. They just keep bouncing me to other people. First to Tovar, then to Navala, then to you. What's next? Should I ask one of the kids? Just please come here soon. Thanks.
If the Kellets are chewing up the vineyard, you should probably grab a pistol, just in case. I'd join you, but the chief has me looking into some odd comm chatter we picked up yesterday. We'll have to catch up later.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective. Your plasma beam pistol has been automatically equipped. You can practice on the nearby body. Press the R2 button to attack, triangle button to holster and draw your weapon. To sprint, press and hold the left stick while holding.
Hey there, ready for the big festival? Working hard? Or maybe you have time to listen to a story or two? Avrak, you're in for a fun day. I'm glad I don't have to deal with him. Anyway, do you want to hear any stories? Almost 2,000 years ago, our people were Vulcans. At that time, Vulcan was a world of war, with constant struggles between the tribes. Serac changed that. He taught that peace came through logic. And if you ask me, not all Vulcans get that right. Serac said that people should master their emotions, not eliminate them. But not everyone on Vulcan wanted to give up love, or passion, or even anger. The Vulcans said these people marched beneath the Raptor's wings. Instead of fighting their own people, these Vulcans decided to leave in an event we call the Sundering. They boarded great colony ships and set out into unexplored space, looking for a home where they could live and feel as they wished. Eventually, those who marched beneath the Raptor's wings found Romulus and Remus. They created an empire. Although we share a genetic bond with the Vulcans, we are our own people. Never forget that. Want to hear another story?
Finally. Which message? Oh, never mind. It's chaos here. I need some help. Normally we collect nectar from the local Keletons. Driven into a frenzy. They're chewing on our irrigation system. They're flooding the vineyard. Excellent. Excellent. The broken pipes are obvious. They're the ones spraying water everywhere. Kellets shouldn't give you too much trouble. A few bursts from your pistol will take care of them. Flooding and stop, but if those Kellids come back, they'll just break the pipes again. Something's making the insects go crazy. With bugs this size, that's a real problem. And Navala might be able to help. She's goofing off again. She knows all about Kellids. She's normally down by the greenhouse this time of day. Tell her to stop being lazy and keep these critters contained.
Good idea. Talk to Navala.
I bet she's just lounging around right now, not even thinking about all the damage being done to my vineyard. No one around here wants to put in a good day's work. Well, except for you.
Just in time. Did you talk with Avrak? He said that I'm what? Lazy? That I've been... Ugh! He's just trying to make me look bad so he can get a promotion. Oh, that's so old-fashioned. Let me tell you what's actually happening. The Kellids are going crazy. I've been working all day to keep them out of the residential areas. This aggressive behavior is new, and we need to figure out what's causing it. That means gathering samples from some of these creatures.
An item is dropped for you. Move near the item and it will be automatically added to your inventory.
This metal has some kind of fungus growing on it that's similar to the spores we found on some of the Kellid carapaces. It might explain their behavior, but how are they getting infected in the first place? Also, the flying Kellids have never come out of the cavern before. This is so strange. You're right. The source of the infection could be somewhere inside the cavern. Head over there and see if you can find out what's aggravating the nest. And be careful. Strange machine and some weird drone things? That is troubling. Someone's been in there. We'll have to let the Maori know about this. It's good you disabled the device, though. Maybe now the Kellids will calm down. I took a look at those biological samples while you were gone, but I can't do much more than a basic tricorder scan. It's just not my area. DeVex might be able to help. He was an engineer in the Romulan military before the homeworld was destroyed. Now he's helping us with our water supply and anything else that takes more specialized knowledge. You should talk to him.
What do you need with an old space hound like me? I have an idea of what this might be. Maybe. I saw something like this once before, when I was out beyond the Eridon Belt. We responded to a distress call from a mining outpost. When we got there, all the people were just gone, vanished without a trace. The only things we found were a strange beacon and some odd spore samples. These look very similar. Good idea. When we ran into something like this before, we were able to stop the spores from reproducing by bombarding them with tachyons. We have the equipment here to replicate that procedure.
Some missions in Star Trek Online will change based on your career track. Engineering, science, or tactical.
I've only seen fungal biotech like this once before. Remember that mining station that I mentioned? Before we arrived, they reported several disappearances. Some thought it was paranoia, but we had reports that said intruders would beam in right through the colony's magnetic shield, right into someone's quarters, sedate them, and then vanish without a trace. We didn't know what to believe, but I don't think those miners were paranoid. Something did happen to them, and it could happen again. That's what my commander believed. We found a beacon with almost the same configuration as the one you found. We weren't able to get much from it before we shut it down. But the one thing we learned is that the beacon was made by a race that called themselves the Alachi. We stayed in orbit for a few days, but the Alachi never came back. That's good news for us, seeing that you disabled the beacon you found in the caverns. That's right. He's the man in charge, so he needs to know. I'd be surprised if he doesn't want to send someone down there to analyze that beacon. Could be these Ilachi were interested in our colony for some reason. Lucky for us, you were there to put a stop to whatever they were trying to do.
Jolan True. I heard Avrak yelling all the way over here. I'm sorry you had to deal with his problems on our day of celebration. That does sound very mysterious. However, you seem to have taken care of the immediate problem, disabling this beacon and dispatching the drones. You have my thanks. I'll assign some engineers to examine the device and set up surveillance on the cave as soon as possible. If what DeVex says is true, we don't want that beacon turned on again. Now that's settled, why don't you try to relax for a while? Enjoy the festival. We'll talk again tomorrow after the engineers have finished their analysis of the device.
done for the day? I'm just finishing up too. I'm going to head back to the restaurant. Meet me for a drink when you're done. Hey there. Long day? I can't believe how far this colony has come. Just look at how much we can accomplish without being ruled by the Tal Shiar. Word is, someone named Atan is trying to fight them, but me, I'm content with what we have here. Let's go enjoy the festival.
Then, out of nowhere, she dropped Larry like a bad habit. Larry Nolan was very irate that he did not get any insurance proceeds after this. Karen had quit visiting him after the murder. He felt like he'd been double-crossed on this and was very angry. Not only not getting the money, but he thought he was in love with Karen.
He had two reasons to do this. He never got paid, she never hit him.
It's an unbelievable tale, but is it true? Investigators first look into Larry Nolan's prison records.
Sure enough, Jim Cornhart was on Larry Nolan's visiting list. Karen Coleman was on Larry Nolan's visiting list. So the
Friends and neighbors, welcome to the tapping. The Kellett nectar has been harvested, the ale is brewed, and we can finally taste the fruits of our labors. And like this fine vintage, our colony has taken time and effort to develop. Since the loss of the homeworld 22 years ago, we have known fear, hunger, and pain. We have struggled. We have overcome every difficulty. We have mourned those who are no longer with us, and we have welcomed new friends into our home. And now we celebrate. The trials are behind us. Virinat is prosperous and growing. We will face new challenges in the future, but we will face them together.
Get the shuttles ready. You should find Navala and Boyd to help organize the militia. Get as many civilians to safety as you can. After that, stop whoever or whatever is attacking our home. as many people aboard as will fit. We have to go.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
They scientifically analyzed those prints to the latent prints on the cellophane on the match book cover, and those prints match.
Where the Danny's alleged killer in custody, investigators set their sights on Rose Webb, 54-year-old Karen Coleman.
We went up early in the morning to locate her. She wasn't home at the time. We subsequently arrested her away from the house. And I told you that there would have been some arrests made.
This is Shuttle 5. We're taking heavy. Shuttle 10 coming in. We're jamming their sensors. When they get us, they'll think you work on the explosion.
They're not attacking. Vex showed me how to fly his warbird. We're almost there.
Some of the evidence that was used in the case. James calls Stephen in jail and says, "Can we get rid of this gun and silence it? Ammo that's in the house."
Navigation is online, but we need some components to get our weapons and warp drive operational. We'll need both if we want to have any hope of fighting the Tal Shiar.
Press up to increase your ship's speed. Press down to decrease your ship's speed.
This'll do nicely. We just need a little more salvage.
Use the left stick to pitch downward or upward, as well as to turn left or right.
Weapons are online. Let's test them out on some of these derelict ships nearby. They're not shielded, so we can just use our torpedoes to finish them off.
You must be within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack it.
It was almost like a relief till you wanted to get it off his shoulders. That's when he became more forthcoming and really explaining how.
Steve admits he did get rid of the items per James's request.
Steve goes to James's house, takes these things, and throws them off the Jefferson Harris's bridge in South St. Louis.
Steve's statement
Warning. Ship is under attack. Use your torpedo to attack enemies who are not shielded.
Scrap neutroni. We can use that to reinforce the hull of this old warbird.
Stephen Hill, go with him. That's when he explained he was there with Cornhart.
In Steve's interview with police, he says on the night of October 22nd, 1992, that James and Elizabeth...
An item has dropped for you. Move towards the item to automatically loot it.
Whether it was from the Jims or from the Larrys or just some, random person who showed up.
3 more of these should get this hull good to go.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Vex will be happy to see this old warbird get some use.
Ship is under attack.
I think it's safe to say weapons are fully online.
Stephen Hill put him in the truck. And then
Time to take out the Tal Shiar satellites dead ahead.
Use your plasma beam to weaken shielded targets.
there was a continent or a field that opened up, and that is where they took him to the middle of the field, the center of the race, with Danny Coleman in the
Torpedoes on an enemy when their shield is down. You must be out of combat to hail Tovan Kev. The red alert message at the top of your screen will appear if you are in combat.
Great. All systems are go and full impulse is back online. I'm picking up a distress signal nearby. It must be people from the colony. More colonists managed to escape the surface. The distress signal is close. Searching. There! We have to help them!
Hold the up button to activate and deactivate full impulse.
Turn off full impulse. There's a Tal Shiar drone dead ahead.
Reporting. Ship is under attack.
I'm back on the bridge, and I figured out how I can improve our torpedoes. Just give me the order, and I'll get started. Scanners are picking up more colonists and Tal Shiar nearby. We have to rescue our friends.
She knew that. She was going to be charged with conspiracy to convert the hire. She decided to help herself out and wants to provide more information.
Press the circle button to activate high-yield torpedo. High-yield torpedo will increase the power of your next torpedo attack. Reporting. Ship is under
Thank the elements. We thought we were done for.
Safe to say we're a fully operational ship. I'm getting an alert. There's another distress signal coming in from one of the colony's shuttles. We can do a short-range warp jump to get to them. Do you want to go now, or stay here to wipe out any other incoming drones? They look like they'll be coming in to do sweeps in the area. There aren't any colonists here. Just this strange ship. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's gigantic. Engineering reports that the ship has scanned us, but they're not responding to my hails. What should we do?
On June 14, 2010, the jury finds James Cornwell and Stephen Miller guilty, and both men are sentenced to life in prison.
The sentence was satisfactory.
They've done something to the ship. Nothing is responding. I can't even warp us out of here. I think I might be able to get a comm channel up to hail them. What do you want me to do? We're getting a reply. They seem to be rearranging our words and sending them back. Listen. I'm picking up another ship. This one is Tal Shiar. It's decloaking.
So the Alachi were right. A handful of pitiful Romulan refugees managed to escape. When will you colonists learn that no matter how far you run, you cannot escape your obligations? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Hakiv of the Tal Shiar. On behalf of the Romulan Star Empire, I hereby lay claim to this colony and all of its inhabitants. Surrender now, and I will ensure that you serve us in the way you are most suited. Fire weapons at will!
This is Tamer of the Romulan Republic. Tal Shiar standing down in peace.
Insect has managed to sting me. You think you won? This is not the end. Even now, more of my ships are on their way. And the next time, you won't have anyone to protect you.
I am Tamer, commander of the Romulan Republic. We picked up your distress signal while on a mission in a nearby system. I would say we arrived just in time, given your ship's condition. Who are you? And what happened here?
I am truly sorry. This is not the first time I've heard a story like this, and I fear it will not be the last. And these Ilachi creatures, they are troubling. We need to know more about them and why they're working with a sneak like Hakiv. As I said, I'm with the Romulan Republic. You may have heard of us. We are not the terrorists the Tal Shiar make us out to be. With our leader, Datan, we are working to gather survivors of the destruction and fight the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We have a flotilla nearby. If you're interested, we would welcome you and your friends to join us there. I appreciate your willingness to do what's right. I'm transmitting the coordinates of our flotilla to your ship now. When you arrive, we can repair your vessel and work out our next move. Thank you again. I'll make sure you won't regret your decision.
I don't know how I feel about this, but I guess siding with Tamer is better than risking death on our own. And he did help us out with the Tal Shiar. The coordinates are loaded up whenever you're ready to go. I think the colonists we rescued are eager to get someplace safe.
It doesn't surprise me that based on the injuries, the time of day, and the
Greetings. I am Sub-Commander Nadell, assistant to Commander Tamer. Please follow me to the commander's quarters. There is much to discuss. Commander, our guests have arrived.
Excellent. I'll get them up to speed. There is much to do.
I'll be glad to show one of you around while the other stays and talks with Tamer.
I'll take the tour, and then meet you back on the ship when you're ready.
Greetings. I hope all is going well with you. Good to see you and Tovankev made it to the flotilla of the new Romulan Republic. To be brief, we are a group that was founded by Titan to combat the tyranny of Empress Sela and her Tal Shiar. Our goal is to unify the shattered Romulan people under a new democracy instead of Sela's tyrannical rule. There is much to do, however. I can answer any questions you may have. What's next is that you receive our uniform and get a tour of the flotilla. After that, you'll receive your first assignment. However, you must understand that by joining us, you mark yourself as an enemy to the Tal Shiar. Hakiv and his people will see you as a threat, and there isn't anything they won't do to stop you. Are you ready to accept that? Good. You should get yourself down to Lieutenant Delatham. You can get a uniform from him if you want to change out of those civilian clothes. You can also have your ship modified. We can't get you into a more powerful vessel yet, but we can change the appearance of your ship if you want. When you're done, return to your ship. I should have your first assignment ready and sent to your ship by then.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
You have a new captain power available in your radio
Congratulations
menu.
on your advancement.
Press the L2
If you
button
have
to show
questions
all
on
your
future
powers.
progression, please
Use the
don't
left
hesitate
stick
to ask.
navigate this radio menu. Press the L3 button to set your quick power and update the default
Greetings.
captain
I hope
power
all
to
is going
use.
well with you.
Press the right trigger to activate
Step
a
into the
power
hall,
directly
turn
from
left
this
and
radio
take the
menu.
turbo lift back to the transporter room. Once you're down there, look for the tailor. I've already authorized you for a uniform change. After that, you should look for the ship tailor and customize your warbird. Once you're satisfied, I'd suggest looking for Titan. Greetings. I have new orders for you. Step into the hall. Greetings.
Oops, I heard that. Well, some don't fall asleep after drinking one of those caps.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
Runs up. Yep. Oh boy.
Hello again. Now that you're settling in, I wanted to speak with you about what our overall goals will be. First and foremost, we are looking for a new planet to call home. Tamer and his crew are handling that search. While the search continues, I am working on any possible alliances that we can make with the Federation and the Klingon Empire. We will need allies if we are to proceed. Your task will be the protection and recovery of other Romulans spread throughout this sector. We're finding more by the day. Some have already joined us, but others do not believe in our cause. It will be up to you and your crew to protect these colonies from the Tal Shiar and to recruit anyone willing to assist us. Do you have any questions? If not, I would suggest you return to your ship. Tamer will have his orders ready for you.
Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready, I can beam you back to the ship. However, before that, I need to ask a favor. I have a sister. Her name is Rena Kev. She and I were separated a long time ago. I want to try to find her. As we're doing our missions, could you try to ask about Rena? Thanks.
Most missions can be turned in remotely. Hold the X button to bring up your Captain Commands menu and select Turn In to report to the contact and turn in the mission.
All set to go, I trust? Good. There is a lot to do. Your first target is already under attack by the Tal Shiar. There's no time to lose. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
If we're going to have a chance at breaking away from Sela and the Tal Shiar, we need allies. There are a lot of little settlements like yours out there. We're in contact with some of them, but we're always reaching out to try to make new alliances. I've heard that a group of Romulans has taken up residence in a Sulaban helix in the Beta Quadrant. I'd like you to visit them. Feel them out, help them if you can. But most of all, find out if they would be willing to join Detan in his search for a new homeworld. Greetings.
Click to order your crew to plot a course to your next mission.
appears that Anastasia got out of bed after the first attack, tried to make her way to the front door, and was met by the killer. At that point, there was a secondary attack. You know that based on heavy blood saturation on the floor.
Although the world seemed perfect, did
There were 2 butcher knives.
We've arrived at the Helix, but we're not the only ship here. A tall Shi'ar warbird is approaching from the direction of the primary structure. They haven't raised shields yet, but their weapons are online. Wait, they're hailing us. Your orders? Ship on main viewer. It's a Tavaro light warbird. Designation IRW Shardar. They could be tall Shi'ar.
To the person in command, be advised, you are in violation of Tal Shiar Security Order 63-R. Your vessel is operating in this area without authorization. Identify yourself immediately, or your actions will be considered hostile. The Tal Shiar has the authority to track down terrorists that threaten the Romulan Star Empire, no matter where they try to hide. And don't bother with deception. Our records indicate a warbird with your ship's designation was decommissioned years ago. We've already identified you. Stealing military property is a serious crime. Care to explain, Commander?
There are only civilians on the Helix. We don't have much more than we can scavenge from the cell ships. As we told the other Tal Shiar, there are no terrorists here. The Cabal are long gone. Take whatever scrap you need, but please stop taking our people. Then why are you here? We don't have much to trade, and we don't want any trouble. There are a few Romulan refugees hiding within the Helix. They said they needed temporary shelter and would be leaving soon. We meant no harm. How are we to know they are wanted terrorists? Please just take them with you and go.
What to do, run outside?
Yeah.
Daytime?
Well, pretty good anyway.
Your actions speak for your true goals. If you help us by repairing the Helix arm structures, then we'll help you get the refugees to your ship. But hurry. We're in jeopardy every moment you remain here. More Tal Shiar have entered the system. Please help us.
Romulan battle cloaking devices can be used in combat, but your weapon systems and shields are disabled while it is active.
One more to go. As soon as Delta is connected, we can negotiate a transfer. More Tal Shiar ships are entering the area. refugees. They are being moved to a centralized location so you can get a transporter lock. We've explained the situation to them, but a representative for the group is asking to speak with you.
Kayan informs me that we're being transported to your vessel. We realize that we can't stay on the Helix, but we have no intention of being forced into servitude. The Tal Shiar already destroyed our home. All we want is for you to leave us on an uninhabited world, or someplace we can hide and try to rebuild our lives. We've heard of Datan. We've also heard rumors that he's plotting a revolt against the Tal Shiar. Going to him sounds more dangerous than staying here. I know I'm out of options. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't know why the Tal Shiar are abducting our families, but we can't afford to lose anyone else. How about I make you a deal? You personally guarantee that my friends will be safe at Datan's fleet, and I'll work for you. I've served as a science officer on multiple civilian vessels. I can help you. I can't run anymore. If I need to fight the Tal Shiar to keep my friends safe, that's what I'll do. Rina Kev. No, I don't know anyone by that name.
All the refugees are aboard, but there's more trouble. A Tal Shiar battleship, the IRW Koval, has entered the system. They're hailing us, and they're asking for you by name. Remember, they're not here to be friends.
You're ordered to stand down. You're wanted for questioning by the Tal Shiar. Lower your shields and surrender your vessel and crew, or prepare to face the consequences. Your actions speak for themselves. You'll answer for the destruction you've caused today. Remember, you were given a chance to surrender.
I recommend using our cloaking device to get close enough for a sneak attack.
Tell them we're sorry. We simply have no way to protect them. Hopefully they'll find refuge with your fleet. Our best hope now is to cooperate with the Tal Shiar and tell them that you have taken the refugees. We can't offer much, but I'll tell other Suliban that Datan's fleet is standing up to the Tal Shiar. I'm also sending you the contact for a friendly local trader in case you need salvage or have goods to sell. But please, keep our involvement discreet. And please go. Leave now before more Tal Shiar arrive.
Kayan closed the channel. He's right. They'll be lucky if the Tal Shiar let them live. We should leave and report back to Tamer. Some of the refugees we brought aboard may have starship experience. If we're expecting more trouble, we'll need some help on the bridge.
She was with me the whole night.
We'll give the refugees a good home here. They'll be safe, and we'll do all we can to help them. This is just the start. We won't stop until we're on a new world, one of our own. Greetings.
Congratulations,
I have
Lieutenant.
Many Remans settled on Craterus after the fallout from Shinzan's rebellion. While they were safe from the destruction of Romulus and Remus, Craterus is a bleak world, with little in the way of habitable land. There are ample mineral deposits, which the Remans mine and sell for food and other necessities, but their lives there are harsh and unforgiving. Anyone who could survive on Craterus for as long as the Remans have, has strength. We could use that strength in our search for a homeworld, and I know the Remans have no love for the Tal Shiar. Go to Craterus, talk to the Remans, show them we are sincere and that we need their support.
That's not the case for Angela and Matthew. They live a very disorderly, chaotic.
Greetings. I have.
Their house was not a safe space. It was not well maintained. Anastasia, we're fine. And Matt and Angela are not.
They figure out how to keep my arm over government assistance checks, and they just have no drive to do it.
Matt explained that his children have different disabilities and get Social Security benefits or payouts from the state. He lives off of those his disabilities.
According to James, less than a month before Aaron's murder, the judge released his decision granting
Well, the custody suite said the court ordered Angela and Matthew to pay Anastasia's back child. Now that Anastasia was going to have full custody of her daughter. The court found that Matthew owed $29,000 in lawyer's fee, and then additionally Matthew child support.
the ruling did not sit well with Matt and Angela.
Angela and Matthew had no income other than those government checks. They wanted about $50,000. There's really no way that they could pay off that loan.
On June 16th, less than a week after Aaron's death, detectives get a phone call from a local insurance agent that fuels their suspicions of Matt and Angela.
Agent tells them that Matt's sister has just rung them up and asked a lot of questions about Anastasia's $100,000 life insurance policy. He's already called to try and question them. That was highly suspicious to me.
Coming up, to nail a killer, investigators must fly up the clues behind.
There were two profiles found in the knife
And a long wait goes on.
These DNA results finally come back, and it's a surprise.
Less than a week after single mother Ann Hessner was stabbed over 60 times in her apartment, all eyes are on her ex-husband, Matt.
Matt lost custody of his daughter, and Anastasia got custody of her daughter. So that upset Matt. And all that was kind of coming to a head in the 2 weeks prior to this murder.
On June 22nd, 12 days after the murder, detectives hear from the forensic scientist tasked with identifying.
The Tal Shiar are approaching Craterus. They've already engaged a group of Reman vessels. The Remans are sending out a general distress call. We have to help them.
I made some phone calls, and we found that our Clackamas County Payless shoe store is the only one that distributes.
Commander Kai, yes, sir. 20 vessels in pursuit. There has been an unprovoked assault on our colony by Tal agents. The attacks are moving. We're suffering heavy losses. Please, we need your assistance.
The Decimus is too heavily damaged. They can't respond to our hails. They won't last much longer if we don't help them.
aside to this, we were well aware that Angela was apologizing for normal behavior.
Thank you for your assistance. We're continuing emergency repairs, but most of our major systems are offline. The Tal Shiar sent detachments to the surface, and our colony is not responding to hails. With our transporters down and shuttle bay damaged, I cannot send a security team to investigate. The Tal Shiar have never been so bold. How can you be so certain? It doesn't make sense. They've left us alone for years. What would they gain by destroying our home? We keep to ourselves and we do not challenge the Tal Shiar.
With all due respect, we've seen this before. The Tal Shiar destroyed our colony on Virenat without warning. If we don't get your people off Craterus immediately, they'll be defenseless when the invasion force arrives.
Invasion force? We aren't in any position to begin an evacuation. The head of our fleet, Obisek, and most of our ships are on maneuvers out of the system. They can't possibly return in time. Until we re-establish communication with the colony, our priority must be to protect the people on the surface. Find Zden. He will help you. He resides near the communication tower on the outskirts of the colony. If we re-establish communication, then we can formulate a plan.
Matthew doesn't go down to him. He's throwing up his elbows and saying, "Don't touch me." Police have to cuff him, take him into custody on a resisting arrest charge.
At the police station in Pocatello, investigators are eager to find out if Angela is ready to come home.
She's a whimpering mess and can barely look these people in the eye.
Getting nowhere with Angela, police turn their attention to Matt, who now has a new story to tell.
Matthew says that Angela hated Anastasia and that Angela talked all the time about Anastasia being dead or someone dead.
The den is to the northwest, near a force field. If planetary communications are disabled, you'll need his help to bring the transmitter back online. We'll do our best to keep more Tal Shiar from beaming down, but I can't promise we'll be able to stop them.
He says that he never asked her what happened, or why she was injured. Especially the guy who admit that she probably did kill Anastasia. They feel like they have not charged Angela with the murder of Anastasia, but they don't have enough to charge Matthew.
Looking to obtain evidence in order to then try to begin.
Why are the Tal Shiar doing this?
Come on up. Oh, you scratched the couch. Don't scratch couch. Come on up. Nope, he walked away, Tammy. Fine. I see how it is. He walked away from you. Well, you too.
Thank you, stranger. I don't understand why this is happening. You're obviously not with the Tal Shiar. Why are you here? What do you want? Commander Kai, good. Follow me and then explain what's going on. We should get inside the security field before more Tal Shiar arrive. Follow me.
to know more. It's clear that our colony is under attack, but why are the Tal Shiar doing this? Why attack Craterus? What are they after? There's no reason for the Tal Shiar to attack Craterus. We've been an established colony for over 23 years. We were given permission to settle here by Donatra. Why would the Tal Shiar attack a colony of their own people?
Yeah.
So the rumors are true. I told you, Father. The Tal Shiar have declared war on our people. They're going to kill us.
It doesn't make any sense. We aren't a threat to the Tal Shiar. What do they have to gain? Can't do this without anyone noticing. Evacuate. We must inform the council. Who is going to listen to my order to evacuate? Obasek isn't here. He left Kai in charge. Why doesn't he give the order to evacuate?
That explains a lot. When we couldn't reach anyone, Slamek said he was going to check on the transmitter. He hasn't come back yet. We should find him and see if we can get communications back online.
Without the transmitter, we'll have to start contacting colonists individually. The word will spread, but it will take some time. Obviously, something is going on, but I'm not the one to order an evacuation. The fleet or the council should make that determination.
You'll need help. If you're going out to the transmitter, I'm going with you. Maybe we can find Slamek there.
Farrell, you should stay here. Let these people handle this. We don't know the whole story yet. We need more information. We need to know what the Tal Shiar want. At least stay behind the security field until we hear from the council.
Father, you can see what the Tal Shiar have done. These people need my help to get the transmitter working again. We'll take some weapons and armor before we leave. Don't worry, I can handle myself.
Select the item in the list. You can also
What you doing, Mom? Coloring?
You're alive!
There. Found
Watch where you're shooting! You need those shuttles!
Did you say something over there? Absolutely. That's what I thought I heard.
Their controls are completely destroyed. But it looks like you found some new friends. Didn't you hear me? The controls are destroyed. The transmitter is worthless.
Slamek, you're not helping. What if we set up a bypass relay? If it works, we might be able to control the transmitter dish from Zed's shuttle, or even our secondary console at home.
It's possible, but I don't think it would work.
Slamek! Try to set up a bypass relay for the controls. If you can get it working, then we'll head back to my father and see if we can access the transmitter from there.
Where are those things coming from?
Told you it probably wouldn't work.
We should go back to my father. See if
That's
he's
over.
heard the news.
Look up! We gotta get out of here now!
What kind of ship is that?
We don't know. It attacked our colony on Viranet.
And now they're attacking here. We need to warn other colonies.
Believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do.
Able to repair the primary transmitter. I set up a portable transmitter relay and gathered as many neighbors as I could. I'm glad you found Slamek. I'm not going to argue. Our security field is down, and the Tal Shiar are attacking the colony. Hopefully everyone who hasn't already heard the message will realize what's happening and evacuate. There are more people on the outskirts of town. If I can get to them in the shuttle, I may be able to get them to safety. Understood. Please take Farrell with you. I'll take Slamek with me to help scan for survivors.
Father, I should go with you. It took me weeks to repair the shuttle's drive system. If something goes wrong, you'll need me there.
You'll be safer on their ship. Slamek can help me if we run into trouble. I'll broadcast the coordinates to every shuttle within range once we're in the air. Now go. We need to look for survivors.
When responding officers arrive on the scene, Terry's aunt gives them the key. When they try to enter the front door, the officers immediately encounter resistance.
As I push the door open, approximately 5-6 inches, toes.
The Decimus has engaged the Tal Shiar and is forming a wedge so we can get the shuttles to the beacon. The shuttles will be relying on us for protection. Without our help, they'll never make it out of here. Zeden's shuttle was one of the ones that made it to the ship. He's hailing us.
We're in position and ready to make a run for the beacon. Is my daughter safe?
I'm making myself useful. The singularity core on this ship is practically an antique. I'm keeping an eye on the power levels to make sure we don't blow apart in combat. Don't forget to put all the shuttle's power into the shields.
Don't worry, my child. It was the first thing Slamak did. When we reach the beacon, we'll await the signal to warp to the rendezvous point. Once we're all safe, you can transfer back to the shuttle.
detectives are unable to find the gun in the house. We also feel that it's unlikely that all the suicide.
Welcome up the door on inside the exterior door. And you see that there was a sharp somebody. It wasn't the case that somebody set out.
We're reading an unknown ship near the beacon. It appears to be a battleship. If it attacks, our ships will be completely outmatched. Will you able to scan the vessel or determine its armaments? They're emitting some sort of passive scanning field. We cannot get a weapons lock, and our singularity core power levels are fluctuating.
I'm noticing the same power level variations. The field is definitely emanating from the enemy vessel. If I tap into the beacon's controls, I may be able to send a high-frequency proton burst that should disrupt the field long enough to get a weapon flow. I've scanned the shuttles, sir. They've taken everyone. Everyone. Even my...
Logs show that a cruiser warped in during the fight with the battleship, stayed at long range, and then decloaked briefly. They warped away less than a minute later. They must have taken the colonists from the shuttles while we were in combat.
We have to go after them. We need to track their trajectory and follow them. They could still be alive, and we can catch up if we hurry.
Nothing. There was too much interference from the battleship. I wish I had better news, but we have more pressing matters. The Decimus is hailing us, and we need to get out of this system while we still can.
We're aware of the situation, but we have set a course for the rendezvous point immediately. There are other Remans there who will need our protection. After we regroup, we will have time to fully understand what has happened here, and to mourn our losses.
Oops.
We appreciate the offer, but that isn't my call to make. Relay your offer to Hobosek and the rest of the fleet. But for now, I think it would be best if we go our separate ways. When we understand more about what the Tal Shiar are after, perhaps that will change. Thank you for your help. I know you tried your best.
I don't need anyone's permission. I'm coming with you, and we're going to find my father. In the meantime, if you expect to keep a ship this old from blowing apart at the seams, you're going to need an engineer. Good thing I'm here.
Because you're good at that, right? Yep.
I think we've done everything we can here. We should report what happened to Tamer. You can leave whenever you're ready.
Would you have it? I'm not having any just to the whipped cream and my glass. Yes. Go.
We will reach out to the Remans, but it will be difficult to get over centuries of mistrust and abuse. Perhaps if this Obasek is willing to speak to us directly, it might make a difference. I know you did your best to help them, and that the attack could not
just
have
turned
been
it on.
anticipated. I'm very concerned about this sabotage you reported, however, and that the culprit was never found. The Remans may very well have a Tal Shiar operative in their midst. We will not win every battle, but
Took a
we
detour, did
will
it?
win the war. Count on that. Sholan Tru. Greetings. I have new orders.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
There is a space station in the Gasco system that we think would be a fine addition to our group. If they agree to join us, we will have an additional base for our militia ships, as well as a supply depot that could make a big difference when we begin construction of a colony. I know there is a group of refugees there. Some of them have been there for years, but they've also had a wave of new residents, including I'd like you to go to Gasco and feel out the situation. If you think they'd be a good match for us, you are authorized to extend them an offer. Greetings.
Quick, you seem painless?
Well, now you got my chair. Yeah, that works.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, there wasn't enough. Not that many. That's why a new bag. Right? What you wanting? What you wanting? Oh.
Oh.
Hmm?
Oh, we're getting low on pasta.
Yep. Hmm? Yeah, we got rice. Yes, we have rice. Mm-hmm.
They left their box of rice.
Yep.
Plus brand new one that we bought.
Hmm?
Plus brand new one we bought.
Right.
Holy smokes. I don't have it.
Rice.
Yep.
No? Why not, right?
Yeah. No.
Peach. I was going now don't ask me what I was going to call it. It definitely wasn't going to be peach. Something with an R.
Probably going to call her Ryan or something. Anything but Ruth.
That's it.
Just so we know that.
She says, what's my name?
Whatever you get called.
That's the look I get. That's the look I'm getting right now. What is my name? Your name is whoever I call you. Providing it's a girl's name instead of a boy's.
Exactly.
And it wasn't going to be Peach, I'll know that.
Oh, wow. That's pretty bad.
Because it was going to start with an R.
Oh?
Yep.
Alrighty then.
That's why she gave me that look.
When he needed a place to stay, and that was pretty nice of them to do that. The police learned that a closet phone had been attempted as a connector between the two couples. About a month after
I know you can get up here, buddy.
Yeah, we know that can't.
Yeah, we know that. There you go.
Jerry and Candace believed that his couple was stealing the item from them and that they were going to ask him to move out of their house.
Eventually, they left and like those things and put them on the front porch and asked them to come pick them up. But now when Candace says she's tired,
Am I going to the church?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Nope. Yes, buddy? Get over there?
Yeah, I was kind of talking to the
Oh. Ow. Open in the game case. What?
skinny lady puts in her wheelchair.
What?
You just yelled at me.
Uh-huh.
Why for? I have no clue.
Maybe hi.
Hi. Are you asking, making sure it's okay that you're there?
She's not needing it.
I don't need it.
Not today.
Not till tomorrow. Until about 1:45 tomorrow. Bubble kitty. Yeah, don't look at me. Because I said something to you. I said, Bubble kitty. Oh, you're going to leave my chair? All right. You know I was going to come and bug you.
Whoa.
We have some language going on?
Yep. He got too close in her bubble.
And he started it. Correct?
He just walked towards her.
Bitch, be nice. Be nice to Muffin. She's not being very nice to him. You need to have a chat with her.
I do.
Yeah, you do. He jumped off my chair and got a little too close to her.
Yes, Munchkin.
So, I'm friendly. And you got a friend coming your way.
I do I?
Yes, you do.
Can I help you?
He says, of course you can. Playing Scrabble, aren't you?
Yeah. How'd you guess?
Because of the way your system is. Normally, if you're playing any other game, it's the other way.
We've entered the Gasco system.
He says,
According
"You
to our
insulted
intelligence
me,
data,
now I'm
the
gonna let out
Empire
the
built
Bible."
this station in the late 23rd century, but abandoned it later when the region was no longer strategically important. Word is, some refugees are living in the station now.
We gotta get saved,
You know the
right,
drill,
buddy?
right? Go to the station, preach the good news, get them on our side. Easy.
Getting docking codes now. They've opened a channel.
You are cleared for docking.
I gotta wait a few minutes. Yep.
Welcome to Gasco Station. Our commander has assigned Tobal to escort you while you're here. Please speak to him when you're ready to leave the transporter room.
Good to have you here. We heard about you from the people who lived at the old Sulivan Helix. The station commander has requested that I escort you to his office. Are you ready to go? I don't see anything wrong with that. You should know, however, that the colonists here are happy with the way things are. You'll have a hard time trying to convince them of your cause.
Oh, that was
But
really
you're welcome to try.
measuring up in the same district.
Rinikev? No, there's no one by that name on this station.
Hello, did I catch you at a bad time? How you doing? Ooh. Peach. Ooh. That's not good. Oh. I know what that feels like. The right hip.
Datan? I've heard about him on...
Why fight the Tal Shiar? Just stay out of their way and you'll be fine.
Mine is the right hip.
Well, we don't want the Tal Shiar to attack here like they did at Craterus.
Peach.
You're with the Ton? Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't talk to you.
Are you crazy? The Tal Shiar would wipe us out in an instant if we fought them.
One doesn't turn over. When she gets 8, she's usually done them before the due date anyway.
We don't want any trouble. Please, just leave us be.
I went there on 2 hours of sleep.
Look, I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in this
colonists
war.
here aren't eager to fight the Tal Shiar.
People
Why
in
would
sickbay.
they? You might have better luck talking with the commander of this station, though. He has more backbone than most of the people around here. We'll go.
Fell asleep after I drank the one. Rule of thumb, don't fall asleep after you drink a nice cap. Yep.
You're going down to the administration level, right? I think my brother's being held down there. His name is Hiven. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He talked back to one of the new guards yesterday, then he was thrown in the prison. You have to help him, please.
His brother was making insane accusations and causing trouble. He kept saying that one of the guards was with the Tal Shiar. That guard's entire family was killed by the Tal Shiar. He didn't appreciate it, and a fight broke out. Both the guard and this man's brother are in the brig. If you'd like, you can visit after you're done talking to the commander.
I said, oh, thanks for opening the straw for me.
Commander's office is just ahead.
Because they're now cardboard straws. All the plastic straws. Because of the landfill, I guess. Cardboard's easier to degrade than
Welcome. It's good to meet you. I've heard so much about Tatan's fleet and their fight against the Tal Shiar. I know you're here to offer us a chance to help, but perhaps there's a counter-offer you'd be willing to hear.
That sound like Mama.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So good to see you again, my friend. It's time for us to talk.
Specialist that I was supposed to see. Yeah, I can't remember.
Surprised? One step ahead of the Tal Shiar, but now your time has run out. Gasco Station belongs to us.
What's the problem out there,
will be ours as well. Your little rebellion is coming to an end. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the station. You and your friends are going to be here for a very long time. Don't resist. Make this easier on all of us. You and your crew will spend some time in our brig. But if you do as you're told, you could be released. Maybe even work with the Tal Shiar. There's no reason for there to be any more violence today. The Tal Shiar just want to help us. If you choose to defy us, I will be forced to order my men to fire. As much as I would like to believe you, what hope does Titan have? You and your group have no government, no real laws, no place to live. The Tal Shiar can give me and my people all of that and more. I'll ask you one last time. Stand down, and no one will get hurt.
Free any prisoners, and then get out of here.
Hopefully I get into... I thought I put sanctuary stuff. I guess
Warning. Intruders present in Gasco Station. All personnel, please seek shelter.
You're with the Tans group. I heard about you. My name is Heaven. I'm the only one left who will stand up for what's right. And look where it got me. The Tal Shiar took over the station a few days ago. I think it was right after you guys helped those people in the old Sullivan Helix. A few of us resisted and got thrown in prison. I'm the only one left alive. You have to get me and my brother out of here.
We've got a problem. Someone in the station activated a magnetic shield. It's blocking all of our attempts to use the ship's transporters. We had civilians who were trying to get to the ship, but now they're stuck too. We need to get to that transporter room, shut down the shield, and save any civilians that need our help.
If you want some more firepower, we can grab some equipment the Tal Shiar will use.
So obviously you have to know. That's not, is that actually her bike or did somebody ride it to?
You have received a kit appropriate to your profession. Press the Options button and open your inventory under the Ship and Crew heading. Select the kit in your inventory to press the R3 button to crouch. You will have new abilities that you can perform against ranged attacks, but increases damage from melee attacks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Brother! I won't let them get away with this!
You can revive fallen bridge officers with resuscitation. If you're defeated, you can call for help. Got it, revive.
We need to get everyone back to the ship. There are enemy vessels inbound. The ship is trapped in a tractor beam. Rescuing these colonists won't mean a thing if our ship is blown to pieces.
So you've escaped. How interesting. You really do intend to take this as far as you can, don't you? No matter. You cannot run from the rest of the Tal Shiar forces in the Gasco system. My only regret is that I won't be there to deal with you myself.
Getting out of here may be tougher than I thought.
Correct.
Behind the door again. You better not have. What? Figures.
That'll show those
You
tall
pooped in
Shi'ar
the
what
bedroom,
happens
didn't you?
when they cross us.
He's
If I see
ignoring
that
me.
Hakeev again, I'll
Yeah.
make sure he loses more
Because
than
he
an
knows he did
eye.
wrong.
I can't thank you enough for the help back there. I don't have much left now that Laius is gone. I'm good with a weapon, and I know my way around the ship. I'd be honored to stay aboard and help you fight the Tal Shiar.
You're not innocent by no means.
On the morning of April 18th, call about a terrorist campsite. There's one kid standing.
We had to expect this eventually. The Tal Shiar are actively moving to stop us from gaining more followers, and even Hakeev is involved. The bad news is that we lost Gasco Station. The good news is that the Tal Shiar is taking our movement seriously. That means we're gaining momentum. I'm going to talk to Titan.
I don't think they
I
mind.
think it's time to take real steps toward freedom.
You? Yeah, you.
Greetings.
Congratulations. You have a new power that can be set up to automatically be used. Press the L2 button to show your powers.
Thanks
Use the
to
left
additional
stick to
information
navigate
from the
this
colonists
radio
in
menu.
Gasco and
That's
Helix,
the second
we've
time
managed to
today,
identify
Brace for
several
impact.
possible systems
Press
that
the
could have
R1
planets for
button
our
to toggle
colonization
between
efforts.
different
We'll
auto
need you
execute
to
settings
scan these
and
systems,
change when this
see if
power
there is a
will
suitable
automatically
planet,
be used.
and then
Done, 'cause
explore
it's
said
still
planet
warm.
to
Be
confirm
used
your
even if
findings.
it is not set
You're
up for
looking for
quick
what will be
equip.
the future homeworld for the Romulans. We've also been told by Federation and Klingon officials that talks of an alliance will begin if we identify a suitable planet to colonize.
Yeah.
Titan and I will be speaking with
Today
those
was
officials
one of
while
them.
you're exploring. This could be the next big step in our fight for independence. Greetings. I have
Hold the
new...
X button to bring up your Captain Commands menu. Select Primary Mission, and then select Travel to automatically fly to your destination.
Each time you did that. Actually. I would have made you sit with it.
But it was in really good condition for investigating purposes. It was inside a fire pit covered from wood, so it was not disturbed by wildlife or any While the bodies remained in autopsy, authorities continued processing.
One of the pieces of evidence indicated is a small curve. And inside the small curve, driving lanes and finding the center. Even though she managed to the driving
Yes, Nico?
The driver's license is the only vehicle you have. Born on October 25th, 1977, Doris Peter grew up on Terry Farm near Delaware, Washington, the youngest of 3 siblings.
Initiating scan. Now. Preliminary reports are turning up negative, Captain. We could perform a more in-depth scan, but that could take nearly a week. Launching a satellite would allow us to monitor the area and move forward. Your orders?
Still, they will always appreciate the value of family. Issue order.
Remember Laura's high school days? ship was from Redding, California. He had moved up to Washington State for a change in life when he ended up being It was so smitten by her that he started volunteering.
We can't get a clear reading from the planet that Tamer specified. Our best option will be to drop out of warp and investigate the area. Are you ready?
She went through the things that we all go through when we...
Nausicaan ships, dead ahead. They were jamming our sensors. That's why we couldn't get a clear reading on this area. It's an ambush. They're hailing us. Probably to gloat. Pirates like these only care about scrapping the ship for parts and selling any survivors to the Orions. Should I open the channel?
Romulans! Wonderful! It's been so long since I've had a chance to kill some of you green-blooded snakes. Now show some charisma and fight like you mean it! You'll still die, but my crew could use the sport.
If it's not Tal Shiar, it's the Nausicaans. What's next? Iconians? We were able to get a few scans of the planet during combat. It's no good. The wildlife is too hostile and the natural resources too few. That leaves us with one last system. The Dewa system. Dewa 3 shows some promise. We can leave orbit whenever you're ready.
With the amount of force taken to make this kind of bet, you can only imagine the level of rage and anger that was behind it. Coming up, as police
Protein.
into their victim's life, their family needs them to show them real protection.
What time am I setting the alarm for, Mom? 8? 8, yeah. Ready to get up to take a shower in the morning.
That she had information about
In the morning. That way, if I won't have bed hair when I get up. Oh. Can you, huh? Yep.
be advised that we have located and that she was deceased.
Are you sure? We have confirmation of a suitable planet. I'm patching us through to Tamir now. He'll want an update on the situation. I'll connect you as soon as you're ready.
Excellent work. You should head to Dewa 3 and set up some orbital probes, and then beam down and investigate the surface. I'll set a course to the Dewa system and keep an eye out for any more Nausicaans. Dewa 3 is one of our last chances to find a habitable planet in this region. Good luck.
Dewa 3. This could be the new Romulan homeworld. The radiation levels of this planet made it uninhabitable, but long-range surveys have detected drops in the toxicity over the past few years. Our orders are to deploy sensory probes to scan the planet, and, if they return positive, beam down for a closer look.
The offer was made by her father to give her money so she could return.
Press left to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective.
A real warrior never lets his prey.
That's the last we've seen of them. The reports from the probes confirm that radiation levels have lowered on the planet. An away team without protective gear should be safe. There don't seem to be any civilizations down there either, but we'll have to beam down to explore the area further. Are you ready to transport? There are several teams that will beam down to other parts of the planet while we explore. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Our orders from Tamir are to analyze the local wildlife, flora, and minerals, as well as any bit of radiation.
Press left to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective. cause the wave scanner minigame to appear. To play the minigame, use the left stick to line up the red waves with the blue waves in the background. Hold the triangle button to holster and draw your weapon.
This plant displays remarkable similarity to the plants once found on Romulus. Fascinating. The water is barely tainted by the planet's radiation. These creatures are fascinating. They seem to absorb the radiation around them.
This is Tamer. I've arrived at the outer rim of the planet. I'll be keeping a watch on any Tal Shiar or Nausicaan signals. How is the initial search going down there?
Truly, that is excellent news. We may just have our new home. I'll continue doing what I can from up here. Take your time down there and make sure nothing is overlooked. We can't have any doubt in declaring this our new homeworld.
The high amount of lead in these rocks could be the reason for the lowered radiation levels. I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated structures nearby.
Deadpolar is a device used by body repair people to pull dead inside the body. It has a heavy end to
This fern seems to be resistant to the ambient radiation on this planet. It could be useful in treating radiation sickness. We should investigate that old bridge nearby when we're done with our scans.
That? Tholians. What are they doing here? Tholians. Just what we needed. Tholians are known for not caring very much about us humanoids.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they even know the difference between a Romulan and a Reman. The ship isn't detecting any more Tholian ships in orbit, but with our luck, that'll change. We should see what those Tholians are after. If this is going to be our planet, they can't take it from us.
Coffin bird.
After they left the campsite, Paul had told everyone
Okay.
that he would kill them.
One end to the other. Uh-huh. Up a later and escalator. Mm-hmm.
Absolute fear of Paul carrying this out. So she hadn't said anything.
Lewis was the type of the murder and was the same being as Amy's students. But investigators noticed some discrepancies between the two stories.
The biggest difference was that Amy admitted that she...
Not listening to any more of the stand yet?
No, it's like...
Oh, was it? Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can do extra damage to enemies by flanking them. Try attacking your enemies on their sides or behind them.
interested in those rocks back there. Should we check it out?
Watch out! More Tholians inbound. More on the way, sir. Why are they so interested in this site?
No idea. We'll find out once we have a second. Group inbound, and it looks like they're sending one of their commanders.
Glory advises that she call Paul Smith, who was in custody. We'll check arrest now
The Tholians wanted whatever is buried in those rocks. Let's see what's beneath them. There appears to be a sword fossilized in this accretion layer. Trying to scan it now. Wait, this is incredible! There's definitely a blade here, and its composition and size match those of Vulcan blades from about 1900 years ago. There are only a few examples of those weapons left. Most of them were destroyed during the time of Awakening.
Greetings. What have you found? Interesting. The sword could prove to be something unbelievable. Maybe even something made by Saharian.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
I'm concerned about the Tholians,
Right
and
on.
I'm beginning a full scan for any of their
Yeah.
ships in orbit.
As usual. Yep. You barely did it on cue.
Yes, we should.
Talk about
Hold on.
saying
We're
it,
under
doing
attack.
it.
It's the Tholians.
Yeah.
Go to red alert. All hands prepare for battle.
Tamer has closed the channel, sir. I'll have the geode and blade transported to the science lab on board the ship. We should return as soon as possible. Tamer will need our help.
Lori jumped into it because it was believed that Laura Center was winning. So they all died.
Amy went over, retrieved this 2-pound can of chili beans, and then came over and struck Laura in the back of the head 2 times.
Unlike Lori's statement that Paul was the original victim, Eric claims that the two girls were the first ones who used the can of chili to beat Laura Center.
Lori then stepped in and took the can from her because Amy wasn't strong enough to really do any damage. And then Lori struck her multiple times in the head to the point where Lori finally collapsed on the ground and we stopped.
We managed to take out a few Tholian ships, but now we're trapped within one of their webs. There are more Tholians on the way. You've got to take out the nearby Tholians to get us out of here. Thank you. We don't have time to relax, however. I'm picking up a large Tholian ship leaving warp. Get ready. The Tholians have some of the most advanced technology in the Quadrant, and they never back down. We'll need to work together to survive. Excellent work. Hopefully the Tholians will stay away. What did you find? Is it possible for us to colonize the planet? By the elements, a habitable planet and one of Saharian's lost blades? That could only mean that this planet must be one of the worlds our ancestors visited after the Sundering. I knew that their path could have taken them to this area, but I never... I'll have to speak to Mimic. She's always had an interest in our history. You should get to the flotilla and speak to Datan. He'll want to know everything you've found.
He's gonna ignore that. Yep. Mimi. Don't know. You don't know that either?
Nope.
Oh no. Oh my goodness. You didn't know anything. Yeah. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. Whoa. Yeah. I beat you. And there goes the phone again.
As detectives listen, Paul corroborates Eric's account that despite exchanges between the three girls, they always would call.
In his mind, Laura was not going to live. Her skull was crushed.
He gave each one of his friends an assignment that helped him clean up the crime scene.
giving me double and triple letters. They never.
Jolan True, you found something incredible. This will be the new home of the Romulan Republic. It will be Mol Rehar, New Romulus, and we will create a new way of life there. This is exactly what we needed to begin talks with the Klingons and the Federation at Khitomer. Unless you have any more questions, I would report it to Mare. I have many preparations to make.
Good work. I knew you were the right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. We have to be very careful with something like this. But even the possibility of finding the sword of the Raptor Star has given everyone on the flotilla hope for the future. Your role isn't done yet, however. Datan and I both want you to be with us for our next task. Meeting with the Federation, Klingons, and Empress Sela on Khitomer to talk about peace and the colonization of New Romulus.
Then next thing you know, everybody's attacking.
Greetings.
Congratulations, Centurion.
We've made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home without allies. The planet is close to Klingon space, although they've never formally claimed it. If we could get their support, or that of the Federation, we would be able to break away from the Romulan Star Empire without worrying what the Tal Shiar will do. Datan has been working for weeks to get the Klingons and the Federation to agree to talks. Now representatives from both factions will be at Khitomer to hear our proposal, and so will the Empress. I want you there as well. I think we'll need someone like you on our side. It won't be easy, but this is our best chance to create a new life and a new home.
Eric Rubio and Lori Smith made a deal with the district attorney's office to testify against Paul Smith, and that's where they will be reduced sentence.
They were sentenced then to 15 years with a possibility of 4 years. Amy defended in criminal court, but she was sentenced to a maximum of 30 years.
Greetings. I have...
In 2002, 4 years after Laura's murder, Paul Smith Jr. finally goes on trial. On the stand, he maintains his original statement that his girlfriend Amy and his sister Lily were the first to attack Laura's clinic.
Paul Smith testified that he had only put Laura Center out of her misery because he felt she was going to die anyways from the injuries. That was his that he had done her to. The jury obviously didn't buy that theory, and Paul Smith was convicted on the charges that were brought against him.
He was sentenced to death row. I think justice was served for Paul Jr. I don't think justice was served in regards to Lori. Is it enough for Laura Center's family? Would be enough for me.
Laura really trusted people and saw the good in people, and they took advantage of Laura's goodwill and good nature.
Here was an innocent girl that got caught up with the wrong kind of people that had ultimately cost her life. And that's
Starting to get warm in here. It's just you. Okay.
when a young socialite goes missing, her family for answers will lead investigators to uncover a disturbing scam by a master manipulator.
Uh-huh.
Construction justice and
And turn a missing person into a hunt for a killer.
she had whatever he can do to help protect her.
Oh, that works out.
Ah. This is one rare case I've ever seen. You got to stay using the two key witnesses. One of them, Don was afraid to do what he wanted.
Why would you murder your best friend for love?
Some people in the world are
Charleston, South Carolina is a prominent port city known for its charm and southern hospitality.
Charleston life is very laid back, very welcoming. Sit on your front porch with your neighbor or stranger and have a glass of iced tea.
life in Charleston is one of a slow pace. There's a rich culture and heritage here in Charleston, a lot of history.
And Catherine Leary, known as Pete to friends and family, was a true daughter of Charleston.
Kate and her family, and they were multi-generational Charlestonians. She was like 8th, 9th generation here in Charleston. Kate had a very good family. That was an attorney. She grew up downtown Charleston. She and her family, and her father and her grandfather, great-grandfather, had been champions for the underdogs. Even though she lived in the high society along the Battery, they were very humble and down-to-earth people. Kate was extremely smart, caring, compassionate. She was college educated. She was a phenomenal writer. She had things published in the papers and so forth. She loved travel. She spoke multiple languages. Went to Alaska with her father.
Is it raining at all?
Still raining.
Still raining?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And her parents supported her as she made plans for her future.
Better not rain tomorrow. I hope the morning is turned up. Keeping you up, Ellie?
Nope.
Okay. What I doing?
Summer home at their Creek home, working in the Isle Farms, and Kate was occupied a house there on the Battery. She was independent, could take care of herself, but she would contact her family and her parents on an everyday basis to let them know she's doing well.
The Warings tell me that the last time they spoke with Kate was
Kittimer. This place has some bad blood. Back in 2346, the Romulan military launched a massive attack that slaughtered all the Klingon colonists here and took the planet. The Klingons took it back in the chaos after Shinzon's rebellion. This is the first time since then that they've allowed Romulans to be here. We should be careful. The Klingons aren't going to be in a great mood. Just having us here will be a reminder of what's happened. Zatan is waiting for us with the rest of the Romulan diplomats in the Hall of Conquest. Wonder what it takes to be put in the Gallery of Honor.
medication that was still in the room unused. But credit cards were not being used. And we relied on them parents for monetary needs. So we weren't getting the medication.
Chamber of Conquest. Let's hope one day the Klingons turn their attention to the Tal Shiar.
It's good to see a friendly face. The air here is a bit tense right now. I need to stay here and prepare for Empress Seela's arrival, which I'm sure will not be pleasant. Could you speak with the Klingon and Federation delegations? See what they're thinking, get a feel for how the negotiations will go, and most importantly, try to convince them of our sincerity. We're still working on an agreement, but an initial proposal is on the table. The Federation and Klingons will help us establish New Romulus, as long as they can set up embassies on the planet. They wish to use this as a chance to acquire Romulan technology and Romulan allies. We need assistance to create a new world. It's a give and take, one that will hopefully work. You can start by speaking with some of the delegates from the Klingon Empire and the Federation. Just because an initial proposal has been presented does not mean the conference is over. Far from it. Any information you can get me about what they're thinking will help when it comes time to present our case.
They're all celebrating because everything is back now to the same. It's a lot of picked up kids from the house along with Heather. And then they go
The Hall of Heroes. Probably Klingon heroes who killed Romulans.
I understand their stance, but still, there are issues. The would-be Romulan Republic is weak and fractured. How could an alliance benefit us?
Coming up, we track down the first lead. When they uncover...
One of Datan's followers. Greetings. I am Ambassador Satas, representative for the Klingon Empire. I am curious, what exactly does your group have to offer the Klingons in an allegiance? Datan is no warrior, and Klingon politics have little in common with Romulan machinations. You have bravado. I'll give you that. That doesn't mean you are strong or trustworthy. Perhaps an alliance with your group would bolster our strength against the Federation. If you don't stab us in the back, that is. We shall see.
Diplomacy makes for thirsty work. The Federation ambassador can't hold his teeth together for more than a minute. The Vulcan just stares daggers at everyone. Half my delegation are a breath away from ripping into the Starfleeters like rampaging togs, and we're all stuck in here with you backstabbing greenbloods. Did I offend you? Well, get used to it. We don't have a reason to trust you yet, and I don't know if we ever will.
Detective, when the woman is married to a team employee and other names.
Ah, bloodline. At least you have some manners. Nice to know that you all aren't as ill-bred as the stories say. Ah, there's some strength in you. I like that. Perhaps you would be a valuable ally. But just because you know when to bring a Klingon a drink does not mean we are friends. I'm keeping an eye on you and your kind.
The Klingons don't seem too thrilled with the idea of being allies. Maybe we'll have better luck with the Federation.
One of our new potential allies. I am Jiro Sugihara, a representative of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. Let's talk, shall we? Yes, I'd love a chat. Now, please don't take the cool reactions of some of my colleagues as an indication of how the whole of the Federation feels. There is a history between our two governments, but I believe with some work, we can all come to a peaceful agreement. Don't you agree? Of course you do, of course. Why else would you and other fine and forward-thinking Romulans, such as Datan, be present here at this conference? I like to think of all of us, Federation, Klingon, and Romulans alike, as engineers. We're building bridges to a newer and brighter future. We're architects, designing load-bearing structures upon which we might build vital cooperative efforts. But before we get to the window dressing, of course, you know where we must begin. Why, with the foundations. You knew that, of course. There's nothing we cannot achieve if we're able to continue to sit down and discuss our differences, and bit by bit, measure by measure, work through them and learn from one another. We must start fresh. So as one potential friend to another, I ask this entirely as a personal question. How do you feel about reunification? I know there are a lot of people in the Federation still opposed to it, but I am certain that if we simply sit down together and discuss the issue rationally, we can... We've all come to see that reunification is a wonderful idea, isn't it? Bringing long-lost brothers back together and mending hurts from so long ago. Really, that's what the Romulans and Vulcans are, don't you think? A family divided. It's a shame. I think of my daughter. She's a lovely girl. Takes after her mother in many respects. She's on Bajor now, but I love seeing her as much as possible. I couldn't imagine how dreadful being separated from her would be. But that's what Romulans and Vulcans must feel all the time. That's why I believe reunification should happen as soon as possible. Imagine all the wounds it would heal, the pain that would go away. That would only be the start. If Vulcans and Romulans could find peace, why not peace with the Klingons, the Hirogen? It would be a wake-up call to all races that peace, prosperity, and unity are all possible. Our Federation has its problems, but we've learned to live and work together. There's no reason we all can't do so.
He had an alibi by where he was, so he was eliminated as a suspect.
I know your kind too well to ever trust what you say. I will not be taken in by your attempts to be disarming. It has yet to be determined if anyone is being hunted. If that is the case, Starfleet will take the appropriate action within the bounds of the Prime Directive. I have spent more than 3 decades defending the Federation from Romulan plots. I have seen all of the tricks, the deceptions, all of the treachery that is born of hubris. Romulans believe they are superior to all other species. That is incorrect. It will take a great deal of effort to deceive me. I suggest you do not try.
Oops, I heard that. Yep, it was focused on people. Oh. Apparently he didn't care. He's still sleeping. Oh, okay. Apparently not. He's so used to it. Poor cat.
Jolan True, what do you have to report? There's doubt everywhere. We will have to be careful not
This
to...
conference is a farce.
Sela!
You're not trying to found a settlement. You're rebelling against your sovereign. You're stirring up dissent with your wild stories of mysterious aliens and colony attacks.
Wild stories?
Until now, I gave your little movement some leeway because I thought I could convince you to see the error of your ways. This ridiculous conference shows me I've been far too forgiving.
You! How could you?
Tovin, that's enough. You two, please leave this to Tamara and me.
Unbelievable. How can that woman stand there and deny everything? If you ask me, the only thing worse than the Tal Shiar is the politician who lies for them. There should be no allegiance with such... Hold on. I'm getting a message from the ship. They're picking up odd ships on sensors. Ships that match the one we scanned back when the colony was destroyed.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
In other words, you gotta go by to your...
The Klingons and the Federation.
Yeah. Thanks for trying,
The Klingon command base has ordered us to remain in orbit and leave the defense of Khitomer to them. However, I'm certain that the singularity signature I'm detecting is the same ship that was in orbit of Viranot during the attack. This could be the person responsible for the destruction of the colony. Do we investigate, despite the Klingons' objections?
Was very troubling.
When private investigators obtained his cell phone records, however, they're able to track the recent British Charleston on the night of 2/12.
She had been downtown all evening because all the activity using her phone had been using power downtown. She went out to dinner down in the market area. About the time that they left the restaurant, shortly thereafter, her signal changed to use the cell phone sometime after 11 p.m.
I'm picking up multiple anomalies in the area. The Klingons are still ignoring them. We should investigate them and be prepared for whatever happens. Keep an eye out for Klingon ships. If any hostiles appear, they'll show up too. If we're lucky, we'll target the enemy and not us. The Alachi were hiding the tall strike ship.
I
It's
am
nothing new, is
Gerard,
it?
son of Lursa, captain of the IKSK. You have proven yourself in battle against one of these ships. I will ensure that you will survive to prove yourself again. I was the first to uncover the alien Undine within the Klingon Empire. Now, I shall be the first to combat this new alien threat. To battle!
There's no such word as OSE. Where did you get along with words like that?
Pretty much everybody that she came into contact with. And it was essentially
The private investigators know repeated patrols that he was on John's Island more than 10 miles away.
Yeah, but if I was to make a word like that, I wouldn't get away with it.
Why am I not surprised that you were the one who discovered us? I'm quite happy you did, though. Now I have a chance to rectify the mistakes of Gasco Station. Captain Gerard, you have no place in this fight between us. This is a Romulan affair.
being made was out of character for kids' tech. So you have the power to observe that particular tech is not written by K-Web. Who was aware of this when I contacted Wayne Command, who was in charge of security for the Startrek Online. And listen, he did check the things I was there on Windows and see if he had no video of him trying to cache this code check. I gave it time of day. He said his office was looking at this and he said, hey, I can see this is the screenshot right now. And they were using that on camera and they're trying to cache that code on their output check. When you see someone on camera cashing a check, a forged check, they want to do this, but look, it was very obviously fully guilty.
Coming up, as investigators deal with the suspect, an unexpected affair comes into focus.
She is straightening her first nose and the food in there. She goes, town, destroyed. She creates this fantasy world. She gets caught up, gets manipulated, and destroyed his life.
After February went missing from her Charleston home, a team of private investigators have found evidence that Pete's best friend, Ethan Mack, and his fiancée, Heather Camp, had attempted to cash a forged check 3 days after her disappearance.
An order for the handwriting expert to determine that the check was not written by Kate Ware, he needed all writings from Ethan Knight and the cat to figure out whether or not they were actually the ones that had signed the check that Mac was trying to cash.
In order to put their suspect to the test, the private investigators decide to contact Ethan and Heather's landlord to see if he could obtain a handwriting sample. They learn that the couple is several months behind on their rent.
Their rent was in serious arrears, so their landlord was in the process of evicting them. We would lose sight of them if they were evicted. We wouldn't have a way of knowing where they were, and then they could scatter. We could conquer the plan for the landlord to have them handwrite out a document. You can go through a handwriting and agreeing that you give them more time to pay off the rent.
The plan worked. Ethan and Heather both signed individual promissory notes that had their signatures on them and gave those to their landlord.
They turned it over. We actually did. We had all the network was needed for the handwriting expert.
When the notice was examined, the expert confirms the match.
Within the meeting, he said, yeah, no question. That handwriting was done by Heather Cat.
As investigators continue to surveil Ethan and Heather, they catch a surprise break.
There were 2 houses in total behind the landlord's house on James Island on the railroad. The one that Terry Williams was living there. He was in the, I guess, the old family acquaintance perhaps. So he was, while Ethan isn't working there, they swap handlers sneaking over into their neighbor's apartment. So investigators decide to focus their attention on Terry. The next day, we knocked on Terry's door. Terry came to the door. We got a call to Terry and said, hey, listen, man, you don't close to these folks. They come and go in this spot all the time. We really don't have a good idea of what happened. But we're talking to Terry when the door to the bedroom opened up. He comes flying out and here's a cat yelling and screaming. He's making his first move and recording in there. Apparently, Heather was also romantically involved with Terry Williams.
That's when Heather makes a telling admission.
She makes a call to Ethan Knight, said, hey, Andy Savage's investigators that he is trying to get Terry to roll on us. When she said, roll on us, in our mind, that was a confession of guilt. We knew to Terry to roll on you, you had to have done something to Terry to roll on.
Oh, I just heard it. Oh boy. Well, I'm standing. Oh, okay.
Colonel Haki, you came into sovereign Klingon territory with hostile intent. You brought these aliens into our space. Now, you have the unmitigated goal to try to give orders to a Klingon warrior? This is not a Romulan affair anymore, Colonel. You have insulted me, and you will pay the price!
Grab some, make an extra one.
I don't care if you have 100 Klingon ships.
Your mom isn't.
You will not
I know
stop
you
me.
didn't order an ice cap. Oops, again. Don't go again. What was it? Didn't open up the baby. I see people say, Oh, jeez. Boy. What a god, eh? What a pretty guy.
Get Blinky's flattened and he looked at you, he loves you.
Yeah, good for Grounded. Prepare to be in quarantine.
You fought well.
What's your life?
My people will learn of Colonel
What's your life?
Huck's attack on my vessel. That I can promise you. I will also tell them of your abilities in battle. However, Hakim did not die.
Yeah.
So I cannot rule out the possibility
That's it.
that this was all a Romulan trick.
Just like the other day when he went out the door and he was like, go get her.
You should return to the conference.
Uh-huh.
Akiv
You know
beamed
where she
something down to
went.
the surface before
Go
he
find
warped.
my mommy.
I think.
Yeah.
Yes, we're getting confirmation.
Exactly.
He beamed explosives down to Kittimer. We've got to get down there and disarm them before anyone finds out. Even a hint of a problem like this, and the conference will be shut down. We'll lose our best chance for colonization.
Glutton for punishment now?
Yep.
Oh boy.
What is
Here
your
we
status?
go.
I'm in the
Yeah,
Hall of
better
Heroes
play it.
now,
It'll
and
kick
things are
my
underway.
butt.
Did you handle the situation with the Alachi?
Yeah, I know.
This is not good. It will be too easy for any disturbance to be blamed on us, and Hakim knows it. I'll start searching the Hall of Heroes. Contact me once you've found all of the explosives on your end. I'll do my best to discreetly look for anything amiss over here.
I can't let him get ahead of me.
Of course not.
Make sure the Klingons do not find the bombs
Not gonna
first.
happen,
If they
eh?
do, there's a good chance we'll be seeing one another soon in a jail cell.
So, hon, if you talk to Adam later, try to remember to ask him what level he's at on Genius Gems.
Him remember that?
Yeah, I know.
I hope so.
I might get a better answer out of Erica.
Yeah. She'd remember to ask him. Jim, to remember? Ha.
Not a chance.
At that point, I would say, hey, I know the key body was, I was dead with the Delta body. Other accounts stated that he was never together with the body and went off to the island neighborhood James Hall.
Want to get some nose, buddy? Get your nose either?
CR has spies here the entire time.
Nope.
Have you tried Tico lately?
No.
He might let you.
You think?
Maybe.
Let me see. Can I have your nose, Tico?
He'll let you.
There, got your nose.
Would you like it back?
Want it back?
Maybe.
Okay, here you go. Nudge
He'll
my
let
hand
you.
with, yep.
He'll let you take your nose.
Yep.
Like that baby.
Peach and Buddy won't let me have their noses.
Yeah,
But Tico did.
How's my baby? Here, I'll move the blanket. I had to move the blanket for him.
Oh, did you?
He's like, oh, Mommy, I love you. Mommy loves you. How much I love you. All the way to the moon and back. All around the wood.
Did you get the
If
explosives?
we yawn, it's Buddy's fault.
That's a relief. I found a bomb near one of the statues in the back of the hall.
If we fired
I
this
should be able to
my
confirm
fault.
that these devices were made by the Tal Shiar once the conference is over.
Yeah.
It will be more proof that they cannot be trusted. Why don't you come inside the conference? The Klingons are about to speak. It should be interesting to hear what they have to say.
I didn't hear you.
Okay. Jim said he didn't hear me either, so must not have been tired, but not that tired.
Right.
I'd love to take a shower, have a shower, but you know what? I don't want bad
Think
bed
about
hair.
how many times we've been
I don't want
fooled
bad
by
hair.
Romulans.
You don't want
Sela
bad hair.
already sent the Tal
Bad
Shiar
head.
to attack us here.
Yeah, that's it.
Who is to say Titan is not part of her plan? We must not allow this alliance to happen.
Hakeem!
Treacherous greenblood!
Stay back!
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, what? Don't just shut up.
What are you? Remember this.
Yoshi's gonna be Yoshi. Josie.
He gave his life
Her.
for me. For a Klingon.
There you go, Yoshi.
Tamira's sacrifice will be remembered. I promise you that. Personally, I have never liked the Tal Shiar, but we of the diplomatic corps are always committed to trying to find peaceful solutions first. But we can help you in your fight to bring justice to the Tal Shiar if you accept our assistance. We know you have much to do to build a new homeworld and free your people. The Federation wants to be your ally in everything.
There, I got it. I got Buddy's nose.
What did you do when you did that?
He just looked at me. Want it back?
To mankind with honor. When my time comes, I hope I can do the same. His sacrifice showed me that we have a common enemy. The blood in your veins may be green, but you fight for your people with the courage of a Klingon. I would be proud to give my aid to you and Titan. We will hunt the Tal Shiar like the dogs they are.
Tamer's death will not be in vain. Now we have the opportunity to secure our future. The Federation looks favorably upon our endeavors, but it will take time for them to commit. Now Tamer has shown the Klingons that there is honor and nobility among us.
No, why not, buddy?
We may not have gotten what we wanted today, but I foresee a day where we will build a home and a life on New Romulus. The next step must be yours. Both Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have agreed to take Romulans into their forces. I'd like you to be the first. You will be our eyes, ears, and hands in their fleets. More importantly, you will be our voice. Where you serve is your choice. But wherever you go, always remember that you are Romulan. If you haven't done so already, speak with the representatives of the Federation and the Klingon Empire. Then, take some time to think it over. When you are ready, speak with Subcommander Nadell back on the flotilla.
Tamer gave his life so that we would be understood by the others. I know I won't forget this. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to take down the Tal Shiar, so I'm with you on this, no matter what. The ship is awaiting our return whenever you're ready. We need to report to Subcommander Nadell and let her know everything that's happened.
I decided to give him his nose.
What's that?
I decided to give Buddy his nose back.
Oh, okay. Did he say thank you?
He looked at me like, thanks.
I can breathe, he says.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I'm Sub-Commander Nadell. Tamer's final actions impress both the Klingons and the Federation. The time has come for you to decide who you will be allied with. Starfleet and the Klingons both have sent diplomats to stay here at the flotilla. Talk to them if you have any questions. Then speak to me when you are ready to make your choice. Time is short. What do you need of me? This final choice must be yours, but I know you will honor Tamer and serve our people well, no matter where you decide to go. So what is it to be then? The Klingons or the Federation? Time is short. What do you need of me? Tamer was a great man. He touched so many lives among the survivors, and I know he thought very highly of you. I can think of no better way to honor his commitment and sacrifice than by continuing to serve the Romulan people. On to business. The flotilla will be working on beginning settlement of Dewa 3, or what we're calling New Romulus. Good luck out there. Time is...
Congratulations, Centurion.
Time is short. What do you need of me? Greetings. I am taking over as your liaison with the Romulan Republic since Tamer is no longer with us. You have proven yourself and earned the respect of your fellow Romulans. A contact from our new allies would like to speak with you. Return to the flotilla. Time is short. What do you need? Time is short. What do you need of me? I'm glad that you're settled into your new ship, as we can't waste any time. We've received word that the miners on Beta Thoradar have spotted Nausicaan pirates near their system. The pirates haven't bothered to attack the mining installation, but it's only a matter of time, and they're likely to go after freighter traffic in the area. Beta Thoradar is an unremarkable system, but there's a small Republic colony there that mines heavy metals necessary for ship construction. I need you to take your new ship to the Beta Thoradar system and patrol the area. Just let everyone know that the Republic is watching.
Could this be something that was done intentionally? Could this be a real problem?
She gave me an ultimatum. You gotta get rid of this. You really wanted to have both, and that's just not how it works.
You got two individuals who, while professing to want to job, I've got two I think they were willing to take the lives of one human being to be good.
That's the ultimate betrayal.
Away from my knees.
Our satellites have picked up several Nausicaan ships in and
I'm
near the
waiting for
system.
my knees to
They
stop.
seem to be pirates, bent on harassing freighters. I'm concerned
If
about
we're
the
gonna let
possibility
me
of the
go
pirates
anywhere.
deciding to beam down
Lovely.
and ransack our home. The planets in this system are not particularly habitable, so we're limited to several small underground facilities. It wouldn't be hard for them to send a contingent of troops and take control of our mining operation. Obviously, if this keeps up, we won't have any trade, which will force us to close down this operation and evacuate.
Both of them. Oh boy.
Huh? Yeah, I don't think so.
To any ship in range, this is the freighter Xylem. We've taken heavy damage from Nausicaan pirates. We need immediate assistance. Repeat, we need immediate assistance.
Thank you once more for your policing efforts. It'll be a while before we see trouble here again. Speaking of trouble, I thought you might wish to know that freighter, the Xylem, came by to trade for supplies. They claimed to be carrying mostly perishable collectibles and trinkets, but their holds had no refrigeration system and registered a great many compact power signatures.
The other night I had a couple. Why? Maybe.
You have to dig.
Yep, I got to dig.
The freighter manifest indicated that they had recently come from the Chaltok system. There's a small Iridian colony there. You might be able to find answers.
Oh!
A dilapidated one?
Yeah. See?
Yeah, looks like it's kind of squished in the middle.
You think? Hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she says I'm walking away on that one, guys.
Odd. None of the colonies in contact with the Republic should be involved in weapons dealing. I will make a few inquiries. You may want to take your new ship over to the Chaltok system in case we need additional investigating done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time is congratulations, Citori.
You think?
Uh-huh.
Jim's like, oh my god, my girlfriend's lost in marbles. I'm still trying. They went down the sewer. I told Mom that this morning. My marbles went down the sewer.
Okay.
Oh.
Greetings. I have a new mission for you on behalf of the Republic. We have traced the Iridian freighter you rescued back to the Chaltok system. Years ago, the Chaltok system held a Romulan research facility studying polaric energy. It was nearly destroyed in a polaric energy explosion. Since then, a colony of Iridians has settled on the planet. Recently, it has become a hotbed of strife. This isn't the first incident we've had with the colony, and we suspect weapons smuggling is occurring. We have heard rumors of one weapons dealer in particular on Chaltok, a Riemann. We'd like to make sure that none of the weapons there are going to be turned against New Romulus. We need you to travel to the Chaltok system and investigate these allegations.
Huh? I said the freezer works off.
Time is short.
It's not ready to die yet. Freezer's paying for itself.
It's done that time and time again.
What?
Paid for itself.
Yep.
What's the point of buying a measuring cup when you can just do this and not have to wash a measuring cup ever again in your life? It's perfect.
Very common for someone to use two different weapons on a victim, and therefore in this case it at least led us to believe that we had two perpetrators instead of just one person doing it. As
bodies removed for autopsy. Investigators continue to process the rest of the body for clues.
Inappropriately, we found her cell phone. In modern day investigations, cell phones are everywhere. We all live with our cell phones. We all use our cell phones. If you want to know anything about someone, you can pretty much figure it out with your cell phone.
Next, investigators make their way downstairs, where Kelly's 19-year-old daughter, Katie Graham, helps them to identify additional clues.
You go into the living room, which the front door opens up into, and there's areas that looks a bit chaotic. Over in the corner, there is obvious disturbance where surveillance equipment was pulled out. It just looked like it could drop down and spring on the floor.
Nothing else appears to have been stolen, so investigators dismiss robbery as a likely motive.
What was interesting about this crime scene was you didn't see entry being made through a broken door, broken window. It looked like it was someone who had been invited in. There were used plates and utensils on the counter.
That was unusual. My mom was very OCD. Everything like being under is clean, clean, clean. She didn't like anything neat, dirty.
Katie quickly points out another inconsistency.
Jerry Williams developed a very prolific look at the finger matching back there as well. There's very consistent.
My mom didn't smoke cigarettes either, so that was another she would not be able to cigarettes and, fall down all throughout her backyard.
It looked like people have accident out there after a murder. That tells you the lack of conscience they have, the lack of respect for life as a whole that they have. Those are obviously important pieces of evidence for us to try to collect and also get captured and put in the case.
The following day, the Collin County Medical Examiner was making special to recover more evidence.
Scrapings were taken from underneath Kelly's fingernails, and that was preserved and passed forward for DNA.
Based on the rigor mortis, the window of death was somewhere in the late evening of September 16th to the very early morning hours of September 17th.
After the autopsy, investigators conducted extended interview with Katie Graham.
Any good murder investigation is going to leave no stone unturned, and if you start off without looking at every one of the suspects, then you do a disservice to the case.
They sat Katie down, questioned her, checking for an alibi for her. Katie more than believing that were crimes, but I talked to her often, and we were in a good place. I had just called her the Friday before to tell her that I was going to be looking for a new job. She was talking me through it and supporting me. So when I didn't hear from her for a couple of days, I just finally went over there.
They asked to look at her cell phone and communications with our victim, and she willingly complied.
They immediately started looking at her phone and saw that Katie had tried to get in touch with her mom more than once on the days of September 15th and September 16th, which was the Friday and Saturday before she was deceased.
Police asked Katie for a detailed account of her whereabouts over the past few days.
Katie had been living with a family close by down in her parents. Katie also had a boyfriend at the time, and so the Rangers did every follow-up that they needed to. The Rangers asked the city that camera sources to see if they could find a matching photograph.
Okay, was that outside?
Yep. Sound like fireworks.
Why? No, it sounded like a gunshot.
It did it?
Yes, it did.
Well, sound more like a firecrackers to me.
At the beginning, I did feel that they were a little too close to home. They asked a little too many questions, and it did raise a little bit of worry. I would never do this. Just to make sure that they found the right people, that they weren't focused on wrong people.
Then select the new ability from the available list. To learn the new ability, a bridge officer must hold the appropriate rank, and then select the new ability from the available list. To learn the new ability, a bridge officer must hold the appropriate. Then select the new ability from the available list. To learn the new ability, a bridge officer must hold the appropriate rank, and you must obtain a training manual for that ability.
Yes, Spidey, that was me.
He looked at me, didn't he?
No, he looked at my butt.
Mm. You know, he looked at you.
Yeah. Did a big dash for her today. Oh yeah. Oh boy, did they ever. Went all over her. Ah. Everything pink. Ah.
He says that after his breakup with his wife Tiffany and the divorce, he was thinking of lonely.
Another refugee of Romulus. Welcome. I am the leader of this small band. You may call me Lortrix. I assume you were behind destroying those Erogen ships around the planet. We're all very thankful for that. The Erogen have been bothering us for quite some time. I would hate to think what would have happened if you didn't arrive when you did. We mainly supply merchant ships with various minerals, and we have a small ore refining operation. It's not much, but it keeps us alive. The Erogen have been harassing us for quite some time, unfortunately. They want to use our facility to manufacture weapons. You and I both know what will come of that. And no one here wants to get involved in someone else's war. You understand, don't you? That is a relief. Look, why don't I show you around our colony, just to relieve any lingering doubts? I would love to establish a better relationship with you and the Romulan Republic. I hoped our location would allow us to remain neutral, but it doesn't seem like that is possible anymore, does it? Talking to my chief engineer would be a good place for you to start. Talking to my chief engineer would be a good place for you to start.
Hello. I'm the chief engineer around here. This colony is barely holding together. At night I can hear the creaks and sparks of instruments as they crack in the cold. We need supplies. Solid, heavy-duty Empire supplies. Our replicator is barely working, and the heat systems are spotty at best. All of our energy goes toward keeping our mining equipment up to date. Still, much rather be here than out there in the war, and I do hope you're here to ensure it stays that way.
It's okay. You don't have to keep asking. I appreciate your help on Gasco and the Suliban Helix, but Rinna is gone. I need to accept that and move on. How far have we gone, only to find no sign of her? Yet it'd be better if I just learned to live with the loss, instead of chasing a foolish dream. Let's keep moving.
What do you want? I'm not bothering anyone, I swear. I'm sorry. Look, they told me to send a message when you were done scanning the cargo. I don't know anything. I don't know why they told me that. All I know is that I see people using the consoles nearby. That's it.
Excuse me.
Unlock failed. Unlock failed.
He didn't really have a good explanation for that. You could hold that every day.
Trapped in the warehouse.
Excellent. Activate the transport inhibitors to stop them from being out.
Very well. Do you have any further orders?
Just stay out of our way while we subdue the prey.
What you doing, Tammy?
Reading.
Oh, they're letting you read, are they?
Yeah. I read it right now.
He provided a lot of appeal in 2012 the morning of Kelly's murder.
Robert Buell was the kind of person who, while he was more than willing to commit murder, didn't want to do it alone. And he brought his
You're good. Very good. But do you think this will change anything? I spit on you and the Republic. Traitors to your own people. To die like this. You terrorists. You care nothing for the common people. The Tal Shiar, they protect us, make us stronger. You either choose a side or you die. Surrounded by the dogs of war. Supported by no one. Even in death, I stand by my choice. Leave me to die.
The glory of battle. I am lucky to be assigned to you. You know the joy of a good fight. Finish your business here. I will be patrolling for any stragglers.
The driving force behind the murder was Katie Robinson. Constant connection.
When you tripped our monitoring program, the Star Empire sent me to investigate. Our intel said you were part of the terrorist cell on Veronot, but your actions here suggest otherwise. I'm here to make you an offer. Renounce your terrorist allies and come with me and fight for the glory of the Romulan Star Empire. I am authorized to grant you amnesty for your past crimes if you agree to serve the Empire again. If you agree, we would like you to remain within Titan's terrorist cell for the time being. He trusts you. The intel you could gather would be very valuable. The Empire rewards its loyal children well, but it also punishes its enemies. Consider your decision carefully.
Charva. You can't trust her. I know her too well for that. We grew up together. I was her friend. But that's all over. It ended the day she joined the Tal Shiar.
Tovan Kev is with you. I should have known. You're one of us, a child of a lost world. The Tal Shiar keeps a close eye on this colony. When you started poking around in the weapons facility on Chaltok, you tripped one of our security programs. You saw what happened to Lortrix. He sacrificed his heritage, his life, for what? To take orders from the Hirogen? I can't begin to fathom that, throwing away everything in exchange for something so small. I'm here to make sure you do not do the same. You don't understand yet, but you will. The Romulan Republic is a terrorist organization. Titan and his followers are inciting Romulans and Remans to take up arms against the legitimate government of the Romulan Star Empire. Think about it. The military and the Tal Shiar are the only means of guaranteeing security for those of us who survived the destruction. The military has the ships and the manpower. The Tal Shiar has the information and the intelligence network. This new homeworld Titan wants is an illusion. Why start over in contested space near the Federation and the Klingon Empire? Why would Titan choose a system in such a turbulent and dangerous area, unless he knew he could guarantee they wouldn't risk attacking him? He certainly isn't going to do that with pretty words. Titan may have you fooled, but don't just take my word for it. See for yourself. Why do you think that Chaltok is shipping weapons? And they're not the only colony world involved in those kinds of operations. You think that this sort of business wasn't going on elsewhere? Perhaps even on Veronot, right under your nose. Titan's only showing you what he wants you to see. I can show you the things that the Republic is trying to hide. Believe me, or don't. You don't have to trust me. Just trust the evidence. When you are ready to learn more, I'll be ready to show you. It's true. The Tal Shiar has employed Hirogen contractors from time to time for certain tasks. But the Hirogen are the Empress's allies, not her slaves. They are free to do what they wish.
There's a lot I have to say about Charva. As you may have guessed, we used to be quite close. There's a lot of history between us, but all that's really important is that we went separate ways. She thought that the Tal Shiar could ensure security for our people, and I didn't. It's just bringing up a lot of old feelings.
Your findings are distressing. I'll pass this along to Republic Command. As for Charva, I think the best course of action right now is to wait for her next move. If she's really desperate to make her case, she'll contact you again. If she does, keep me informed. Nadell out.
Time is short. Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
Everyone cheered for them because they basically helped
I know you weren't involved personally, but Datan was using your colony, among others, as part of his terrorist network. I have seen Tal Shiar documents saying that Viranot was a prime site for weapons development. If so, that is probably why it was attacked. You're still grieving over the loss of your home, the deaths of your friends. I know what that's like. Now you need to go back there and find the proof, so you'll know the true nature of the man you're working for.
He opens the door. Immediately sends the body. Takes a look at the floor and his pile of laundry. Looks like sheets. And he sees a bitter shoulder. Reaches down, checks for signs of life. Having retreats and investigation. Coming out. As investigators do temporary identical control, honestly and secrets come to light. He said after the story, email saying, careful what you wish for, you get what you expect. It's always interesting when someone can say very openly how much they don't like the disease. In Aspen, Colorado, the investigators believe they have just found the body of 57-year-old socialite Nancy Pfister inside her bedroom closet.
The body was completely wrapped in rubber, so that protective balloon with plastic body with seat-lock head was moving. So at that point, I'm pretty sure it's
That trash bag around the head ended up concealing the exit on the head. That was unfortunately the head. But something about the crime scene doesn't add up for investigators. There was a smear of floral letters on the headboard of the bed, master bedroom. There was droplets of blood spraying along the bedroom wall, but not substantial amounts of blood remains along penetrated by the visitor.
As detectives take a closer look at Nancy's bed, they make a telling discovery.
There was a very sizable amount of blood. It's only under the mattress. So we know that criminals took time and they worked to conceal
Investigators believe Nancy had been attacked while she slept. As they continue to process the scene, they find no evidence to suggest a murder.
They weren't seeing a ransacked bedroom where somebody was going through bars, dumping bars, looking for jewelry, things like that. There was no evidence of that.
While Nancy Pfister's body was transported to the mental examiner's office for autopsy, investigators
Good stuff, buddy.
Lots of this came from the food table.
Yeah. Is it good stuff, buddy? Let me think on it and get back to you.
They asked her to walk them through the crime scene and how she came to find Nancy alive. She tells them the answer is yes. It's very
She had to go over to the house, check on the dog, and she knew the evidence was completely studied there.
When it happened, she noticed the dog had been dead and was going to the bathroom inside Nancy's house.
Always something's wrong. She goes upstairs and she sees what looks like bloodstains on the bed. She looks through the closet and she noticed that the key that she had left in it was gone.
She went and grabbed the spare set of keys to Nancy's house and she unlocked the door. And at that point, she says she saw a figure in the corner wrapped in garden leaves. So closer, it seems that it's a fact.
That's when it happened. She believes she knows who killed her best friend. For the next 30 years, Trey's career and their fortunes continued to rise. Finally, the chief sociologist at St. Joseph's Hospital in Denver, which is another quite a hospital. They were living in a suburb of Denver, living in quite outhouse, very large house. But things took a turn for the worse when Trey's health began to deteriorate in his early 60s, and he was diagnosed with a degenerative nerve condition called overreactive disease. He was not able to stand very long and had to use a wheelchair at other times. And hardly walking. I don't know how he was functioning. He was in so much pain. He was so sick.
Your active traits are passive bonuses that make you more effective. New traits are earned.
Being a nurse, she could do Botox, she could do treatments that were expensive, so there would be an opportunity to make a little money. So he had this idea to go to Aspen. He knew that that's where the money was, and that's where they wanted to start his father's
8 chapters.
Oh. I started at chapter 1. Oh. There's only 8 chapters in that book?
No.
Oh.
Or you read 8 chapters.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's over 100 chapters.
Ah.
Must be small ones.
They are.
Very long. 2 or 3 pages long.
Well, that shoots the sand out of the water, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does.
There's a couple of chapters in that book, isn't it? Like, darn near 100 pages.
I don't even want to go that far.
Well, you'd probably never finish that book.
No, I probably would, but it'd take me forever and a day.
Yeah.
With the way my eyes are lately.
Uh-huh.
Or just listen to my audiobook of it. Might have to literally use my phone, mind you, for that, but...
That's alright. I could probably get it on audio at the library.
Maybe. I think I know years ago I tried, but they didn't have it.
Yeah.
But I don't know about now. Maybe.
Now.
Yeah, they might.
It won't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Did you see the issue I have?
Yeah.
What is the problem I have?
I think he's trying to push you off the couch.
Uh-huh. Yep.
You're supposed to share the couch, Chico.
Yeah.
Not in his case.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to think he doesn't have to.
What's that?
Seems to think he don't have to.
Yeah. Oh, ow. Oh. Ow. Ow.
Okay, he must have read my mind. I was about to ask.
You got a mind? I didn't know I had one.
It checks in every now and again. Never stays long.
Checks in and checks out, eh?
Yeah.
And it doesn't bounce.
Right.
Yeah.
Mom thought that was good. I couldn't resist.
typically a couple of Nancy and Mr. They became fast friends, but once the Stylers signed the lease on her house, the relationship quickly changed in 2008. And for 2 days, she was good until she got her number. And the deal was I had to stay on her. Then she treated me like a baby.
Nancy Pfister would say things like, "Scream, my champagne darling," or "Rub my feet, darling," or "Rub my neck, darling." And she would say this to both Nancy Tyler and Trey Styler. And Nancy Tyler also said that Nancy Pfister would walk around the house nude in front of her husband, and that didn't sit well. So Trey Styler told his wife, "Just be patient, she's going to be leaving in a few weeks, and put up with her for a little bit longer." But you could tell it was getting to Nancy Styler.
She was very forthcoming in her dislike for Nancy Pfister. Now, she didn't tell her that it didn't kill her. But it's always interesting when law enforcement talks to someone and that someone is saying very openly how much they don't like the deceased.
And detectives pressed Nancy Styler about their whereabouts the past month. She claimed she and her husband hadn't seen Nancy Pfister since she returned from Australia.
Nancy Styler said that the last time they came to Nancy Pfister's house was to move their lawn because they didn't want to see Nancy Pfister when she returned from the trip. Once Nancy returned from the trip, they didn't have access to the house, so they couldn't have business with Nancy Pfister.
Her interrogation continued. Trey Styler echoed his wife's alibi.
I understand. But you're a young man, and the situation I have trouble.
Mr. Styler had run into some severe difficulties in his life, career-wise, financially. Nancy brought him with Western They ended up in pretty dire finances, and at a time that people in their life were canceled. Sensing their suspicions, Trey briefly pointed out his trouble to police. He had to leave his medical profession because he could no longer physically meet the demands of his job operating room by standing. By this point, law enforcement knows whoever this killer was, it was the big, bulky, they're seeking their incident drink comparisons back in there in the apartment building. So, no evidence that he committed any type of crime. There was a reason they go back to the hotel room where they said there's evidence that watched that room.
Somebody want you?
No.
Oh.
He just went there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because he looks like he was nice and comfy.
Tire?
Nope.
Another podcast.
The gentleman that checked out that immediately knew he had come across something horrendous wrong with the house. When investigators arrived, they collect several more found with evidence.
A document that was of extreme interest that was found in the trash bag was a vehicle registration belonging to William Trey Styler and his vehicle. Evidence was found in
This is Audible.
This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
It looks like we're not the only ones visiting. All this debris has attracted Nausicaan scavengers. Recommend that we clear the area of these pirates while searching for any traces of weapon signatures in the wreckage. I don't want any pirates disturbing the remains of the ships where our friends died. I've marked the most complete wrecks with nav beacons. They're mostly transports and freighters, which will be our best bet to find any weapons caches being stored or moved in the system. If this story Charva's telling isn't a complete Tal Shiar fabrication, that is. Let's prove her wrong.
Francis Sternhagen. The Mist. Read by Will Patton.
You alright?
Yeah.
Not playing your DS?
Not right now.
Not even its hem fluttered. The heat was like a solid thing. It seemed as deep drone dragged. The evergreens over there looked dusty and beaten. In the west, great purple thunderheads were swirling acid, lightning flashed inside. Next door, Britt Norton's radio, tuned to that classical music station that broadcast from the top of Mount Washington, sent out a loud bray of static each time the lightning flashed. Norton was a lawyer from New Jersey, and his place on Longwood was only a summer cottage with no furnace or insulation. 2 years before, we had a boundary dispute that finally wound up in county court. I won. Norton claimed I won because he was an out-of-towner. There was no love lost between us. Steph sighed and fanned the top of her breasts with the edge of her halter. I doubted if it cooled her off much, but it improved the view a lot. I don't want to scare you, I said. There's a bad storm on the way. She looked at me doubtfully. There were thunderheads last night, the night before. They just broke up. They won't do that tonight. No. If it gets bad enough, we'll do it next time. About 2:50. My dad was the first to do a year-round home on this side of the night. When he was hardly more than a kid, he and his brothers put up a summer place where the house now stood. And in 1938, a summer storm knocked it flat, stone walls and all. Only the boathouse. It's never.
We didn't find anything unusual on these ships, and I knew we wouldn't.
Because he was all
I want
sweated
to
up.
believe her, but
I ruffled his hair and gave
she's
him
not the person I knew.
more work for the
She's
dust.
tall Shi'ar.
The
Still,
thunderheads were getting closer.
I am picking up some strange energy readings from the surface of the
There was
planet.
no doubt now that a storm
Perhaps we should continue our search there.
Norton had turned off his radio. Billy sat between his mother and me, watching the sky, fascinated. Thunder boomed, rolling slowly across the lake and then echoing back again. The clouds twisted into blue, now black, now purple, now veined, now black again. They gradually overspread the lake, and I could see a delicate call of rain extending down. It was still a distance
You're
away.
one of them, aren't you?
As we watched,
We've been looking
it was
all
probably
over
raining
this
on
place for
bolsters,
evidence of your
rocks,
terrorist
maybe
plots.
even Norway.
And here you are, showing up to dispose of the evidence we're here to find. I'm placing you under arrest. I don't want to resort to violence, but if you resist, I'll be forced to take action.
And then singing the fruit. That was when I saw the silver veil rolling across the lake. It blotted out Harrison in seconds and then came straight. Billy stood up in his chair, which was a miniature replica of Arthur's chairs, complete with his name printed on the back. Daddy, look! Let's go in, I said. I stood up and put my arm around his shoulders. But do you see it? Dad, what is it? A water cyclone. Let's go in. Steph threw a quick startled glance at my face and then said, "Come on, Billy, do what your father said." We went in through the sliding glass door. I stood the door shut. The silver veil was it had resolved into a crazily spinning teacup between the lowering black sky and the surface of the water, which had gone the color of red, streaked with white foam. The lake looked eerily like the ocean, with high waves rolling in and sending spume up from the docks and breakwaters. Out in the middle, big whitecaps were tossing their heads back and forth. Watching the riverside was it was nearly on top of us when lightning flashed so brightly that it printed everything on my eyes in negative. The telephone gave out a startled ting, and I turned to see my wife and son standing directly in front of the One of those terrible visions came to me. I think they are reserved exclusively for husbands and fathers. Of the picture window, blowing in with a low, hard coughing sound, and sending jagged arrows of glass into my wife's bare stomach, into my boy's face and neck. The horrors of the Inquisition are nothing compared to the fates your mind can imagine for your loved ones. I grabbed them both hard and jerked them away. "What the hell are you doing? Get away from there!" Steph gave me a startled glance. Billy only looked at me as if he had been I led them into the kitchen and hit the light switch. The phone. It was as if the house had taken me. It was a high, breathless whistle, sometimes deepened into a bass roar before glissanding into a whooping scream. "Go downstairs," I told Steph, and now I had to shout to make myself heard. Directly over the house, thunder whacked mammoth planks together and Billy shrank against my leg. "You come too," Steph yelled back. I nodded and made shooing gestures. I had to pry Billy off my leg. "Go with your mother. I want to get some candles in case the lights go off." Open cabinets. Candles are funny things, you know. You lay them by every spring, knowing that a summer storm may knock out the power, and when the time comes, they hide. I was pawing
They'll
through the
pay
fourth
for what they have done to our
past the
colony.
half-ounce of grass
I remember
Steph and
that
I bought
painting.
4 years ago, and it's still
We should
not
take it with
smoking
us
yet.
as a reminder of
Past
home.
Billy's wind-up set of chattering teeth from the Auburn novelty shop, past the drifts of photos Steffi kept forgetting to glue in our album. I looked under
Vex's
his
old
Sears
helmet
catalog and behind a Cupid
reminds
doll
me of
from
better
Taiwan
times.
that I had won at the Freiburg Fair, knocking over wooden milk bottles with tennis balls. And
water cyclone had either passed us or broken up when it reached the shoreline, but I still couldn't see 20 yards out onto the lake. The water was in complete turmoil. I saw someone's dock, the Jasser's Navy, hurried by with its main supports alternately turned up to the sky and buried in the churning water. Billy ran to me and we sat in the guest room down the hall from my little studio and looked at each other's faces in the flickering yellow glow and listened to the storm roar and bash at our house. About 20 minutes later, we heard a ripping, rending crash as one of the big pines went down nearby. Then there was a lull. Is it over? Steph asked. Maybe. I said. We went upstairs, each of us carrying a candy like monks going to vespers. Billy carried his proudly and carried it was fun to see what damage it was past Billy's bedtime. The leader of us suggested. We sat in the big listened to the wind. For 3 weeks, the temperature was over. And on 6 of those 21 days, the National Weather Service Station at Portland Jetport reported temperatures of over 100 degrees. Queer. Coupled with the gloom and rustle that had come through and the late spring sun fever back like that old chestnut about long-range results of the 50s, 80s. The second floor wasn't so hard, but we heard the crash of rubber trees beaten by the first house. As the wind began to die down again, one thudded heavily on the roof like a fist fought in a coffin. Billy jumped and looked apprehensively up. "It'll hold, Jim," I said. Billy smiled marvelously. Around 10 o'clock, the last squall came. It was bad. The wind howled almost as loudly as it had the first time, and the lightning seemed to be flashing all around us. More trees fell, and there was a splintering crash down by the water that made Steph utter a low cry. Billy had gone to sleep on her lap. "David, what was that?" "I think it was the boathouse." "Oh, Jesus. Steffi, I want us to go downstairs again." I took Billy in my arms and stood up. Steph's eyes were big and frightened. "David, are we going to be all right?" "Yes." "Really?" "Yes." We went downstairs. 10 minutes later, as the final squall peaked, there was a splintering crash from upstairs.
You're the terrorist. I allied with the Federation because they promised me the opportunity to find people like you, people willing to hurt innocent civilians, and give you the justice you deserve. You're no better than the Tal Shar. I will restore our people's nobility, no matter what it takes.
"That doesn't make it any better," she said in an upset, scolding voice. "Your mother's dresser. Our new sofa.
Of course you are. My teams didn't find the weapons that were here, but this colony has been empty for weeks. You had ample time to hide them or move them to another location off-world, but there's no evidence that they weren't here. And in the absence of evidence, I go with my instincts. They tell me that people like you hid weapons here, and those weapons got people killed. Innocents, civilians, people who should have been living in peace. This ends now. You won't get a chance to hurt anyone else."
I went back upstairs, leaving Steph and Billy in the bag. The sliding glass door had held, but where the picture window had been, there was now a jacket fold It was the top of the only tree that stood by the outside basement access for as long as I could remember. Looking at its top, now visible in my area, I could understand where Steph had been by saying that she didn't make it any better. It had been a hard container of many rooms, Big chunks of grass and rug reflecting on I reminded myself to warn they would want to wear their slippers again. Both of them left the I went downstairs again. All three of us slept together in the guest room. Billy between Steph and me.
Enough! I yield!
Saw a guy
Do with me what you will.
A guy so gentle.
What? Surprising words coming from a terrorist.
Jesse's going to be very soon.
In the train, I could hear the wind.
That makes a surprising amount of sense. A contact that I thought I could trust told me there was evidence of terrorism and weapons manufacturing here. I'm guessing you were told the same thing. Neither of us found anything, except one another. We were sent here to die.
That's Jeff. Jess, what are you doing? On the counter. As usual. Yep.
2. After the storm. Norton.
I'm gonna come and smush you.
Jeepers, Billy said. He was standing by the fence that separates our property from Norton's and looking down our driveway. The driveway runs 1/4 of a mile to a camp road, which in its turn runs about 3/4 of a mile to a stretch of 2-lane blacktop called Kansas Road. From Kansas Road, you can go anywhere you want, as long as it's bridged. I saw what Billy was looking at, and my heart went cold. Don't go any closer, champ. Right there is close enough. Billy didn't argue. The morning was bright and as clear as a bell. The sky, which had been a mushy, hazy color during the heat wave, had regained a deep, crisp
I agree.
that was nearly autumnal.
Whoever set up this little charade is probably lying in wait to eliminate the survivor of our battle.
Not far from where
Won't they
Billy
be
was
surprised when
there
we
was a
join
steady
forces?
hissing noise.
I'll
From
return
the
to my ship
grass, there
immediately.
was what you
Join
might
me
at
in
first
orbit,
have
and
taken
we
for
can
a
finish
writhing
this.
bundle of snakes. The power lines leading to our house had fallen in an untidy tangle about 20 feet away and lay in a burned patch of grass. They were twisting lazily and spinning. If the trees and grass hadn't been so completely damped down by the torrential rains, the house might have gone up. As it was, there was only that black patch where the wires had touched directly. Could that electrocuted person, Daddy? Yeah, it could. What are we going to do about it? Nothing. Wait for the CMP. When will they come? I don't know. 5-year-olds. I imagine they're pretty busy this morning. Want to take a walk up to the end of the driveway with me? He started.
Enemy ship on sensors.
Stopped, eyeing the wires nervously. One of them.
How disappointing to see you alive. I am Commander Talon of the IRW Ishay. You seem to have a talent for sniffing out Tal Shiar.
Watch the ground, not you, Billy.
I thought sending another Romulan Republic terrorist to take you out would take care of 2 problems at once. I was mistaken. Perhaps this is for the best. Now I can take both your bodies back to Colonel Hakim.
4 different places. One of them small.
I'm sure he will reward me for finally eliminating you.
Moss was crusted onto it like a mold.
I don't enjoy being played for a fool. I'm here to back you up. Let's show this Tal Shar scum what real Romulans are made of.
Walked up to the camp road, tossing the smaller branches off into the woods.
impressed me.
The unpleasant song of the chainsaw went down lake.
I am impressed by your quick thinking. You would have made an excellent Starfleet officer. I wish you had chosen to work with the Federation instead of the Klingon Empire. Regardless, I am glad we can both serve the greater good of the Romulan Republic.
Well, I got the glass cleaned up, but you're going to have to do something about that tree, Dave. We can't have a tree in the living room. No. We looked at each other in the morning
I
sunlight.
picked up a transmission from an attack group in this direction. It sounded like you must have uncovered something significant enough to warrant an armed response. What did you find?
Tearing around the corner of the house just then. Daddy, you ought to see the... Steffi saw the live wires and screamed for him to watch out. Billy, who was a good distance away from them, pulled up short and stared at his mother as if she had gone mad.
That can't be.
He said in the careful tone of voice you used to placate the very old and scared.
Are you suggesting I had something to do with it? Why would I? I have nothing to gain. I want you to join us. All of our intelligence reports said there would be weapons, or at least residual traces of weapon stores here. I swear it. Someone must have gotten to it before you and moved it. Covered it up somehow.
Oh, come on,
Did
Mom,
you tell anyone you were coming here?
He was almost bug-eyed with excitement and disappointment. He'd gotten a taste of post-storm apocalypse and wanted to share it. You go in right now. Those wires are...
I know my information didn't turn out like we expected this time. But is Tovan still looking for his sister? I might be able to locate Rena. If the Tal Shiar has any information on her whereabouts, I'll pass it on to you. That should show you I can be trusted. I just need to make my report before anyone gets suspicious. After that, I'll be in touch.
One word. Wow. As he spotted some other piece of destruction. He knows about the wires, Steffi. I took her gently by the shoulders. He's scared of them. That's good. Makes her safe. One tear dried down the cheek. David, I'm scared. Come on. It's over.
Excellent work. I'm not surprised that you did not find any weapons on Virenot. While the Romulan Republic has contacts with most of the colony worlds, we're not using them to fight a war. We're encouraging them to see the truth and join our cause. Nonetheless, you must continue to humor Charva to have any chance of winning her to our side. I doubt this will be the last you hear from her. Keep me apprised of developments.
With gold-ringed eyes spread their wings forever.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Stuffed raccoons stood in a trio around a stream that was a long fragment of dusty mirror, and one moth-eaten wolf, which was foaming sawdust instead of saliva around his muzzle, snarled a creepy, eternal snarl. Mrs. Carmody claimed the wolf was shot by her father as it came to drink from Stevens Brook one September afternoon in 1901.
Greetings. Given what you've discovered at Chaltok and Virenot, we need to widen our investigation. Republic ships have gone missing, and we can't afford these sort of losses. We need you to look into this problem. Head to the Beta Quadrant. One of our ships went missing near the Mempa system, and we want you to find out what happened.
She had found Steph's vulnerable spot, a mental Achilles heel. Nor was Steph the only.
While I appreciate the personal nature of your attempt to find Rena Kev, you need to focus on the big picture. Our fledgling republic needs to establish its legitimacy as a political body, fend off attacks and intrigue by the Tal Shiar and other external threats, and stabilize its claims on New Romulus. Right now, we need you to pursue this investigation. Our fleet is not particularly large, and we cannot afford to have any ships go missing. We need you to find out what's happening to them. Don't worry, this isn't the old empire where one person's welfare is put by the wayside for the good of the state. We'll keep looking for information about Rena. The best thing you can do is help the Republic to survive, so we can devote more resources to missions of a more personal nature.
Lakes will eventually turn as black as a rotted tooth. It's rare.
Time is short.
A once-in-a-century occurrence. They like to pass it around. But I doubt that many could pass it around with as much conviction as Mrs. Carmody. We had a hard winter and a late spring, I said. Now we're having a hot summer. And we had a storm, but it's over. You're not acting yourself, Stephanie. That wasn't an ordinary storm, she said in that same husky voice. No, I said, I'll go
I had heard the Black Spring story from Bill Giasti, owned and operated after a fashion. Giasti is mobile, Casco Village. Bill ran the place with his 3 tosspot sons, with occasional help from his 4 tosspot grandsons, when they could take time off from tinkering with their snowmobiles and dirt bikes. Bill was 70, looked 80, and could still drink like 23 when the mood was on him. Billy and I had taken the Scout in for a fill-up the day after a surprise mid-May storm dropped nearly a foot of wet, heavy snow on the region, covering the new grass and flowers. Giasti had been in his cups for fair, and happy to pass along the Black Spring story along with his own original twist. But we get snow in May sometimes. It comes and it's gone 2 days later. Snow. Steph was glancing doubtfully at the downed wires again. When will the power company come? Just as soon as they can. It won't be long. I just don't want you to worry about Billy. His head's on pretty straight. He forgets to pick up his clothes, but he isn't going to go and step on a bunch of live lines. He's got a good, healthy dose of self-interest. I touched a corner of her mouth, and it obliged by turning up at the beginning of the smile. Better. You always make him sick, she said, and that made me feel good. From the lakeside of the house, Billy was yelling for us to come and see. Come on, I said. Let's go look at the damage. She snorted ruefully. If I want to look at damage, I can go sit in my living room. Make a little kid happy. We walked down the stone steps hand in hand. We just reached the first turn when Billy came from the other direction at speed, almost knocking us over. Take it easy, Steph said, frowning. Maybe in her mind she was seeing him skidding into that deadly nest of live wires instead of the 2 of us. You gotta come see, Billy panted. The boathouse is all bashed. There's a dock on the rocks and trees in the boat cove. Jesus Christ! Billy, Drayton, Steph thundered. Sorry, Mark, but you gotta... Wow! He was gone again. Having spoken, the doomsayer departs, I said, and that made Steph giggle. Listen, after I cut up those trees across the driveway, I'll go by the Central Power Office on Warden Road to what we got, okay? Okay, she said gratefully. When do you think you can go? Except for the big tree, the one with the moldy corset of moss, it would have been an hour's work. If the big one had it in, I didn't think the job would be done until 11 or so. I'll give you lunch here then. But you'll have to get some things at the market.
Bless you, but thank you.
We're almost out of milk and butter. Also, well, I'll have to make you a list. Kid pulled out his aster and she turned squirrel. I gave her a hug and nodded. We went on around the house. I didn't take more than a glance to understand why Billy had been a little
We've arrived at the source of the distress signal. Scanning the area now.
Steph said in a faint voice. From where we stood,
the ship is badly damaged, but there's no clear relationship between the distortion and the ship. I ran a comparison to the anomalies we scanned previously in the Kittimer system. While they appear similar at first look, the spike in tetrions is different from what we've seen before. Sir, there's no sign of a Republic vessel in the area. Whatever happened here is unfortunate, but I recommend we continue our search elsewhere. It may look suspicious if we linger.
100 feet of tree, the old pine's top half, lay partly submerged in our shallow cove. It occurred to me that we were very lucky our little star cruiser wasn't sunk underneath it. The week before, it had developed engine trouble and was still at the Naples Marina, patiently waiting its turn. On the other side of our little piece of shorefront, the boathouse my father had built. The boathouse that had once housed a 60-foot Chris craft with the Drayton family fortune had been at a higher mark than they were today, lay under another big tree. It was the one that had stood on Norton's side of the property lines. That raised the first flush of anger.
Hold the up button to activate and deactivate full impulse.
Now it was 3/4 of the way down. Our boathouse was propping it up. The roof had taken on a drunken sway-backed look. The wind had swirled shingles from the hole the tree had made all over the cold land the boathouse stood on. Billy's description, bashed, was as good as any. That's Norton's tree, Steph said, and she said it with such hurt indignation that I had to smile in spite of the pain I felt. The flagpole was lying in the water, and old Gory floated sobbingly beside it in a tangle of lanterns.
Cardassians use a recursive encryption algorithm to protect their data from unauthorized access. We'd have to be on their bridge to tap into their systems.
Washed up on the stones. It was painted in jaunty blue and yellow stripes.
We have no idea what happened to the ship. We could be putting ourselves at risk for the sake of curiosity. I recommend we leave and continue our search elsewhere.
Sure.
It's your call, but if you're going over to that ship, then I'm coming with you.
Before Pearl Harbor paid off the Great Depression in blood, my dad hired a man to truck it.
Interesting. No visible damage. Why would they abandon the ship? The bridge appears operational. Where's the crew?
Never moved. Just as well, you know. Can't put a sandy beach in on your land now. Now that the sewage was off, the booming cottage building industry has killed most of the fish.
No other life signs detected. We're alone.
They might upset the ecology of the lakes.
Here's something odd.
Against the law for anyone except land developers to do.
There are no corpses on this ship.
Billy went for the flag. Then stopped. In the same moment, I felt Steph go.
The ship description fits what we've seen of the Alachi. Several security logs were accessed recently.
Buried under a line of bright white wings.
Think you're going to want to see this. The security recording is from 3 days ago. Whatever it is, it explains why there aren't any corpses.
But years of looking at Long Lake made me believe that the shoreline was...
One more. Pulling it up now.
The edge of the mist was nearly river straight. What is it, Dad? Billy yelled. He was in the water up to his knees, groping for the soggy flag. Frog back, I said. On the lake. Stephanie's comedies, influence, and eyes. Damn the woman.
Wait. That noise. Several ships are on approach and requesting status. Sir, they're Cardassian.
It's the brightness of the sun. It's the same way Cardassian Earth fly over.
The only true way for Cardassians is the way of conquest.
Harrison does it. There's a little left over from the storms. 2 fronts meeting.
That is unfortunate. Your ship would be worth far more undamaged. This is your last chance. Feel free to use the escape pods if necessary.
2 more waves are approaching the system. Recommend a defensive posture with power to shields.
Press the right button to set your ship's power levels to have a focus on attack, defense, auxiliary, or speed.
Landed out of the water. We spread it on the lawn to dry. I heard it was wrong to ever let the flag touch the ground, Daddy. He said in a business like this was out of the way time. Yeah? Yeah. Well, you tell Vicky. Yeah, right. Don't tell your mother I said so. When the flag's dry, we'll put it away. We'll even fold it into a cocked hat so we'll be on safe ground there. Daddy, will we fix the boathouse roof? He'd make one This peculiar fragment, although bright and clean looking, did not spawn.
The Cardassians were unaware of what had happened to their missing vessel. It appears the Alachi attacked them while they were hunting for our ships. Bad luck. We should destroy the derelict. Let the True Way think that the Republic defeated all of their patrols.
But before it could deepen, I heard a low mechanical sound. What? Followed by a barely audible. The mechanical sound was repeated, but this time there was no oath. The third time, the chuffing sound was followed by motherfuck. And the my pistol.
Based on what you learned, it seems that your next lead is in the Beta Quadrant. Head to the Donatu Suite and see if you can learn more about where our ships are going and who's taking them.
Chainsaws were fairly distant. Distant enough for me to recognize them.
According to new intel, Sela has started paying privateers to capture or destroy Romulan Republic ships. That would explain why these Cardassians are operating outside their normal territory. I suggest we track these True Way ships back to their base. If we're lucky, they'll lead us right to the missing Republic ships.
Clearing beside a screened-in porch, standing on a carpet of old pine needles, and dressed in paint-spotted jeans and a white strappy t-shirt. His $40 haircut was in disarray and sweat poured down his face. He was down on one knee, laboring over his own chainsaw. It was much bigger and fancier than my old $79.95 value house job. It seemed to have everything, in fact, but a starter button. He was yanking a cord, reducing the listless what sounds and nothing more. I was gladdened in my heart to see that a yellow birch had fallen across his picnic table and smashed it in two. Norton gave a tremendous yank on the starter cord. What? Almost had it for a minute, fella. Another Herculean tug. What? Cocksucker! Norton whispered fiercely and bared his teeth at his fancy chainsaw. I went back around the house, feeling really good for the first time since I got up. My own saw started on the first tug, and I went to work. Around 10 o'clock, there was a tap on my shoulder. It was Billy with a can of beer in one hand and Steph's list in the other. I stuffed the list in the back pocket of my jeans and took the beer, which was not exactly frosty cold, but at least cool. I chugged almost half of it at once. Rarely does a beer taste that good. And tipped the can and saluted Billy. Thanks, champ. Can I have some? I let him have a swallow. He grimaced and handed the can back. I offed the rest and just caught myself as I started to crunch it up in the middle. The deposit law on bottles and cans has been in effect for over 3 years, but old ways die hard. She wrote something across the bottom of the list, but I can't read her writing, Billy said. I took out the list again. They can't get WOXO on the radio, Steph's note read. Do you think the storm knocked them off the air? WOXO is a local automated FM rock outlet. It broadcast from Norway, about 20 miles north. It was all that our old and feeble FM receiver would haul in. Tell her probably, I said after reading the question over to her. Ask her if she can get Portland on the AM band. Okay, Daddy. Can I come when you go to town? Sure, you and Mommy both, if you want. Okay. He ran back to the house with the empty can. I'd worked my way up to the big tree. I made my first cut, sawed through, then turned the saw off for a few moments to let it cool down. The tree was really too big for it, but I thought it would be all right if I didn't rush it. I wondered if the dirt road leading up to Kansas Road was clear of falls, and just as I was wondering, an orange C&P truck lumbered past, probably on its way to the far end of our little road. So that was all right. The road was clear, and the power guys would be here by noon to take care of the live lines. I cut a big chunk off the tree, dragged it to the side of the driveway, and tumbled it over the edge. It rolled down the slope and into the underbrush that had crept back since the long ago day. Dad and his brothers, all of them artists, they've always been an artistic family, the Travens, had cleared it away. I wiped sweat off my face with my arm and wished for another beer. One really only sets you on. I picked up the chainsaw and thought about WOXO being off the air. That was the direction that funny fog bank had come from. And it was the direction Shable, pronounced Shamoff, but the locals lay in. Shamoff was where the Arrowhead project was. That was old Bill Giasti's theory about the so-called Black Spring, the Arrowhead project. In the western part of Shamoff, not far from where the town borders on Stoneham, there was a small government preserve surrounded with wire. There were sentries and closed-circuit television cameras and God knew what else. Or so I heard. I'd never actually seen
That
it,
Jesse
although
Smart.
the old Chamois Road runs along the eastern side of the government land.
I don't hear.
No one knew for sure where the name Arrowhead project came from, and no one could tell you for 100% sure that that really was the name of the project, if there was a project. Bill Giasti said there was, but when you asked him how and where he came by his information, he got vague. His niece, he said, worked for the Continental Phone Company, and she had heard things. It got like that. Atomic things, Bill said that day, leaning in the scout's window and blowing a healthy draft of Paps into my face. That's what they're fooling around with up there. Shooting atoms into the air and all that. Mr. Giasti, the air is full of atoms, Billy had said. That's what Mrs. Neary says. Mrs. Neary says everything's full of atoms. A long, bloodshot glance that finally deflated. These are different.
Recommend we stay cloaked as we approach the station, sir.
Oh, yeah, Billy muttered, giving in. Dick Mueller, our insurance agent, said the Arrowhead project was an agricultural station the government was running, no more or less. Bigger tomatoes with a longer growing
If we avoid the magnetic flux energy, we should be able to remain cloaked as we approach the station.
Janine Lawless, our post lady, said it was a geological survey having something to do with shale oil. She knew for a fact it was her husband's brother. Not just atoms. I cut 2 more chunks of the big tree and dropped them over the side before Billy came back with a fresh beer in one hand and a note from Stan in the other. If there's anything Big Bill likes to do more than run messages out. Thanks, I said, taking it. Can I have a swallow? Just one. You took 2 last time. You didn't have you running around drunk until 1:15, he said. Smiled shyly again. I smiled back. Not being such a good joke. And then went out. Got JBQ on the radio. Don't get drunk before you go to town. And one more. That's it. Do you think you can get up our road? I handed him a note back and took my vehicle. Tell her the road's okay because a power truck just went. They'll be working their way up here. Okay. Champ? What? Tell her everything's okay. He smiled again, maybe telling himself He ran back and watched him go, legs moving, soles in the sole shoe. I love him. It's his face, sometimes the way his eyes turn up to mine that make me feel as if things are really okay. It's a lie, of course. Things are not okay. But my kid makes me believe a lot. I drank some beer, set the can down. We've contacted the legitimate Romulan government and alerted them to your presence. Any further acts of terror against this station or any Cardassian citizen will be met with deadly force. Passing moment, and only to leave north to a patch of sun and sitting beside one of the fallen trees with my can of beer. Your ignorance of Cardassian history is insulting. We do not listen to demands. We give them. A silence that was even louder in the absence of the chainsaw's rapid roar. He stopped, then blurted.
That tree. That damn tree. I'm sorry. You were right. I shrugged. He said, another tree fell on my car. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I assume we can thank you for our escape. Before you transported us, I overheard a guard saying that more True-Way ships were approaching. We need time to restore emergency power. Please provide cover until we are able to go to warp.
Summers and then only there. I love that bird the way some men love electric trains and model ships with Harnish.
Chainsaw and fire up. I paid $200 for that sucker.
His tone began to emit little clickings again. His mouth worked as if he were toothless and chewing
my
beans.
bad.
The one helpless
Boy, what'd you do?
Let's
put my tablet on my lap and it's almost slid on.
Power restored.
Oh.
Preparing to warp out of the system.
Turned away as if to get the chance to do it. Well, we can look at your slot, I said. Your T-Bird insured? Yeah, he said. Like your boathouse. I saw what he meant. And remembered again what Steph had said about insurance.
Listen, Dave, I wondered if I could borrow your Saab, take a run up to town. I thought I'd get some bread, cold cuts, and beer. A lot of beer.
Billy and I are going up in the Scout, I said. Come with us if you want. That is, if you'll give me a hand dragging the rest of this tree off to one side.
Happy to.
He grabbed one end, but couldn't quite lift it up. I had to do most of the work. Between the two of us, we were able to tumble it into the underbrush. Norton was puffing and panting, his cheeks nearly purple. After all the yanking he had done on that chainsaw starter pole, I was a little worried about his ticker. Okay?
He nodded, still breathing fast. Come on back to the house, then. I can fix you up with a beer. Thank you. How is Stephanie?
He was regaining some of the old smooth pomposity that I disliked. Very well, thanks.
And your son?
Excellent. I hope that your new starship has performed to your satisfaction. Now that we know about Sila's attempts to capture our ships, we'll order our commanders to exercise additional caution in territory near True-Way space, or with other groups that might try their hand at privateering. I have received some new intelligence from our allies that may be of use to us.
Hello, Stephanie.
Expect to hear from me shortly.
Brent's T-Bird took a pretty good rap in the storm. Stove in the roof, he says.
Time is short. Congratulations, Subcommander.
I was sipping
Very nice.
but I had no kind of buzz on. Apparently, I had sweat the beer out as rapidly as I drank it. He's going to come to town with Billy and me. Well, I won't expect you for a while. You may have to go to the shop and save in Norway. Oh, why? Well, if the power's off in an instant. Mom says all the rich producers and things run on electricity. Billy supplied. It was a good point. Have you still got the list? I patted my hip pocket. Her eyes shifted to Norman. Very sorry about Carla. We all were.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There was another moment of awkward silence, which Billy broke. Can we go now, Daddy? He had changed to jeans and sneakers. Yeah, I guess so. You ready, Brent?
Give me another beer for the road and I will be.
Stephanie's brow creased. She had never approved of the one for the road philosophy or of men who drive with a can of Bud leaning against their crotches. I gave her a bare nod and she shrugged. I didn't want to reopen was recording now. She got it there. Thanks, said to Steffi. Not really thank her, but only mouthing the word. It was the way you thank a waitress in a restaurant. He turned back to me.
Lead on, McDuff.
Be right with you, I said, pointing to the living room. Norton followed and exclaimed over the birch, but I wasn't interested in that or in the cost of replacing the window just then. I was looking at the lake through the sliding glass panel gable on deck. The breeze had freshened a little. The day had warmed up 5 degrees or so while I was cutting wood. I thought the odd mist we noticed earlier would surely have broken up, but it hadn't. It was closer, too, halfway across the lake now.
I noticed that earlier, Norton said pontifically. Some kind of temperature inversion, that's my guess.
I didn't like it. I felt something strongly that I had never seen a mist exactly this way. Part of it was the unnerving straight edge of its leading force. Nothing in nature is that even. Man is the inventor of straight edges. Part of it was that pure, dazzling whiteness. No variation, but also without the sparkle of moisture. It was only half a mile or so off now, and the contrast between it and the blues of the lake and sky was more striking than ever. Come on, Dad. Billy was tugging at my pants. We all went back to the kitchen. Brent Norton spared one final glance at the tree that had crashed into our living room. Too bad it wasn't an apple tree, huh? Billy remarked brightly. That's what my mom said. Pretty funny, don't you think?
Your mother's a real card, Billy, Norton said. He ruffled Billy's hair in a perfunctory way, and his eyes went to the front of Steph's t-shirt again.
No, he was not a man I was ever going to be able to really like. Listen, why don't you come with us, Steph? I asked for no concrete reason. I suddenly wanted her to come along. No, I think I'll stay here and pull some weeds in the garden, she said, her eyes shifted toward Norton and back to me. This morning it seems like I'm the only thing around here that doesn't run on electricity. Norton laughed too heartily. I was getting the message, but tried one more time. You sure? Sure, she said firmly. The old bend and stretch will do me good. Well, don't get too much sun. We'll have sandwiches when we get back.
We've located the transports that are carrying the prisoners. And Charva's intel isn't exactly accurate. She told us they were going to be Tal Shiar ships, but they're Cardassian. Do you think they could be disguised?
Right, Mom. He banged at it.
And lightly guarded? They have combat-ready escorts. We'll need to defeat the escorts and disable the transport vessels. Then we can board and start looking for my sister. I still think she could be on board, even though the escorts are Cardassian ships instead of Tal Shiar.
I don't even want to look at it until after lunch and a few more of these, Norton said, holding up his beer.
The damage has been done, Dave, old buddy.
We all got into the front seat of the Scout. In the far corner of the garage, my scarred Fisher plow blade slipped over. Billy backed down, clutching over the litter of storm twins. Steph so I could inch the Scout by, getting our hands all pitchy in the process. I really wanted to help when I waved it back. I was afraid to not get close to the line. Old trees. This reminded me of the Ents and Tolkien's wonderful red saga. On the Ents. It doesn't matter.
last of them. An away team is waiting in the transporter room. We can board the first transport as soon as you're ready.
Pretty soon, we got to town. The Norge Washateria and the shopping center was closed, it being impossible to run a coin-op laundry without electricity. But both the Bridgeton Pharmacy and the Federal Food Supermarket were open. The parking lot was pretty full, and as always, in the middle of the summer, a lot of the cars had out-of-state plates. Little knots of people stood here and there in the sun, noodling about the storm, women with women, men with men. I saw Mrs. Carmody, she of the stuffed animals and the stumped water there. She sailed into the supermarket, decked out in an amazing canary yellow pantsuit. A purse that looked the size of a small Samsonite suitcase was slung over one shoulder. Then a little Indiana roared past me, missing my front bumper by a few scant inches. He wore a denim jacket, no sunglasses, and no helmet. Closest to the market street. The moment it was gone, I slid into the space. I gave Billy Steph's shopping list. He was fine, he could read printing.
There are faint life signs up ahead. One of them could be Rena. Let's check our fire.
Mr. Norton, I'll be right along. Rena, I'll be going immediately. The two of them looked. I strolled over to the walked to the transport. A 12-foot woman in a purple jumpsuit jogging the pedal switch. I stood behind her with my hands in my pockets while we
There's your locked door. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes, I did. Why? What'd you do?
She slammed the phone back down in his cradle and turned toward the drugstore and saw me there. Save your dime, she said. Just da da da.
He comes to you? No.
I almost stopped. Someone answered, you have to shove your down and your body hangs up. They're irritated. But that day it did save me my time. There was no doubt. As the lady had said,
perhaps the tall Shi'ar knew the Cardassians took this convoy and sent us here to fight them. No matter who survived, us or the true way, either way the tall Shi'ar wins.
Maybe.
The tall Shi'ar led us into a trap. Again. I'm tired of being lied to, being tricked. The self-destruct on the ship is still active. Let's set it before we beam over to the next one and look for Rena there. All we should leave behind is a cloud of debris, and then the tall Shi'ar and the true way will know the cost of crossing the Romulan Republic.
Like most modern markets, the Federal is constructed like a skinny box. Modern marketing techniques turn all this. The stuff you realize, staples like bread, meat, beer, and frozen dinners, was all on the far side. To get there, you had to walk past all the impulse everything cricket lighters, rubber cloth. Beyond the windows, the fruit and vegetables. I looked up and there was no sign of milk. The old lady who had run into the village was normally the grape house. Her husband had produced a net sack to store purchases. I walked up the aisle and went left.
There isn't any data on prisoners here. It's just cargo and soldiers. I don't understand why Charver would send us here. Was she trying to get us killed?
I had the grin of its nonplussed expression. Threaded my way down past half-loaded carriages, stepped out in the only struck by the squirrel and browsing shoppers. Norton took 2 cans of pie for me down from the top shelf and put them in the corner. How are you doing? All right, how are you doing? Let me see. What there may be 10 others. We ought to go back to the fruits and vegetables. She wants some tomatoes and cucumbers. Billy started to turn the car around and Norton said, you ought to go have a look at the checkout Dave. I went and had a look. It was the sort of thing you sometimes see photos of in paper, slow news.
I can't believe Charver would lie about Brenna being on one of those ships.
2 lanes,
It used to be so close.
A double line of people waiting to check their purchases out stretched past the mostly denuded bread racks, then made a jig to the right and went out of sight along the frozen food. All of the new computerized ACRs were working. But each of the 2 open positions had 2 different doors, full of purchases, battery-powered pockets. Standing with each girl was one of the Federal's 2 managers, Bud Brown and Ollie Eads. I liked Ollie, but didn't care much for Bud Brown. So he asked himself, Charles the guard at the supermarket. Each girl put a check in the order, Bud and Ollie took a full chit to the customer's cash or check, toss it into the box and choose the cash repository. All these Okay, section. And Billy was telling me to shoot. Nope, the phone wasn't working. Those lines are down too, I guess. No, of course not. Are you? We should have gone back. But even we worked our way back to the fruits and vegetables like salmon fighting their way upstream. I saw some familiar faces. Mike as he dressed mostly they were sailors, stocking up on no-cook the cold cuts had been cooked over as thoroughly as the dying book plays were wrapped. There was nothing left but a few packages of bologna, some macaroni loaf, one lonely phallic kielbasa sausage. I got tomatoes, cubes, and a jar of mayonnaise. She wanted bacon, but all the bacon was gone. I picked up some of the bologna and substituted. There were 2 of them. They're done uniforms. We've got good serious left the cart and worked my way down to the wine and got a bottle. As I walked back, I passed the big double doors leading to the storage area and heard the steady roar of a good-sized generator. I decided it was probably just big enough to keep the cold cases cold, but not large enough to power the doors and cash registers and all the other electrical equipment. It sounded like a motorcycle. Norton appeared just as we got into line, balancing 2 six-packs of Schlitz Light, a loaf of bread, and the kielbasa I had spotted a few minutes earlier. He got in line with Billy.
4 escort ships inbound on an attack vector.
Market with the air conditioning off, and I wondered why none of the stock boys had at least charged. I had the beginnings of a headache.
I provided the convoy's coordinates as a gesture of good faith. I remember how close Tovan was to his sister. Rina was my friend, too. Although she's committed crimes against the Romulan Star Empire, I'm willing to give her and you another chance.
Bright and metallic face of terror.
How could you lie to us again? Lead us into another trap. And you use Rena to do it. That's low, even for the Tal Shiar. She wasn't on those transports. It was all a setup, a deception intended to get us killed, and I'm not falling for it again. Give me a reason, any reason to believe the woman I cared about is still in you, that you can still be saved.
Plate glass window, which gave a view of the parking.
The Tal Shiar moves prisoners all the time. Sometimes it's for security reasons, or because Colonel Hakib wants to handle an interrogation personally. Maybe Rina has already been sent someplace else. I'll check my contacts and see what I can find. I'm trying to help. You can't deny that. Maybe now you'll see that all Tal Shiar aren't the monsters that Datan and his crew make us out to be.
The easiest one to pick out was Carmody in her blazing yellow pantsuit. She looked like an advertisement for yellow fever. Suddenly, a shrieking noise began in the distance. It quickly built up in volume and resolved itself into the crazy warble of a police siren. A horn blared at the intersection.
We put word out that Tovan's sister is still missing. I'll let you know if we hear anything. Keep talking to Charlie. It's clear now she's playing some sort of game. But we can get ahead of this if you and Tovan keep her distracted. Anything that will give us an upper hand with the Tal Shiar will help our cause.
Norton went. His stuff was tucked into my cart. After a few moments, he came back and got into line again. Local fuzz, he said. Then the town fire whistle began to wail.
Congratulations, Sub-Commander.
Then rising. Billy grabbed my hand, clutched it. What is it, Daddy? He asked. And then immediately, is Mommy all right?
If you want proof, then I'll provide it. I'm transmitting several classified Tal Shiar files to your ship now. Read through them, analyze them yourself, and then you'll see the truth. Datan and his kind are terrorists and a threat to the survival of the Romulan people. After that, I hope you'll reconsider your options. The Tal Shiar are trying to help the Romulan people, and you should be fighting for us. We've been fighting for you all this time.
I didn't want to be in this line. All of a sudden, I very badly didn't want to be in it. But it was moving again, and it seemed foolish to leave now. We had gotten down by the cartons of cigarettes. Someone pushed through the inn door. Some teenager. I think it was the kid we almost hit coming in, the one on the Yamaha with no helmet. "The fog!" he yelled. "You ought to see the fog! It's rolling right up Kansas Road!" People looked around at him. He was panting, as if he had run a long distance. Nobody said anything. "Well, you ought to see it," he repeated, sounding defensive this time. People eyed him, and some of them shuffled. No one wanted to lose his or her place in line. A few people who hadn't reached the lines yet left their carts and strolled through the empty checkout lanes to see if they could see what he was talking about. A big guy in a summer hat with a paisley band, the kind of hat you almost never see except in beer commercials with backyard barbecues as their settings, yanked open the outdoor, and several people, 10, maybe a dozen, went out with him. The kid went along. "Don't let out all the air conditioning," one of the army kids cracked, and there were a few chuckles. I wasn't chuckling. I had seen the mist coming across the lake. "Billy, why don't you go have a look?" Norton said. "No," I said at once, for no concrete reason. The line moved forward again. People craned their necks, looking for the fog the kid had mentioned. There was nothing on view except bright blue sky. I heard someone say that the kid must have been joking. Someone else responded that he had seen a funny line of mist on Long Lake not an hour ago. The first whistle whooped and screamed. I didn't like it. It sounded like Big League Doom going that way. More people went out. A few even left their places in line, which speeded up the proceedings a bit. Then grizzled old John Lee Froven, who works as a mechanic at the Texaco station, came ducking in and yelled, "Hey! Anybody got a camera?" He looked around, then ducked back out again. That caused something of a rush. If it was worth taking a picture of, it was worth seeing. Suddenly, Mrs. Carmody cried in her rusty but powerful old voice, "Don't go out there!" People turned around to look at her. The orderly shape of the lines had grown fuzzy as people left to get a look at the mist, or as they drew away from Mrs. Carmody, or as they milled around seeking out their friends. A pretty young woman in a cranberry-colored sweatshirt and dark green slacks was looking at Mrs. Carmody in a thoughtful, evaluating way. A few opportunists were taking advantage of whatever the situation was to move up a couple of places. The checker beside Bud Brown looked over her shoulder again, and Brown tapped her shoulder with a long finger. "Keep your mind on what you're doing, Sally." "Don't go out there," Mrs. Carmody yelled. "It's death. I feel that it's death out there." Bud and Ollie Weeks, who both knew her, just looked impatient and irritated. But any summer people around her stepped smartly away, never minding their places in line. The bag ladies in big cities seemed to have the same effect on people, as if they were carriers of some contagious disease. Who knows? Maybe they are. Things began to happen at an accelerating, confusing pace then. A man staggered into the market, shoving the inn door open. His nose was bleeding. "Something in the fog!" he screamed, and Billy shrank against me, whether because of the man's bloody nose or what he was saying, I don't know. "Something in the fog! Something in the fog took John Lee! Something..." He staggered back against the display of lawn food stacked by the window and sat down there. "Something in the fog took John Lee, and I heard him screaming." The situation changed. Made nervous by the storm, by the police siren and the fire whistle, by the subtle dislocation any power outage causes in the American psyche, and by the steadily mounting atmosphere of unease as things somehow changed. I don't know how to put it any better than that. People began to move in a body. They didn't bolt. If I told you that, I would be giving you entirely the wrong impression. It wasn't exactly a panic. They didn't run, or at least most of them didn't, but they went. Some of them just went to the big show window on the far side of the checkout lanes to look out. Others went out the indoor, some still carrying their intended purchases. Bud Brown, harried and officious, began yelling, "Hey, you haven't paid for that! Hey, you, come back here with those hot dog rolls!" Someone laughed at him. A crazy yodeling sound that made other people smile. Even as they smiled, they looked bewildered, confused, and nervous. And someone else laughed, and Brown flushed. He grabbed a box of mushrooms away from a lady who was crowding past him to look out the window. The segments of glass were lined with people now. They were like the folks you see looking through loopholes into a building site. And the lady screamed, "Give me back my mushies!" This bizarre term of affection caused two men standing nearby to break into crazy laughter. And there was something of the old English bedlam about all of it now. Mrs. Carmody trumpeted again not to go out that. The fire whistle whooped breathlessly. A strong old woman who had scared up a prowler in the house. And Billy burst into tears. "Daddy, where's that bloody man? Why is that bloody man?" "It's okay, Big Bill. It's his nose. He's okay."
What did he mean? Something in the fog?
Norton asked. He was frowning ponderously, which was probably Norton's way of looking confused. "Daddy, I'm scared," Billy said through his tears. "Can we please go home?" Someone bumped past me, roughly jolting me off my feet, and I picked Billy up. I was getting scared, too. The confusion was mounting. Sally, the checker by Bud Brown, started away, and he grabbed her back by the collar of her red smock. It ripped. She slapped clawed out at him, her face twisted. "Get your fucking hands off me!" she screamed. "Oh, shut up, you little bitch," Brown said, but he sounded totally astounded. He reached for her again, and Ollie Weeks said sharply, "Bud, cool it." Someone else screamed. It hadn't been a panic before, not quite, but it was getting to be one. People streamed out of both doors. There was a crash of breaking glass, and Coke fizzed suddenly across the floor. "What the Christ is this?" Norton exclaimed. That was when it started getting dark. But no, that's not exactly right. My thought at the time was not that it was getting darker, but that the presence of quick reflex action, and I wasn't alone. And at first, I took a look at the power trip. It seemed that was it. That was what had changed the quality of the light. Then I remembered we had been out all the time we had been in the park, and things hadn't seemed dark before. Then I knew, even before the people at the windows started to yell and point, the mist was coming. It came from the Kansas road entrance to the parking lot. And even this close, it looked no different than it had when we first noticed it on the far side road.
Captain, we're getting two different stories here. One from Charva, and one from these documents. Analysis of the files shows that either Charva is trying deliberately to mislead us, or that she's being misled herself. Since she seems to firmly believe what she's telling us, I'm not completely comfortable disregarding her information out of hand. I recommend that we speak to Commander Tal Mera on Drozana Station. She has contacts in the intelligence community that we don't. She should be able to either confirm or deny our findings.
was trembling, like a loose bundle of wires with high voltage running through them. A man yelled and bolted through one of the deserted lanes toward the door. I think that was what finally started the stampede. People rushed pell-mell into the fog. "Hey!" Brown ordered. I don't know if he was angry, scared, or what. Veins stood out on his neck, looking almost as thick as battery cables.
Hey, you people! You can't take that stuff! Get back here with that stuff! You're shoplifting!
They kept going, but some of them tossed their stuff aside. Some were laughing and excited, but they were a minority. They poured out into the fog, and none of us who stayed ever saw them again. There was a faint, acrid smell drifting in through the open door. People began to jam up there. Some pushing and shoving started. I was getting an ache in my shoulders from holding Billy. He was good-sized. Steph sometimes called him her young heifer. Norton started to wander off, his face preoccupied and rather bemused. He was heading for the door. I switched Billy to the other arm so I could grab Norton's arm before he drifted out of reach. "No, man, I wouldn't," I said. He turned back. "What?" "Let him wait and see."
"See what?"
"I don't know," I said.
"You don't think?"
He began, and a shriek came out of the fog. Norton shut up. The tight jam at the outdoor loosened and then reversed itself. The babble of excited conversation, shouts, and calls subsided. The faces of the people by the door suddenly looked flat and pale and two-dimensional. The shriek went on and on, competing with the fire whistle. It seemed impossible that any human pair of lungs could have enough air in them to sustain such a shriek. Norton muttered, and ran his hands through his hair. The shriek ended. It did not dwindle. It was cut off. One more man went outside, a beefy guy in chinos and pants. I think he was still rescuing the shrieker. For a moment he was out there, visible through the glass, and soon a figure seen through a milk scum window. Then, and as far as I could see this, something beyond him appeared to move. A gray shadow in all that white. And it seemed to me that instead of running into the fog, the man in the chino pants was jerked into it, his hands flailing upward as if in surprise. For a moment, there was total silence. A constellation of stars suddenly glowed into being outside. The parking lot solely was undoubtedly something had been electrical cables and just "Don't go out there," Mrs. Comey said in her best gore crow voice. "It's death to go out there." All at once, no one seemed disposed to argue or laugh. But another scream came from outside, this one muffled and rather distant sounding. Billy tensed against me again. "David, what's going on?" Holly Weeks asked. He had left his position. There were big beads of sweat on his round, smooth face. "What is this?" "God damn if I have any idea," I said. Holly looked madly scared. He was a bachelor who lived in a nice little house up by Highland Lake and liked to drink at the bar in Pleasant Mountain. On the pudgy little finger of his left hand was a star sapphire ring. The February before, he won some money in the state lottery. He bought the ring out of his winnings. I've always had the idea that Holly was a little afraid of girls. "I don't dig this," he said. "No. Billy, I have to put you down. I'll hold your hand, but you're breaking my arms, okay?" "Mommy," he whispered. "She's okay," I told him. It was something to say. The old geezer who runs the second-hand shop near John's restaurant walked past us, bundled into the old collegiate letter sweater he wears here. He said loudly, "It's one of those pollution clouds. The mills at Rumford and South Paris. Chemicals." With that, he made off up the aisle 4, past the patents, medicines, and toilet paper. "Let's get out of here, David," Norton said with no conviction at all. "What do you say we..." There was a thud, an odd, twisting thud that I felt mostly in my feet as if the entire building suddenly dropped 3 feet. Several people cried out in fear and surprise. There was a musical jingle of bottles leaning off their shelves and destroying themselves upon the tile floor. chunk of glass shaped like a pie wedge fell out of one of the segments of the wide front window, and I saw that the wooden frames banding the heavy sections of glass had buckled and splintered in some places. The fire whistle stopped in mid-whoop. The quiet that followed was the bated silence of people waiting for something else, something more. I was shocked and numb, and my mind made a strange cross-patch connection with the past. Back when Bridgeton was little more than a crossroads, my dad would take me in with him and stand talking at the counter while I looked through the glass at the penny candy and 2-cent chews. It was January.
Welcome to Josana!
No sound trickled left from the galvanized tin gutters to the rain barrels on either side of the store. Me, looking at the jawbreakers and buttons and pinwheels. The mystic yellow globes of light overhead showing up the monstrous, projected shadows of dead gods. A little boy named David Drayton, whose father, the famous artist Andrew Drayton, whose painting, Christine Standing Alone, hung in the white. A little boy named David Drayton,
Was there something you needed? Tal Shiar files. I'm sure there's a good story behind how you came into possession of these. Let's see what you have.
All you people, listen to me. Norton was holding up both hands and fingers sprayed with liquid. It may be dangerous.
What sort of information do you need?
Why?
Personally, I'd regard anything given to you by a Tal Shiar operative as suspicion. They are masters of misinformation and misdirection. We can do that. Show me what you have and what parts of them are troubling you.
David gave her a sudden push and she sat down on the bed with a surprised grunt. Stop saying that, you old bag. Stop rapping that crazy bullshit.
I've seen some interesting works of fiction, but nothing that compares to this. Deton and Vortrix working together on a Reman mining colony? I don't think so. Can you see Deton in a dilithium mine? And Lortrix was storing weapons for Deton? Why? There have to be better places we can stash supplies than in an enemy colony. And this section about Deton working with Starfleet to target colonies for terrorist attacks is ridiculous. Neither Deton or the Federation would do such a thing. I'm detecting that sections of the file have been altered. That's probably why it reads like a bad spy story. According to my records, Deton was in contact with Starfleet, but he was talking to them about which colonies needed agricultural aid. And there were weapons on Chaltok, as you well know. But not only were they making weapons for the Hirogen, they were targeting Romulan militia targets, including the flotilla. Now, I didn't realize that Vortrix and Deton knew each other. Apparently they do. They interacted once during negotiations during worker strike at a Reman mining facility. It's funny how people from such different worlds and outlooks can interact. Deton was talking to the Federation about colonies near our borders, but it wasn't to target them for attack. It was to discern which ones had the greatest need for agricultural assistance. A lot of the newer colonies are having a rough time trying to establish themselves. Deton believes that the more prosperous colonies have a responsibility to help support others. That's why he was talking to the Federation. He was asking if they would be willing to assist as well. Unfortunately, once the rumor of terrorist attacks entered the mix, the Federation Council broke off aid talks. And I'm not surprised that Lortrix was aiming weapons at our targets, although I don't think he was doing so at the request of the Hirogen. The Tal Shiar has a way of getting into everything, and we know that they were monitoring that colony. Tal Shiar operative could have manipulated Lortrix into aiming some of the weapons at Romulan Republic targets. If they were fired, then we'd lose big, and a neutral colony would be blamed for the attack. Also, I I think it was a coincidence that Deton and Lortrix were acquainted. Lortrix once worked for the Riemann Mining Cooperative, but he wasn't exactly a model employee. In fact, he was one of the leaders of a strike that turned violent. The Riemanns brought in a group of negotiators to help end the crisis. Deton was one of the people they invited. He helped negotiate a settlement, and Lortrix was one of the representatives of the workers during those negotiations. I doubt they've ever spoken to one another again once the strike ended. I think the Tal Shiar are conducting quite an effective smear campaign against Deton and our movement. It's our responsibility to see through their deceptions. We can do that. Show me what you have and what parts of them are troubling you. I'm detecting several abnormalities in this file. It looks like portions of it have been altered. We should corroborate these reports in order to determine which facts are actually true and which are Tal Shiar fabrications. Here's what we know and can confirm from our files. Deton did smuggle crates to Virenot before the attack on your colony, but they were carrying ship parts, not weapons. And he did more to help the colony without drawing excess attention. It was our group that helped your people get the water reclamation equipment they needed to support a healthy population. And yes, we spent a great deal of time and money gathering information about both the Federation and the Klingon Empire. But we're not planning an attack. Why would we? Instead, we're gathering all the intel we can about the political climates of both factions. Deton has been working with colony leaders for years, including the Maori and others at Virenot. However, since the Empress and the Tal Shiar often retaliate against people who are friendly to our movement, in the past, we've tried to keep those contacts as quiet as possible. Your colony had some talented engineers who were willing to help flotilla ships. Deton provided crates full of ship parts, smuggled from other friendly settlements. Your engineers repaired Allied ships who needed help. But Deton is a man of peace. I can't ever see him wanting to smuggle weapons, especially not to a civilian site. Of course, because the people at Virenot risked their safety to help our ships, Deton helped them in return. One of the ways the Tal Shiar keeps control over colony worlds is by denying or diverting needed supplies. Before the attack, Virenot's population had outgrown its water treatment capabilities. They tried to acquire another water filtration unit, but were blocked by lost shipments, denied paperwork, and other bureaucratic hassles. It could have meant disease and deprivation for your people. So the Maori reached out to Deton. He provided the water reclamation equipment Virenot needed, and even helped the colonists conceal it so it couldn't be damaged in a convenient accident. And yes, we do spend a great deal of time and effort gathering intel on both Starfleet and Klingon Empire, but we're not studying their defenses. We're learning about their political climates. Our relationships with the Klingons and Starfleet are still very fragile. They're being strengthened by people like you. But a shift in attitudes on the High Council or the Federation Council could mean disaster for us. The more we know about what's happening, the better we can react to it. I'm not saying that Deton is a complete innocent. None of us are. The political information could be used to sway decisions in our favor. The ship part and water reclamation equipment were smuggled illegally. But you have to look at the intent behind Deton's actions. He's trying to help people, not tear them down. We can do that. Show me what you have and what parts of them are troubling you. Huh. I didn't realize that the Tal Shiar had transferred prisoners to the Kinkuthanza System penal colony. Probably because there isn't a penal colony in the Kinkuthanza system. That's not the only discrepancy I'm detecting in this file. There's distinct signs of tampering. We need to figure out what they altered and why. Here's what I know. Most Tal Shiar prisoners fall off the grid completely. We don't know where they're taken or what's being done to them, and that troubles Deton a great deal. We have, however, heard of a Tal Shiar facility called Installation 18 that appears to be a holding facility. Some prisoners would likely be taken there. As far as I know, your friend's sister has never been in the Theban system, much less been captured there. We did lose a militia ship there a few weeks ago, and one of my agents, Sub-Commander Avron, is still in Tal Shiar custody. Avron was trying to steal supplies from a Tal Shiar convoy when he was captured. It was risky, but they had critical supplies we couldn't get any other way. We don't know what the Tal Shiar is doing with their prisoners, but a lot more people are missing than we can account for. We have, however, found several references to a place called Installation 18. We're still tracking down where this facility is and what they're doing there, but we know that prisoners are taken there for an unknown purpose. Rina Kev hasn't shown up on any of our lists of the missing, but I have found references to someone with that name being a crew member on a cargo transport. As far as I know, the ship she was working on has never been to the Theban system. But if your friend can't find her, I'd be concerned. The Tal Shiar has a nasty habit of making people disappear. We did lose a ship in the Theban system recently, a small scout vessel. Its commander was one of my agents, and we have confirmed that Sub-Commander Avron is being held in Tal Shiar custody. Sub-Commander Avron was there doing reconnaissance for me. Tal Shiar convoys pass through that region of space, and there was one convoy that had vital supplies we need. The plan was a long shot at best, but Avron knew the risks when he took the assignment. Now that Avron is in custody and the convoy has made it safely to its destination, all we can do is try to figure out how to soldier on without the components that were in those ships. Did Datan know about the plan to attack a Tal Shiar convoy? Yes. Does that make us criminals and terrorists? That's something you're going to have to decide for yourself. We can do that. Show me what you have. What's ever troubling you? We're fighting for our independence and the future of the Romulan race. We're short on supplies and allies, and beset by enemies that see nothing wrong with murder, torture, and kidnapping. And they call us the terrorists. We've had to make some difficult decisions. Some of them have led us down roads that none of us wanted to take. But nothing we've done is anything as terrible as what the Tal Shiar is accusing Datan of doing. There are no innocents in the war, and that includes Datan. At least his motivations are clear. And I can't see what the Tal Shiar has to gain by framing him for these crimes.
Captain, Jarva's convinced that these files are genuine. She wouldn't be pushing us this hard otherwise. We need to sit down and show her the discrepancies we've discovered, preferably in front of a Tal Shiar computer, so we can open her eyes to the truth. If we contact her and say we're ready to join the Tal Shiar, but we need to discuss these files first, maybe she'll take us somewhere where we can prove to her that she's been lied to. There's a subspace communications hub in the lounge on Drozana Station's observation level that we can use to contact Jarva.
I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. Are you ready to join the Tal Shiar? I take it that everything I provided checked out to your satisfaction? That's a fair request. The Tal Shiar maintains a clandestine network of satellites throughout the quadrant. There's a listening post that's part of this network in the Aja system. It's near your current position and off the trade routes, so we should be able to meet privately. It's also connected to the rest of the Tal Shiar network, so we can go over the data in detail. I'm glad you've seen the light. You're joining the right side.
Was there something we needed? It's remote and has little strategic value. If you're planning some shore leave after this is over, I'd suggest you go to Ryza instead. I can tell you, you're probably flying into a trap. The Tal Shiar invests a great deal of time and effort to spin a web of lies. They don't look favorably on people who try to expose them for what they are. If you're going to go, at least take some backup. That won't be too difficult. You've made a lot of friends. Send out a subspace burst if you need some assistance in the Aza system. They'll be waiting for your signal.
Spin the wheel and win.
By the shifting, conflicting flashlight beams, bobbed.
Welcome to...
The generator ticked irregularly. Was it cool? Bag boy. I wouldn't go over there, I said. No, I know you wouldn't. Try it now, Ollie, one of the men said. The generator wheezed, then roared. Jesus, shut it down! Holy crow, don't touch stick! The generator died again. The bag boy walked around the loading door just as they came out. Something's plugged that exhaust, all right. I'll tell you what, the bag boy said. His eyes were shining in the glow of the flashlight. There was a devil-may-care expression on his face that I had sketched too many times as part of the frontispieces for my boys' adventures. Get it running long enough for me to raise the loading door back there. I'll go around and clear away whatever it is. No, I don't think that's a very good idea. Ollie said, down. Is it an electric door? One called Jim asked. Sure, Ollie said. But I just don't think it would be wise. That's okay, the other guy said. He tipped his baseball cap backwards. I'll do it. No, you don't understand. I really don't think anyone should. Don't worry, he said indulgently, oddly dismissive. Norm, the bag boy, was indignant. Listen, it was my idea, he said. All at once, by some magic, they had gotten around to arguing about who was going to do it instead of whether or not it should be done at all. But of course, none of them had heard that nasty, slithering sound. So, I said loudly. They looked around at me. You don't seem to understand, or you're trying as hard as you can not to understand. This is no ordinary bomb. Nobody has come into the market since it hit. If you open that loading door and something comes in, something like what? Norm said with perfect 18-year-old mind. Whatever made the noise I heard.
Captain, we're detecting another ship in the system. It's Charva's ship, the IRW Aethra. They're signaling to us that Charva has already beamed over to the listening post, and that you and I should join her. But they say...
Well, I figure you got it here. Maybe you just got a little... Maybe I did, I said. And maybe if you want to start screwing around outside, you ought to start by making sure that lady got home to her kids.
I hope we're able to make Charva see reason. She doesn't seem willing to accept that Tal Shiar is at the root of many of the problems of the Romulan people. It's not going to be easy to convince her.
Hey, Jim's buddy said, when any of us here want your advice, we'll ask for it.
I am so glad to hear that you are considering my offer of joining the Tal Shiar. They offer safety and stability to all Romulans. You will not regret your decision.
I'll start the motor. You raise the door.
I cannot blame you for wanting to do your due diligence. Seeing as you are about to join our ranks, I do not think the Tal Shiar would mind if we took a look at some of the intelligence files used to generate the reports I gave you. Just do not tell any of my superiors that we did this. You do not have clearance yet.
You gonna let this kid risk his life over a generator that doesn't even matter? Why don't you just shut the fuck up? Norm yelled. Listen, Mr. Drake, Jim said and smiled at me coldly. I'll tell you what. If you've got anything else to say, I think you better...
This cannot be right. It appears as if some of the information that was included in the report I gave you does not line up with what is here. Several of the facts have been changed either here or in the report, and the results skew any conclusions that could be drawn.
It was impossible to solve this problem. Solving the problem help make them feel less helpless. Therefore, they would solve it. Jim has reminded us of it.
But I thought... These recordings don't line up with the report either. What's going on here? Who could have tampered with this evidence? Has this file been tampered with? This is the same story as the others. This evidence doesn't match the report I shared with you. You knew about this, didn't you? That's why you had me look at these files. Did you alter this data to make me look bad? Are you trying to sabotage my career with the Tal Shiar?
Now they dimmed down as the motor which lifted the door sucked away the juice. The shadows faded backward and melted. The storage area began to fill the mellow white light.
We were sent here by Commander Morris to take you into custody. You are accused of undermining the Romulan Empire and crimes unbefitting of a Romulan. Tovan Kev, you are accused of aiding a known fugitive and conspiring against the Tal Shiar. Charva, you are relieved of command of your ship, pending the outcome of a court-martial. If you're lucky, that's all that will happen to you for betraying the Tal Shiar.
We need to get out of here and return to our ship before the Tal Shiar send any more troops down here. Jarva, you should come with us. You won't be safe with the Tal Shiar.
Glottal sound of surprise. Tentacle taken from the thickness of a foot, the size of a grass snake, at the point where it wrapped itself around Norm's lower leg to a thickness of maybe 4 or 5 feet, where it disappeared into the mist. It was slate gray on top, shaded to a fish pink underneath, and there were rows of suns. They were moving and writhing like hundreds of small puckering mouths. Norm looked down. He saw what had it. His eyes bulged. Get it off me! Hey, get it off me! Christ Jesus, get this freaking thing off me! Oh my God.
I've been informed by my Tal Shiar superiors that you and Charva are now to be considered enemies of the state. My orders are to apprehend you, alive if possible, but dead will work almost as well. Surrender, and I will be merciful to your crew. Resist, and let their deaths be on your head.
The bottom edge of the loading door scraped the shirt tail out of his pants. He yanked Help me, you guys. Please, this man, Miles, you cannot I was supposed to. I grabbed Norm around the waist and yanked as hard as I could.
If you insist, how about a fleet of Tal Shiar warships? Will that convince you to surrender? Think of your crew. Spare them the pain and suffering this meaningless gesture will cause.
Then 3 more tentacles floated out of the mist. It disappeared back into the mist with the red cloth curled in its grip. I thought it
Sub-Commander Nadell is commanding the RRW data. She has requested we transport Charva aboard so she can be taken to the proper authorities.
Norm's fingers clutched at the door's lower edge. He had it in a death grip. His fingers were...
Welcome aboard. Is this the tall Shi'ar prisoner?
Gesture of negation, and his long black hair flew.
This way, please.
I looked at the shoulder. Tom wanted to. Does himself.
I'll leave you to it.
Most of this is small, tender, as thick as the moss porcelain tree that's been lying across our driveway.
No, they're doing what they can for our people. I was the one who failed to live up to their expectations. And you were the one who steered me wrong, just like Tatan has done to you.
He was sluggishly toward us like a great rider of war. I gave one gigantic tug, and the tentacle holding Norm's right calf slipped along. That was all.
Captain, Charva was a close friend, and we couldn't even convince her of our cause. We need to find something substantial to expose the Tal Shiar.
To Baby. I thought of Billy then. Billy was lying asleep in the market by Mr. McVeigh's
Charva's
lawn.
alive, but I expect she's going to face a lot of questions from intelligence. But if we couldn't change her mind, what'll it take to convince the Romulan people? How do we gather the proof we need? For now, we've done all we can. I recommend we leave the system before any Tal Shiar reinforcements arrive.
Map out, directly under the ridge. Walk on its surface. It attached itself to one of Norm's bulging upper arms. Paused for a second.
You've done commendable work exposing the duplicitous nature of the Tal Shiar, but there's still more work to be done in order to actually discover what they've been up to. It's a shame that Charva is resisting our efforts to turn her to our cause. Perhaps with enough time, she'll see the Tal Shiar for the traitors to the Romulan people that they really are. In any event, you are proving to be a formidable addition to this fleet. Time is short. Congratulations, Commander.
Jim and Myron flanked the
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
I groped on the floor, picked up the first thing that came to hand, a box of snowy bleach, and chucked it at Jim. Hit him in the gut just above the belt buckle. Grunted and grabbed at himself. His eyes flickered back to some semblance of normality. Go start that fucking generator! I screamed so loudly it hurt my
It looks
throat.
like you're about to be moving up in the galaxy. Based on your new familiarity with Tal Shiar operatives and their less than savory techniques, I passed your personnel file off to Republic Intelligence. I believe you've already met Commander Talmera. She'll be handling your work with them. Intelligence is very interested in your recent encounter with Charva. They think you're ready for some more clandestine assignments.
I don't know, maybe a bird or something.
Time is short.
So then Ollie moved, bunting inside with one thick shoulder, blundering into the generator. Jim stumbled over one of the bleach carts and fell down just as I had done it. I'm sorry, he said again. His red hair tumbled over his brow. His cheeks were cheese white. His eyes were those of a horrified little boy. Seconds later, the generator coughed and rumbled into life. I turned back to the loading zone. Norm was almost gone, yet he clung grimly with one hand. His body boiled with tentacles, and the blood pattered smooth down on the concrete in dime-sized. His head whipped back and forth, and his eyes bulged with terror as they stared off into it. Other tentacles now crept to the floor. Controlled the loading doors and kept approaching. One of them closed around the another slipped around a cardboard carton and squeezed. Carton ruptured, and rolls of toilet paper, 2 packs of Delsey wrapped in cellophane, geysered upward, came down and rolled everywhere. Tentacles eagerly. One of the big ones slipped in. Its tip rose from the floor and it seemed to sniff the air.
began to advance toward Myra, his finger 50 away from it, his eyes rolling madly in their sockets. A high-pitched little moan escaped his slack lips. I looked around for something, anything at all long enough to reach over the questing tentacles and punch the shut button on the wall. I saw Jones push Nixon stacked up a beer case and grabbed it. Orm's good hand was fingers. We thudded down into the concrete loading platform and scrabbled madly for a grip of his white hand. His eyes met mine for a moment. They were hellishly bright and aware. He knew what was happening to him. And he was pulled, bumping and rolling, into the mist. There was another thing.
Howdy. No. I think so. Yep. Speaking of which, is Missy still awake, or is she gone to bed a long time ago?
Look, he said, you gotta understand. I looped a fist in his face. He was too surprised to even try to block it and landed just below his nose and mashed his up.
Oh boy.
Blood flowed from his mouth. You got him killed, I shouted. Did you get a good look at it? Did you get a good look at what you did? I started to pummel him, throwing wild rights and lefts, not punching the way I'd been taught in my college boxing classes, but only hitting out. He stepped back, shaking some of them off, taking others with a numbness that seemed like a kind of resignation or penance. That made me angrier. I bloodied his nose. I raised a mouse under one of his eyes that was going to black just beautifully. I clipped him a hard one on the chin. After that one, his eyes went cloudy and semi-vacant. Look, he kept saying. Look, look. And then I punched him low in the stomach and the air went out of him and he didn't say look, look anymore. I don't know how long I would have gone on punching him, but someone grabbed my arms. I jerked free and turned around. I was hoping it was Jim. I wanted to punch Jim out. It wasn't Jim. It was Ollie. His round face was pale except for the dark circles around his eyes. Eyes that were still shining on his tears. Don't, David, he said. Don't hit him anymore. It doesn't solve anything. Jim was standing off to one side, his face a bewildered blank. I kicked a carton or something at him and struck one of his dingo boots and bounced away. You and your buddy are a couple of stupid assholes, I said. David, Ollie said. Quit it. You two assholes got that kid killed. Jim looked down at his dingo boots. Myron sat on the floor and held his beard up. I was breathing hard. Blood was roaring in my ears and I was trembling. I sat down on a couple of cartons and put my head down between my knees. My legs hard just above the ankles. For a while, my heart eased. To see if I died of what. After a bit, the feeling began to pass and I looked up at Ollie. His pinky ring flashed as a tube of fire in the glow of the emergency light. Okay,
metallic sound of Ollie coming out of the generator compartment. Like a great many overweight men, his breathing had a slightly heavy wheezing sound. David? His voice wavered. You still here? Right here, Ollie. Want to watch out for all those beach climbers. Yeah. He guided him with my voice, and in 30 seconds or so he reached out in the dark and gripped my shoulder. He gave a long, trembling sigh. All right, let's get it going. I could smell the odors of the It's dark. It's bad to me. It is, I said. Hang tight a minute, Ollie. I wanted to talk to you. Fuckheads. Dave, you didn't twist Norm's arm. You ought to remember that. Norm was a kid, but they weren't. Never mind, that's over. I've got to tell you about it. People in the bucket. If they panic, Ollie's voice was down. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe think twice about going down, which is what most of them want to do. Why shouldn't they? Most of them will have people they left at home. I do myself. We have to make them understand we're risky when we go out there. All right, he said. Yes, just keep asking. All those tentacles, like a squid or something. Dave, what were they hooked to? What were those tentacles hooked to? I don't know. I don't want those two Italian people on their own. It would start bad. Let's go.
Alrighty!
He started to shuffle toward
Alrighty.
wary and scattered partners. One of Ollie's pudgy hands clamped over my forearm. It occurred to me that all of us had lost our flashlights. As we reached the doors, Ollie said,
Okay, I have to find my teapot. There it is.
Even if a man from the Boston Suburban dumped out one of those gigantic squids like in 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Well, I'm just gonna check my teapot.
So what happened? Huh? What happened?
First lane.
Five. An argument with North. A discussion near the beer. Verification. Jim and his good buddy Mike.
No, but I've heard of it.
I looked at Billy. His arm was still asleep, covered in rug-like leaves. We moved away, muddled something, and then lay still.
No.
I watched. It seemed utterly impossible. It felt as if at least 5 hours had passed since I first gone in there to summon the governor. First and last, it came only about 35 minutes. Back to where Ollie was.
Yes.
Ollie had taken a beer and he offered it. I took it and helped out half the can at once.
No, I have never seen it.
Jim was Jim Grind. Myron's last name was LeFleur. That had its commissar, right? Myron, the flower, had trying blood on his lips and chin. The eye was...
Hey, I'm ready when y'all are.
The cranberry-colored sweatshirt walked by aimlessly, and Myron was cautious. Could have told him that Myron was only dangerous to teenage boys intent on proving their manhood. After all.
Nice.
I got enough resin to actually I got 5 containers and after you that I can make 5 more.
I didn't think that would be a problem.
So
they both had the stuffing knocked out of them. Neither, especially Myron the flower, was going to be good for anyone.
So who are joining up on?
Out to unplug the exhaust vent. They're gone now. They're peckers. We're going to have to tell these people. Jim opened his mouth. Ollie and I will leave out.
It's not It's not all the way at the end, but it's almost there. Sure. I'm at 17. 172,408 out of 233,350.
What if they get in? Tentacles. How could they, Jim? You guys shut the door. Sure, Connor said.
Nice.
The whole front wall of this place is plain glass. I had no impact, but it somehow makes it boring. I looked over where Billy was. One of those tentacles. I thought about that everything. Plain glass.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, I did took a break from Genshin because of the delay of 2.7.
I found him in sober-sided conversation with Bud Brown, registered too. Brown with his dour New England tattoos looked like something out of a New Yorker cartoon. As many as 24 people moved restlessly in the space between the end of the checkout lane and the long show. A lot of them were lined up at the glass looking out into the mist. I was again reminded of the people that congregated a building site. Mrs. Carmody was seated on the stationary conveyor belt of one of the checkout lanes smoking Parliament one step at a time. Her eyes measured me, found me wanting, passed on. She looked as if she might be dreaming away. Brent, I said. David, where did you get off to? That's what I'd like to talk to you about. There are people back at the cooler drinking beer. He sounded like
Picture. Okay.
I can see them in the security mirror. This has simply got to stop. Brent. Excuse me for a minute, would you, Mr. Brown? Certainly. It is going to stop. I can promise you that. Norton and I headed toward the beer booth at the far corner of the store, walking past the housewares and notions. I glanced back over the shoulder, noticing uneasily how the wooden beams framed the tall rectangular sections of glass and buckled and twisted. One of the windows wasn't even a hole. A pie-shaped chunk of glass had fallen out of the upper corner in the instant of that weird thump. Perhaps we could start with something.
What? I have. I like it.
Those tentacles that had carried Norm away. I had seen those tentacles. Squeeze a pack of dog food until it simply rushed. David, are you okay? Huh? Your face. You look like you just had a good idea or a bloody awful one. Brent, what happened to that man who came in raving about something and missed getting John Lee Kroger? The guy with the nosebleed? Yes. He passed out, and Mr. Brown brought him around with some smelling salts from the first aid kit. Why? Did he say anything else when he woke up? He started in on that hallucination. Mr. Brown conducted him up to the office. He was frightening some of the women. He seemed happy enough. Something about the glass. When Mr. Brown said there was only one small window in the that one was reinforced with wire, he seemed happy enough to go. I presume he's still there. What he was talking about is
while we're waiting for your brother, I'm gonna do the last part of the event. I'm using Yai Miko.
Was there something you needed? I've been reviewing your personnel files. Had quite the interesting career, haven't you? Tell me about the time you've spent with Charva and what you learned about the Tal Shiar. If you're willing, we can use the information you learned from Charva, as well as intel we've gathered in other operations, to help you infiltrate the Tal Shiar. You've learned their secrets from the inside. I've been informed through some covert channels that someone wants to talk to you. Next to the Davo table, you will find a Ferengi looking around nervously. Approach him and say, "Think this wheel is rigged?" If he responds with, "Only if it still has factory settings," you'll know you've found the right person.
Yeah, I'm actually doing, while I was waiting for you to get back, I was doing a event to complete the
Can't you see I'm busy losing all my platinum? Only if it still has factory settings. There is a package for you. Look behind the plants near the bar in the back of this room.
Either you're having me on.
Then, what are you waiting for? Go get it!
Or you're suffering for something.
I am Commander, a representative of Klingon intelligence. Our new alliance has opened up several opportunities for both our peoples. If you speak with my associate in the lounge area of Drozana Station, you will be patched directly through to me. I look forward to working with you.
I said no. I'm not going back there. The joke is going far enough.
Place this device in your ear and act as though you're speaking with me. Patching you through to command now.
We've been working on getting someone inside the Tal Shiar. Before we start filling you in on our plans, tell me why you want to do this. I've heard you were in Miranot. Nasty business. Easy to build a vendetta from something like that. A person in your situation might have some pent-up rage. A need for revenge burning in their heart like a fire. I can see that in you. Vengeance can be a powerful weapon. It cuts both ways.
I'm the guy that's supposed to...
Good enough. This information may prove useful to the Romulan Republic. I'm willing to pass it along in hope of having the favor repaid in the future. We'll be ready to act when you are.
Why not? It's your town. I only pay my taxes and spend my money.
The information is valid, and our allies seem eager to assist. Still, I worry about what type of favor they will ask of us.
Howdy, stranger.
Nevertheless, we're going to use this opportunity to try to insert you into the Tal Shiar.
Oh, not much.
Someone who wants to join you, gain their trust, and then use them to infiltrate their operations. To help sell your story, our allies in Starfleet agreed to launch a staged attack on a known Tal Shiar base. You'll use this attack to get inside their organization. Take these patterns for replicating Tal Shiar uniforms. You might want to dress the part. Was there something you needed?
Lives at stake. My kids is not the least.
You've proven that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. That is an important quality in someone that is about to sneak into the very heart of the Tal Shiar disguised as one of their own. I have sensitive information that is not safe to transmit for subspace. Please rendezvous with me on Drozana Station in the Beta Quadrant.
In any way, give us a
Was there something you needed? You've proven yourself to be capable in a difficult situation, and that's not praise I give lightly. The business with Charva was a bit messy, but you didn't get caught in her lies. That shows you have a clear head. If you're ready, we can launch our operation to infiltrate the Tal Shiar and bring back its secrets. You've already caught the attention of people in the Tal Shiar. Now we need to convince them that you're ready to switch sides. You know things you're already a traitor. It won't be hard for them to believe that you're ready to betray Tom as well.
Don't you understand anything? I'm going to start leaving and walk right into that thing out there. For Christ's sake, don't you understand? Let me go. Not return the crew back there with me and see for yourself. I told you no. It's all a trick. A joke. I'm not as stupid as you take me for. And I'll haul you back there myself. I grabbed him by the shoulder and shoved the seam of his shirt under one arm tore with a soft spring. I dragged him toward the double door. Norton let out a wretched scream. A knot of people, 15 or 18, had gathered, but they kept their distance. None showed any signs of wanting to interfere. Help me! Norton cried. His eyes bulged behind his back. His style hair had gone awry again, sticking up at two little tufts behind his ears. People shuffled their feet and watched. What are you screaming at? It's just a joke, right? That's why I took you to town when you asked to come, and why I trusted you to cross Billy in the parking lot. Because I had this handy fog all manufactured, already fog machine from Hollywood. It cost me $15,000 and another $8,000 to ship it, all so I could play a joke on you. Stop bullshitting yourself and open your eyes. Let me go! Norton bawled. We were almost at the doors. Here, what is this? What are you doing? It was Brown. He bustled and elbowed his way through the crowd of watchers. Make him let me go, Norton said. He's crazy. No, he's not crazy. I wish he were, but he isn't. He came around behind us and stood there facing Brown. Brown's eyes dropped to the beard.
Bullseye!
You're tricked, he said, and his voice was surprised but not totally devoid of pleasure. You'll lose your job for this. Come on, let him go. This is no ordinary situation. Regulations don't change. I'll see that the company hears them. That's my responsibility. Suddenly raising his voice and producing a bass thunder I never would have suspected from this large, soft, and unassuming man. Hey! Everybody in this room! You want to come up back and hear this? It concerns all of you. He looked at me level, ignoring Brown altogether. Am I doing all right? Fine. Norton doubled, then doubled. There's something you all had better know. You put that beer down right now, Brown.
Yeah?
It's a federal foods company. All of it. I want you to understand there may be
We're probably going to join up on Adam after I get the. I didn't expect this crash to be just freaking long for the event.
Myron and Jim had tried by turning the whole thing into a macho. He was protecting us. Then you go ahead and take down. Please don't talk. I'll take down plenty of names. Yours will be head on the list, you bohemian. Mr. David Drake has got something to tell you, Holly said. And I think you had better all listen up, in case you were planning on going home. So I told him what had happened, pretty much as I told Norton. There was some laughter amongst, and he was
It's a lie, you know. Norton said his horse tried for hard emphasis and overshot. Of course it's a lie. It's lunacy. Where do you suppose those tentacles came from, Mr. Drayton? That's not even a very important question. That's what I suspect.
Okay. Also to send her to 80. I need the juvenile jade from Big Chungus. I think you were smoking crack.
You listen, but you don't hear. You hear, but you don't believe. Which one of you wants to go outside and see for himself? I swept and fell on me. And just what do you propose to do about it, Mr. David Drayton?
Yep, and then we can hop to hours.
It's the end, I tell you. The end of everything. It's the last time. The moving finger has writ, nothing fire.
Oh yeah, pale flame.
It's abominations. Can't you make her shut up? One of the girls burst out. She's scaring me. Are you scared, dear? You aren't scared now, no. When the foul creatures the imp has loosed upon the face of the earth come for you. That's enough now, Mrs. That's just fine. You let go of it. In. No, sir. I know it sounds like something out of a joke, but it's the flat-out truth. I didn't do, Jim said. And me, Ollie chipped in. He had succeeded in quieting Mrs. Carmody, at least for the time being, but she stood close by, clutching her purse and grinning a crazy grin. No one wanted to stand too close to her. They muttered among themselves, not liking the corroboration. Several of them looked out of the big glass window, uneasy spectators, but I was glad to see them. Lies, George said. You people don't lie each other up, that's all.
The system is under the control of the Romulan Star Empire. Leave immediately or we will open fire. This is your only warning. Who is this? How do you have that access code? Nonsense. We haven't had any indication of an enemy fleet in this sector. Sensors are completely clear of any intruders. Except you.
Couldn't hold it in, sorry. I can hear you, barely.
Y'all was so low and I couldn't hear y'all.
I'll tell you what to do.
At all.
Go on out that front door and walk around.
Hey.
Great big pile.
Indeed.
Well, I
we were able to acquire some of the intelligence from
I am low.
ships.
Low.
They
I
are
don't
being
want to be
held in
too
our
low
brig.
for your guys.
I'm sure the interrogation will be fruitful.
I'll personally take my shirt off and eat.
I can't help the echo.
The echo is probably what's. I tell you, we're not doing anything but damage.
So it's good for how it is.
There's people here who want to go home.
Alright.
Can I stop chopping aliens face off now?
I'd like to check on you.
That's fine. Hey, hi, actually, Joe.
Bitch! Who you calling a bitch, bitch?
I am supposed to be looking at the...
I think Norton said
that's why you didn't win the United States champion.
None of it. I don't want the United States ready to go out.
Your weapons have been specially modified for this mission. When fired, they'll emit a tight band transporter beam along with a holographic effect that'll make it appear your target has been disintegrated.
I was just going to ask that.
You can arrange a situation where you'll shoot a hostage. That person will be transported to our sickbay. These are your only weapons. And if the Tal Shiar get a chance to examine them, they will see through the ruse.
Yo.
So I am, how am I sounding for you?
You're still sounding low, but I can kind of make you out.
Also, a distraction or two could be very helpful in a situation like this. Our Klingon friends have provided a few things that can work. Keep your eye out for places where you can
y'all have a PS4. If you go to the party, you can turn my volume up here bit too. It doesn't matter what headset that you will get for PS5 because it does it with my other friend that has the PS5 on board. There's always an echo from a PS5.
The security sub-commander's office and give you a code that will erase all trace of anything you access in the computer system. Perhaps you can find a way to help the prisoner escape.
When I'm in a party with her, it does.
must hurry. I've seen what happens to those left to the tender mercies of the Tal Shiar.
Yeah.
The security sub-commander's office is just down the hall and to the right.
What'd you go and do that for?
I tried to stall the security sub-commander, but he's on his way to his office.
Yeah,
Get out of there now.
Up and use my cadets instead of my normal weather.
The cover identity you were provided outranks the security sub-commander. If you claim the right to interrogate the prisoner alone, he will back down. Few stand up to the Tal Shiar and live. A successful ruse might save you, and the prisoner. Hurry and alter the surveillance system feed. I'll go to the holodeck, link into the internal sensors from there, and create an alternative view of what is going on inside the interrogation room.
What are you doing in here? This is a restricted area. How dare you? Who are you? You're the agent who warned us about the Klingon attack? Perhaps I was a bit hasty, sir. My apologies. I was unaware you were going to participate. The prisoner is a Klingon from the IKS Rumage. I had extra guards placed
Okay, that sounds like a fart.
for the duration of his stay. He is quite belligerent, but it's nothing we can't handle. You want to interrogate the Klingon? The attack by Klingons did result in some damage to the ship. Perhaps I am suffering some temporary hearing loss. I will be certain to check in with sickbay. In the meantime, how might I assist?
Interesting. Yep.
Understood, sir. The prisoner has been secured in interrogation room 1. It is down the hall to your right. My officers will be close at hand, should you need further assistance.
And why are you playing it? If it's a bit game.
I would have done it myself.
Why don't I go to the terminal for?
There you go again, being late to message the people.
I won't tell you anything, Romulan scum. Ha. Every word a Romulan dog says is a lie. I suppose you want me to believe you are one of our new Romulan allies, so I might lower my guard and tell you our secrets. Never. I am a warrior of the Empire. So, you claim to be an ally of the Empire. We shall see. If you truly are what you say, then you will free me and help me take this ship for the glory of the Empire. So, you're going to pretend to interrogate me, and we need to sell the Tal Shiar on the story. Once we've done that, you'll detonate a charge, and I'll pretend
to have overpowered you. And then you'll shoot me with a concealed transporter beam? You must work for Klingon intelligence. Only they would come up with a plan so ridiculous.
Okay, what are we going to do about those windows? The old lady may be as crazy as a gun, but strictly right on something moving in after dark.
Enough of this play acting. When do I fight free of my captor?
Maybe not.
Then let us begin.
Hold on. I'm Dan Miller, Glenn Mack. You don't know me. That's why you should. But I got a place on Highland Lake. Bought it just this year. Got held up. I had to have it. Anyway, I saw a whole pile of fertilizer thrown on the bags. 25 pounds.
Short-term memory loss.
Put them up like sandbags. Leave loopholes to look out.
Klingons are always trouble, sir. They have this grand idea of dying gloriously, but it usually just ends up with a mess for us to clean up. I'm sorry you had to take personal action. I'll remind my teams to be more alert next time. But, did you get any useful information before she died? It looks like we took some additional damage in the fight with the Klingons. I assure you, my people have full control of the situation. The other prisoner will have no opportunity to escape, sir.
No.
The Klingon officer should be safe, but we have another problem. Janek captured the captain of the IKS Tabak, and she will take great pleasure in breaking the spirit of a Klingon warrior.
This is probably a stupid question. You ought to fill in the blanks. Anyone got any firearms?
How unfortunate.
Let's hope this mission does not make this annoying this
I
time.
understand that you didn't have a choice. As you said, she was attempting to escape. All is not lost. I will get the information you failed to collect from Captain Ravar.
I am a warrior of the Klingon Empire. I will endure.
Uh-oh.
The Tal Shiar thanks you for your assistance, but I have everything under control now. What? Computer, activate stasis field.
Stasis field activated.
We took some damage.
Well, if y'all want, I can play Barbara.
Thank you for your assistance. You will be contacted when the Tal Shiar has cleared your skills again. Dismissed.
I'll do what I can for Captain Ravar. Maybe I can find a way to get him back to Kronos. But you must leave now, or Janek will be suspicious. It's not easy to fool.
Okay. Got a gun. Who shoots? I sure don't. Good luck. Target Street, have a cold 45.
I know you're taking a great risk in contacting me, but I wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. Command reports that the Klingon forces were successful in their ruse, and the fact that you're still alive to hear this transmission is a good sign that the Tal Shiar have accepted you. Commander Janek should be contacting you soon. Our intel indicates that she has been assigned as your Tal Shiar handler. Do what she asks. We will work on extracting the captain. However, once someone is in the Tal Shiar's clutches, getting them out again is easier said than done.
Lean back against the cooler.
Hey,
Congratulations, Commander.
Thank you, Mr.
Spy, the spy X, the spy. If I need to
This may be there aren't anything like flamethrowers in this place, are there? What is it? Well, so last week we had a hawk about a leaky pipe or injured dog. Remember those, Mr. Brown?
The Tal Shiar is quite impressed with your actions in the Unrod system. Accordingly, we are rerouting you to the Talis system to assist in salvage operations vital to Tal Shiar interests. Although this is a simple salvage mission, the target is a high-value one. Failure is not an option. Succeed in this task, and you will have demonstrated your capability and your loyalty. Those are the qualities that Tal Shiar values most.
All kinds of OC mobs along every age. Most of these people consider to look hungry. My religion, black show aside from the so.
Family X5.
That too. Somebody had to take charge, and you did it good. Welcome to town. Does this mean I get a kickback on my tax?
Okay, I remember the name of the anime called Family X5.
Oh, lovely.
Evan, I'll be right back. I'm gonna jump into another party here, just to check and see if I'm low for them too. But I will be back. Cause I want to make sure that they can hear me, like if I'm in other parties, if you know what I mean.
Nice. Private same.
I'll be glad to swap in on that. Very true, man.
The echo's gone. Yeah, there's no echo for me, right? I must have figured out how to fix it then. Ah. Yeah. Somehow I'm hearing myself too, so that sounds weird.
She had one of the flashlights and handed it over to Amy again. Seeing he was trying to write his name in light on a blank glass paper, frozen food came. She seemed as happy to see him as he was to see her, and in a little while they came over. Hattie Turman was a tall, thin woman with lovely red hair. A pair of glasses hung from an ornamental chain, the sort I believe is illegal for women to wear on her dress. Is Stephanie here?
We're being hailed by Commander Navek of the Frere.
Welcome to the Talis system. I am Commander Kyle Navek of the IRW Frere. Commander Janik assures me that you are a capable officer. Looks like I'll get the chance to judge that for myself. This system is full of valuable salvage. Full enough that the place is crawling with scavengers and pirates. Your orders are to scan the asteroids in the area and deal with any hostiles you encounter along the way.
You're crazy if you go out there. Several of the flashlight beams pulled against the center of the hospital, and they moved toward the side of the entrance. This is part of the
I need it.
Above the side of the voices. Let us pass.
Only one, huh?
Our sensors indicate you successfully cleared the area of some pirates. Well done. But where there is one, there will be more. Stay alert.
Get me do my shell screen again.
He was at the head of an extremely small section, 5 of the original 9 teams. We are going out. Don't stick to this craziness.
Mike's right. Talk it over. Mr. McVeigh is going to barbecue some chicken over the gas grill. We can all sit down and eat and just ain't gotten Norton's Norton gave him a push. Miller didn't like it. His face flushed and then set with a hard expression. Yep. He said, but you're as good as murderers other people. All the evenness of Draper's all unbreakable obsession. Slim helps out.
Where do you have him?
Now there was Norton and Ford.
Leave.
Evan is
Mr. Norton, Brent, at least stay for the chicken. Get some hot food inside you. And give you a chance to go on talking. I've been in too many courtrooms to call for that. You've sniped out half a dozen of my people already. Your people?
Sorry.
I'm almost grown.
It's fine.
Your people? Good Christ, what kind of talk is that? They're people. That's all.
Sir, I'm getting readings that match those we picked up at Kittimer. You think the Borg tangled with the Alachi? If so, that means the Alachi have more power than we realized.
Do not concern yourself with this matter. Continue scanning.
They know a lot more than they're telling us, which seems to be what the Tal Shiar are all about. And what they don't want to talk about can get us killed. Suggest we use caution.
I heard a lot of people don't like watch audio.
They don't like it because it's
Sounded like the dust of an October evening.
Which kind of makes sense after what we do since they're in a new world, goes a fresh start.
Yeah, and they have a whole new fresh start.
Will you restrain us?
I feel sorry for them when Wave comes.
Will you restrain us? The soft babble of negatives died away.
Considering what now for?
No?
Yep. Why
You are a...
Wait, I haven't got that.
I'll be sure to make note of that in my report. Nivek out.
Pretty much he did.
Oh yeah, at the very end he did, yeah.
Picking up something large on the sensors.
Can I help you, Jess?
It's a Borg cube. At least now we know what the Tal Shiar is really after.
Apparently wasn't watertight.
Sorry, can you finish off him?
Brent, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I don't want to discuss it any further. Not with
except
you.
when he's up there like that.
Someone asked the tables. I looked around, so I really covered chickens. What's that?
You got this dungeon, right?
Perhaps Janek was right about you after all. Now that you have cleared the area, we'll beam aboard the cube and conduct salvage operations. Although you have not been completely cleared for an operation of this security level, we need your assistance. Therefore, I am authorizing you to transport over with my teams to provide logistical support. While on board, I expect you to submit to my authority. Do not ask questions, and do not make me regret my decision.
Why are the Tal Shiar tempting disaster by boarding a Borg cube? This is something that the Republic will want to know. We'll be ready for your transmissions if you find anything. We'll be monitoring your progress. I can beam you over to the Borg cube whenever you're ready. Why are the Tal...
Missed.
I got one. You just see the thing out there. Finds up. I'll check it. Are we all ready? It's too late. Chubby boy jumped as if he'd been goofy. Getting no response, Brooks turned to go.
This Borg ship and all the drones aboard are in a regeneration cycle. However, the power levels are almost negligible. They are, for all intents and purposes, in a coma state. That suits our purposes. I need you and your team to assist in the salvage operations. But more importantly, I need you to keep your heads down and do as you're told. I know you're used to leading. What is required now is someone who can follow orders. Do that. We'll finish our task here without difficulty. Understood. While we have never encountered this phenomenon before, the fact that the center of the cube has been removed does not change our mission. Don't get distracted. Get the data from the computers. Perhaps there's something worthwhile here we can salvage.
Dad! This is Paul. Dad! Go out! Out!
instructions for you. Excellent. I'm downloading our findings to the Frere now. Next, I'll need you to assist Team 3. We...
The might have been shot, the more likely he would recognize the
They're waking up. We didn't think you would respond. Controls. Swarm lost. Cannot transport.
We are the Borg. From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
This is termed the Rock Billy. Furnished with countless deli potatoes. I ate the best of them. Billy.
This is Team 2. We're under attack by the Borg.
Dead. All of them. Let's hope we can still save Team 3. Sub-Commander Farouz has been studying Borg technology extensively. He was the only one here who knew how to override the transport disruption field. Without his knowledge, we cannot escape. I take no pleasure in this decision, but it was better for him to die than to be assimilated. We can take the knowledge stored on his new implants and use it to access the cube systems. We'll use their own technology against them. I can override the cortical node here. That will drop the transport disruption field. Keep those drones off me while I work.
You will be assimilated.
I don't want to be assimilated. Yeah.
We will act your technological and biological secrets.
Yeah, because since my PS5, I can actually watch the TV and know what it's doing or why I'm still playing. Hey, Jimbo, behind you.
Well, hello.
Yes, I know you know someone behind you.
Yeah, there's another one playing peekaboo around a pole.
Hey, at least I was able to see him, but you didn't see him get behind you.
30 seconds.
Oh no, I'm gonna run and hide. I could try. Probably not.
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
I'm done now. I did the 5 runs, remember?
After I do my 5 runs for the Crimson Wedge, I'm probably gonna swap over to Star Trek for you a bit.
Alrighty.
So you even getting off?
Well, that took care of that Borg.
Thank you for your help. We may have had a very different outcome without your assistance. As far as this mission goes, this never happened. Vec out.
Excellent work bringing this information to the attention of the Republic. I had heard that Tal Shiar was interested in expanding their technical advantage through Borg technology, but I had no idea they were going to such lengths to do so, or that they were so foolish and short-sighted, or maybe so desperate. But in order to expose the true nature of the Tal Shiar, we will have to uncover more damning evidence than some Borg salvage operations. Be ready. After that performance, Janek will have another assignment for you soon.
You know what that is?
Peter said it.
Congratulations, Commander.
Penis said it.
We have word that a colony in the Delta Corvi system is harboring several fugitives. Among them is a man named Vrimek, who has close ties to the Riemann separatist movement. The Tal Shiar is going to show the colonists the consequences of treason. You will act as part of the advance force that will shut down the colony's sensor grid. Once that is down, their planetary defenses will be useless.
Santa
The rest of
Claus.
the fleet can move in. Then we will land a ground force and
Santa
round up
Claus
the
biscuits.
colonists. By this time
Okay.
tomorrow, this colony will be nothing but a memory.
Yeah.
Are we really going to help the Tal Shiar invade another Romulan colony like ours? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
We can do his one.
The fog appeared to darken in exactly the way Ali had described, only the dark smudge didn't fade away. Just a little feathery wings, an albino white eye, greenish eyes. It threaded into the glass hard enough to reach.
Ever seen one of these?
Oh,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Wiggling and flapping as it went down the hatch, the way a small was flapping deep in the sea dogs. There was another thud, yet another. People began screaming, and there was a stampede toward the back of the store. Then there was a more piercing scream. And I said, "Oh my God, that lady fell down, and they just ran over her." I turned to follow. High up and to my right, one of the lawn Tom Small was right under, staring out. Another of the pink bugs landed on the big plate glass.
That's my buddy says nature, I'll be back.
One of the flying things swooped down and grabbed him. The old woman who had been trampled went on screaming in shrill, cracked voice. Get back and sliding past. Smalley! Look out! Heads up! Bagged, then fell. Struck him squarely on the ear. He went down hard, catching his jaw on the shelf and ran for the show window. One of the albino flying things was squirming its way through the jagged hole in the glass. I could hear the soft scraping sound it made. Now that some of the screaming had stopped, its red eyes glittered and its triangular head was slightly cocked to one side. A heavy hooked beak opened and closed with action. It looked a bit like the paintings of pterodactyls you may have seen in the dinosaur books. More like something out of a lunatic nightmare. I grabbed one of the torches and slammed something into a can of charcoal lighter fluid, tipping it over and spilling a pool of the stuff across the floor. The flying creature paused on top of the lawn pool bag, glaring at me. Was a stupid and quite twice it tried to spread its wings and struck the walls and then folded itself over it on the top of the wings of the building. The third time it tried, it lost its balance and fell clumsily landed on Tom Small's house. One flexible claws.
Welcome to the Delta Corvi system. We are here under the guise of a raiding party, but our primary objective is to bring down the sensor grid so our invasion fleet can get into position before the colony is aware of their presence. There are a few colony vessels patrolling the area. We need to take them out first before they can alert the surface to our presence. Once any nearby colony vessels are destroyed, then you can disable the sensor grid substation. I am sending coordinates for the substations you are responsible for targeting.
Captain, I've marked the 2 substations we're responsible for disabling on the map. Are we really doing this? Are we participating in the invasion of a Romulan colony? Helping the Tal Shiar? Remember what happened to Viranet? The other Tal Shiar ships will be monitoring the sensor grid and colony patrol ships to make sure the invasion isn't detected. If we disable the colony ships and then punch a hole in the sensor grid, we could beam a small away team to the surface without the other Tal Shiar ships noticing. Once on the surface, we can tell the population about the impending invasion. It's not much, but it would be more warning than we had.
sounds mortal. Screeching sound in his wings. His head jerked, and his reddish eyes rolled in what I most sincerely hope was great agony. He took off with a sound like linen bedsheets flapping on a clothesline in a stiff spring. It uttered that rusty, shrieking sound again. Heads turned up to follow his flaming, dying course.
We have a big enough hole in the sensor grid to get a transporter signal through without alerting the other Tal Shiar ships in the area. The crew can keep up appearances here in orbit while you warn the populace. Ready to beam you down with an away team on your orders.
A hand grabbed me. It was Bud Brown. His eyes were bulging from their sockets. His lips were drawn back from his false teeth in a snarl. "One of those other things," he said and pointed. One of the bugs had come in through the hole and it now perched on the lawn food bed. Housefly wings buzzing. You could hear them. It sounded like a cheap department store electric fan. Eyes bulging from their stalks. Its pink and noxiously plump body.
I'm on a load screen.
The other Tal Shiar ships haven't detected your presence on the surface yet. You won't have much time before the rest of the invasion fleet arrives. Vrimek is the Maori. You'll need to convince him to evacuate his people before they arrive.
I
just did my stats
Your Tal Shiar! Guards! Someone! Anyone! One of Tatan's agents? What are you doing here?
Twisting and turning crazy.
The Tal Shiar invasion. I feared this day. This time, however, the Tal Shiar have chosen the wrong colony. No one...
They were too heavily coated for
I have certain contacts among my people. The Remans have become much more aggressive about protecting their interests since the loss of Craterus. We are more willing to use measures that would have seemed unthinkable in the past. One of these measures is Thalaron weaponry. Hidden underneath this colony is a Thalaron weapon, large enough to destroy all life forms on the planet. When the Tal Shiar land on this world, the very ground under their feet will burn. It is a fair price. I will delay the...
Hi.
The invasion has started.
Thank you. Hi. Howdy.
Oh, righty then. So tomorrow, Star Trek is going to be hosting a maintenance.
Yeah. They usually do that in the morning. They usually do them on Tuesdays, but lately they've been doing them a little bit frequent. Whoops. I thought it was going to be Monday. Yeah, no, right. I'm never on the right day, remember? Hello. There you go. I was wondering where the Romulans were hiding.
What's that? Nice.
I don't know what the heck I was shooting the ground for. Garlic and herbs, huh? Maybe. That time I got incinerated. Never mind throwing those grenades at me.
done all we can and saved as many colonists as we could. It's time to go. Rimek is waiting for us at the final shuttle pad.
The satisfaction of taking this colony with ease. They will fight and bleed for ash and rock. Then they will die.
What, Hayden?
What are you doing here? Are you helping these colonists? I'm taking you into custody. If you're fortunate, you'll only be punished for insubordination and failing to follow orders. For you to be charged with treason and aiding the enemy.
Had a flashlight with one of the radiant blouses pointing it toward his feet. Make strange shadows on his face. He was
That's fair.
I don't really good. I just want to
It is done. Delta Corvi has been erased from the map, along with the Tal Shiar invasion force.
We told everyone to rendezvous at our ship. We'll meet them there.
I don't know how to thank you. Our colony is gone, but my people, no one would have survived without you.
Ah, there you are. This is the Empress. It's time we spoke. Prepare for transport. I have to congratulate you. We've been trying to catch Rimek for some time.
Liar! Coward! You said you would protect me! You said you would help us!
I'm sure many things were said. It's your fault for believing them. Deception is a means to an end. You were a threat. Now you are not. And my friend here is a loyal agent of the Tal Shiar.
Tell her it's not true. Tell her you would rather die than be her puppet. Tal Shiar scum! I should have killed you when I had the chance!
Now that he's dealt with, let's talk about you. I need someone who sees the bigger picture, who understands more than just blind loyalty to Hakiv. I think you're that person. I'm upgrading your security clearance. You will have access to our most restricted locations. But be careful where you shine your light. There are things in the dark that don't want to be found.
That couldn't have gone any worse. We did exactly what Sela wanted, despite our best intentions. We even advanced our standing with the Tal Shiar. I don't know. Perhaps the greater good will outweigh this tragedy at the time. Even if it does, we've still made an enemy of Rimek. If he survives his interrogation, that is. Are you ready?
I can't believe Rimek detonated a Thaleron weapon in the atmosphere to destroy the Tal Shiar invaders. It's tragic what happened to that planet, but the Tal Shiar should never doubt the resolve of people willing to die to be free. And it's unfortunate what happened to Rimek, but the Empress herself has taken an interest in you. That's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. You now have clearance to delve into the deepest, darkest secrets of the Tal Shiar. Comb through those archives and see what you can find, while we wait for Janek to make contact.
Congratulations, Commander.
I know there are people from around here who could help you prove this case. Ali said, I stand by one of those registers all day long. All this time, I've been hearing things about that damn arrow. None of it good. The black ice on the lakes.
Don't get me wrong, I can come up with the,
I can get it, like, team comp, but it's just adding grinding. It was you on level 50. As my highest level,
These bodies came at overhead.
yeah, I needed to grind up, like, I didn't have a second.
You have complete access to our data. That is a great deal of knowledge, and a great deal of responsibility. Use it wisely. I'd like you to begin looking for anomalies. There is a mole somewhere in the Tal Shiar working for the Romulan Republic. Find them.
The other characters I have.
my GPU's consistent with like 2 characters. I was using with Flame and Chopper.
But if life is the rise of there's a cruel one thing.
Yeah, no, I put it in it. I can go to time right now.
Yeah, I can go to Nitro, but I didn't do
terror
start clear on it.
is the wisest of us.
It's because, you know,
Was knowing I was threatening this to a place most of us leave.
Yeah, so I grounded up the
I can see it all.
Kenzie's doing that one event. That's 48 of its drop. What?
Axons prove right.
That's what I'm talking about. I need 3 more of the crystalline crystals. And
yeah, I need 2 more of the just.
I don't have
I'll be switching characters momentarily.
Oh, Waddy, I'm just doing my next part. They want me to talk to the speak with Lieutenant Turner in the Amor's office.
Project.
Pretty sure I can
There were kids in town.
end up making it.
I was there. I saw it.
The ominous is the blue one. The stone mask is the
I don't
blue,
know.
and the damage is the white, right?
Maybe they only.
I have 147
They must have
green
known
ones.
people in here would start asking them questions eventually.
And I have almost 1,200 of the damage masks.
You're right, I said. It must be something real.
I think I can just make that up.
That storm.
It's Lieutenant.
Maybe it's not something worse up there. Maybe there was an accident. could have been fooling around with anything. Some people claim to be messing with high
Of course, I need a jump here if
and
I find
lasers.
yourself.
Sometimes I hear fusion power. And suppose they ripped a
There
hole
we go.
straight through it.
Sent you the invite.
It's all quashed, I suppose. Are they? Oh yes, and pointed at the body. No. The question now is, what do we do?
Well,
I
like,
think we
you
ought to
know,
cut them down and hide them, he said promptly. Put them under a pile of stuff people know. Dog food, vegetable stuff like that. If this gets out, it'll only make things worse.
Well, I'm in the ammo office, but I don't see the guy I need to talk to.
Who does it tell you to talk to?
If you look at my screen share, you should see.
Oh, DeSoto?
Is it the? Oh, it's saying the same thing that you're saying.
Yeah. You have to go to Starbase 39.
Oh, Starbase 39.
Yeah.
Did over 60,000 damage.
Yeah, I decided to eat the shabu meat.
You tell me over there, so you don't freeze to death.
Oh, goody, it's raining. Again.
That's why everything we did to my weekly.
It's not raining down by you, is it, Hank?
No. It been raining on and off all day.
Yeah, same here.
Oh no, my bad. So far today alone, I have apparently used 890 bullets already. Just from today alone.
You know the honey shoe meat? Delicious honey shoe meat. It increases physical damage and crit rate by 10%. Physical damage by 45% and crit rate by 10%.
What were the things on? Oh no. What is it called?
Delicious Tarshu.
Tarshu meat.
TIANSH.
Oh, you're using that?
Yeah, I just started to use that to see isn't that? Yeah, that's why my damage just skyrocketed.
I know it's just physical damage, skyrocketed.
Alright, what? Jimbo.
I think I'm running over at 10k.
Alrighty.
Where's your next target?
I've been using the Adaptive Temptation 5-star.
I don't have the ability.
Yeah. I have 87 on the main actually.
Unless I'm fighting alcohol and my teammates die and you end up putting on myself.
Yeah, I'm already at Starbase, inside Starbase 39, but I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
All that white sugar is worse than cigarettes. That made me laugh. In that case, I have two. Surprised to find good laughter. He had surprised it out. I did take two this time. It tasted I ought to get back to my kid. I said, he'll be waking up. Maybe not. His pink bugs, I said, they're all gone. So are the birds. Hank Bannerman said the last one hit the windows around 4. Apparently, the wildlife is a lot more active when it's dark. You don't want to tell. He nodded again. I was saying it was a long time. Then he lit a cigarette in his own. I can't stay here. The supplies don't have anything. What do we do? Big beasties break in. We try to drive it off with broom handles and charcoal. Of course, he was right. Hiding us. Maybe it wouldn't hide us for long. There was more to it. We had been in the federal. There was an urge to play it safe, to just stay take care of Billy, and to bang Amanda Dumfries. I could see it on the other faces as well, and it suddenly occurred to me that there were people federal probably. The very thought of
All right.
There are 10 or 12 of them, say 10. That leaves about 6 to do. But Graves what should have been 60.
And the Soto guy's over here.
Had to drag them down the flags.
What's the risotto guy?
And we've got to get out.
In order to avoid drawing too much attention, you need to fly under the radar, so to speak.
You are ugly son of a bitch!
The requisition of a shuttlecraft. Any questions? Very well.
No, you're not allowed.
Okay, then we go down the elevator. And we go this way.
At least you know where to go. I don't.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. You can buy ships here too.
Yeah.
Take a walk over the window.
Oh yeah.
But the game always takes you to Earth Space Dock. Really?
Get yourself a coffee. Okay, thanks. He walked away, and Bill and I stepped up to him. So tell me what you see. He said. Literally.
There's the shuttle information.
I could see the rank of cars closest to his largest fade into it was only in the city.
Yeah, I gotta change controllers. I'll be back. Yeah. There.
Hey, Jimbo.
Yeah, why don't you come to where I am? You gotta talk to this guy back here.
All right. Well, are you watching my? Are you watching my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. How do those items?
I just need the water ship.
Yeah. This is that down. The fleet's T6s.
Oh, those are tricky to get.
But if I want a T6, without having to buy one, I can just grind this stuff out. But it's a lot harder, I'm guessing.
Yeah. It takes a while to do that.
Cruisers. Ooh, I can't. Require vice ammo weight. Fee. Oh, so I gotta be a ammo weight.
Yeah.
Well. So once I become a vice ammo, and then I can start earning those kind of items.
Those are probably through reputation, which is something you don't unlock until level 50. Can you talk to this dude here? Now we should be able to go back to our ships and get going. Don't do blue and we go back to the station now. No, you don't want to go back to the station.
Damn it!
You hit the circle buttons. Alright, fine.
Return to ship. No.
And depart system. Or return to cyberspace, depending on what it says.
It says docking there and beam down.
You don't want to do that.
Oh, depart system. Well, I'm kind of level. I am level 33, so I am getting kind of close to 50.
Yeah.
If I keep leveling up.
Oops.
Hayden, lay down and it's time to go to sleep and it's too late at night for you to be jumping on a bed. You know what happens when monkeys jump on a bed, don't you? They fall down and get hurt. Because how's the 3 little monkeys on when one fell down, bumped his head.
Mine sure as shit does. I spent half of last night thinking I must have slipped out of my door.
86,500.
Raving my head off. Dinosaur brains.
All right. Everyone that's in the party, pop quiz. Is it bad to jump on a bed knowing that it can be dangerous? You can bump your head like the 3 little monkeys. And so you never heard those? Oh, you never heard of that nursery rhyme?
I've heard it, but I don't quite remember how it goes.
3 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. It's been so long since I sung it in. That was one of the songs.
So what do you say?
Alright, I'm in the vault.
Alrighty.
Okay, you wanna laugh? And you wanna kick me? Tickle, 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 tickle. Hey, I don't know if y'all heard my nephew in the background. I was tickling him.
Nah.
You didn't hear it?
No, I heard it.
This station isn't as abandoned as Intel suspected. Sensors are reading several Riemann ships in the area, and that's just the ones that we can spot. Sensors are reading.
Alrighty, you're not going that way.
Why am I in my shuttle?
Because this is a shuttle mission.
Oh God.
The Riemanns have been alerted to our presence.
Oh my God, my shuttle gonna die. My shuttle gonna.
That's why I said don't go that way.
Indications, although the vessel, we can get.
Alright, and we'll go this way.
Picking up some unusual energy.
Uh-oh. Might want to get in here. Press and hold the X button. See if it'll give you the option to continue with team or not. Or not.
No, no, God, help, 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 help.
I don't think I can go back out. Nope, I'm stuck.
So I gotta go in here?
Yeah, just fly to it.
I need a stronger shuttle.
This is about the only time you have to use it anyway.
We've tripped some security systems.
Yeah, the shuttle is the weakest ever.
Probably with hammer and nails and a few other things.
The doors are a mess.
Scan the turret
This
thingy.
defense turret was hooked into part of the security network.
I scanned the
There's a
thingy.
security code in its subsystem. Code block 6750.
I said scan it. I didn't say get violated by it.
Security node.
Hey, next target, scan that target.
9904.
Who are you going to target?
The security gate is on a rotation. Each code block matches a piece of one key. Key in the appropriate code when the rotation matches to it. Trying a code on the wrong rotation. That's it.
There we go. Open a door.
Where's the door at?
Microgravity storage crates, mostly construction supplies.
Top.
No weapons or unusual energy.
No, it's in the middle there, but you just have to find it.
Oh God! Door! I need a door! Is it down bottom?
No.
No.
Above us, that's a Borg sphere. Electrical discharges, probably from ionization. Sphere and research nodes. We should be cautious about flying too close to them. Scanning in progress. The Borgs.
I found the door.
Quiet in this
Just
area.
keep going straight through, and you'll run into me. I'll sit here and wait. Let you catch up.
Folks want to listen up a minute?
Why am I so slow?
You suck.
You'll make them notice us. You'll make them come.
Oh, there you are.
Can I have my normal ship back now?
Oh, eventually. After this mission's over, yeah.
That should be obvious. Did you know your protest? I'm not as I am afraid.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Apparently, every time I'm shooting this one, now it's not, mission. There you go. I'm guessing y'all on Star Trek 2 or you're still guessing.
Come out of hiding. There you are.
Kablooey!
Okay, that's done. You would if you could, but you can't, so you won't. Like you would if you could, but you can't, so you won't, kind of deal.
So you are over here? Oh yeah, we gotta go from here. Yep.
Torpedo. Go in one side of the ship, go out the other. Where are you? There you are. squishiest character, huh? Whatever you do, do not fly into the center of that room.
Scanning in progress. Scanning in progress.
Not much want to get blown apart by a warbird. A heavy warbird.
So don't go in the middle.
I just want to get blown apart by a heavy warbird.
Not pet the warbird.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Okay, get. Well, I'm talking about the big one that's in the center of it. Yep. Oh, that was a bugger and a half. I learned real quick to stay at the center of that room. We just go over here. Open the door. Oh, I've done that before too, and it's a pain in the ass. I'd rather fight the small warbird at the end just before you get out than that.
The warbird, as soon as we gave it he just started following us.
It does that sometimes. Sometimes I think it can see through walls, but...
Oh man, that warbird is following the, no. It was blocking the door, Jimbo. I can't move.
Well, you're caught in the tractor beam. Uh-oh.
Just go, Jimbo. Leave me. Just go. Because they ain't no way. Yeah, they ain't. Yeah, they ain't gonna be no way I'm gonna get past that thing. That thing is actually inside that tunnel.
Okay, so that's what's shooting. Well, the only thing I got following me is a fighter.
He pulled it hard. There was a thin snapping sound out of his scream. His lips had
Oh, goody.
Man, you damn dirty ass warbird, leave me alone. And get the hell out of the room.
He freed himself from the tremendous jerk making the flap of his shirt hang down. Suddenly, his robe cracked. They were hurting
Oh, that's so nice. I'm not shitting on you.
Jimbo.
Well, time you showed up. I've always wanted to say that because I've heard it so many times in movies and whatnot.
I know, but at least you didn't get hold up by a fucking warbird, a heavy warbird.
Well, that's happened to me one time, so I can count.
We are now in the USS Laza is signaling us. They're going to engage the Riemann ship, but they want us to take care of the fighters and plasma torpedoes.
Never mind, battleship.
Well, we got killed in the battleship.
Well, the battleship's a lot better than that warbird stuck with. Just like that, it's done. That was a big kaboom. Now you get your ship back. What'd you do, fart? Wonder how he felt. Are we having fun trying to get your nephew to sleep?
No, not yet. He's fake sleeping over here, smiling.
He's fake sleeping. Okay. Yeah, my cousins used to do that when they were about his age.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I see something then that is red and glowy. There it is.
That's a deep space encounter.
Oh, is that bad to go there?
No. What, you want to check it out? Let's go there then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn my butt around.
So what these deep space encounter?
They're space battles.
So do you get good rewards?
Kinda. It's a good way to level up if you want to grind for levels.
Yeah.
And you're not the right, and you're not high enough level for any PvEs. Which I have one character. That's all I run on. Somewhere where you're not.
I can kill the just find
Driving back on the strap with both hands.
Okay, what is here? Okay. Romulans. And that red bar on the side, you see, Hank?
Yeah.
When that fills up completely blue, you're done. That big part was out of me. That's our scramble sensors. Just never mind.
You kinda need a heal, Jimbo.
Kinda.
both died.
Yep. And I suppose those tractor beams I was stuck in didn't help.
Well, I just died now.
We're doing a deep space encounter. And somehow I doubt it's still open or not. Fun. Yeah, you almost gained a level 2. Okay, now we depart system.
Now we can go do our story.
Yep. Turn in this mission.
If we're lucky, they'll squeak out before anyone knows what's happening. Besides, things are too suspicious. She might try to stop us.
That was fine, even though we died.
Yeah.
But I see what you mean by give it a lot of points.
Bugs returned, and the bird things sneaking into the windows.
But how you but this is my new ship called the SS Moon Pie.
Yeah.
Or is it the USS Moon Pie?
Yeah, I got that ship myself.
It went pretty much as Beaver has predicted. By the small hours, Mrs. Carmody had gained another half a dozen total. Mr. McVeigh, the butcher, was a butcher. She was told she wanted to. She seemed pretty close. Her sermon, a steady stream of horrors out of Dorothy, Bosch, Jonathan, building towards some climax. Her group began to murmur. Their eyes were shining. They were under us. Around 3 a.m., the sermon went on for minutes. People took hours of sleep. I saw how they put it back. Half an hour later, another man inside no one appeared to notice it. Billy abandoned Mrs. Went to nude and cold. Joined and fell into an uneasy. At 4:15, my sister, Ollie, poor Matt was with his eyes gleaming. Nervous cramp in my belly. I shook her hand. Questioned what might happen.
Man, I didn't want to do that.
Today, the best. Those remarkable green eyes.
Taking a preliminary look. Our next step.
Excellent work. We need to learn more.
I have new missions. Congratulations, Commander.
Starfleet Intelligence has decoded the list of Riemann targets that you recovered from the vault.
I have new missions.
It doesn't matter to me. The place was locked. In spite of the sleep she got in the large magic. I would do anything, take anything, just to see. She had put her finger on a spot that was very close to the center of my own ears, and the sense of almost foregone doom that had gripped me since I had seen her. You could only see the sun's just as it was. It wasn't so much the monstrous creature. My shot with an Irish guard showed that they were like Lovecraft and horrors before the light rolled over. It was the distance of the strength and power. She was
Level 35.
Nice.
He thanked us for the invitation and implied he would not leave his place for Martin's sake, but added in a mournfully gentle tone of voice, the smell that reminded me of the time a freezer once when we were spending weeks together. Perhaps it was the smell of spoiling meat that has driven Mr. McReynolds and Mrs. Carter's team. Expiation. It's expiation we want to think about now. We have been scourged with whips and scorpions. We have been punished for delving into secrets forbidden by God of old. We have seen the lips of the earth open. We have seen the obscenities of nightmare. The rock will not hide them. The dead tree gives no shelter. And how will it end? What will stop it? Expiation, shouted good old Myron Williams. Expiation. Expiation. It whispered to Percy. Let me hear you say, light your candle. Mrs. Carmody shouted. The veins stood out on her neck in bulging cords. Her voice was cracking and hoarse now, but still full of power. And it occurred to me. Just as it had taken away the antique store in town. Nothing but an old woman with a loose said she could find it on the map. She could charm fortunes. Made friends to share. I had even heard she moved to Rochias. Mrs. Carmody about you. That if you were happy then she could keep me back in your ground. Expiation! They all cried together. Expiation!
Hey, yeah, I can't put any more on the engineer aircraft hill.
Yeah, you have to do a little bit in one of the other ones. Either science or tactical. And put 3 in there, and then the next thing unlocks.
Only cleanser for sin in the eye and mind of God.
There you go.
Can I help you?
Where do I get Iconium worms from?
The PBs. There's the PBs. If you do the random one, it gives you a thing that you can choose any one for the marks.
Mr. McKay would understand if there was anyone else cleanser of the soul.
So now we gotta go back to our ship now.
Yep.
We started down the center.
Yeah, Adam and Evan, whenever eventually that y'all end up getting a PS5, y'all be able to watch each other's screen while still playing.
Your scout is a force. Yeah, it is.
I want to check out the Iconium.
I'll open the driver's door and the back door on the same side. Mrs. Dawson,
No, don't want to go down there.
Oh.
Shelf way over. Mrs. Turman in front, in the middle. David.
My bad.
Where did you think you were going?
Damn it. I still went down.
Oh boy.
Reminding me momentarily of Elsa Lanchester in The Bride of Frankenstein. Her eyes blazed. 10 or 15 people stood, blocking the in and out doors. They had the look of people who had been in cars, or who had seen a UFO. Billy cringed against the man that buried his face.
So technically, I can get a not a actual free C6, but it would cost some work once I hit 50 to get those special 20,000 of that stuff.
Oh, the dilithium?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real pain in the neck to get. Either through reputations, because reputations give you a little bit each time. And then I think you get a whole crap ton of incomplete one. Like when you get all the way to tier 5 and get that maxed out, I think it gives you like 30,000 or something like that.
Damn. But hey, at least I just want to at least do that once to get at least one T6 silk and unlock it for at least one character.
No, it'll be for all your characters.
Or it'll be for all of them, even though the ship won't be for that way, so I can still use it.
Yeah.
Nice. So it'll be the same like this ship I'm using. Now.
Yeah.
The SS Moon Pie. I give you nickel for Moon Pie.
Interesting.
She began to jump up and down.
Well, I still give you a nickel for it.
A single sharp report rang out.
Which one? You went through the
scanning in progress.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the patrol. I think that's where you wound up going.
Yeah, I went through the patrol. Damn it.
Yep. So you want to get out of that. And I'll just sit here and wait for you.
Transwarp.
Is backing up the Kilo run. He turned the corner of the aisle, skidded on a can, fell down, scrambled up again.
Abort mission.
Yep.
This is Carmen.
Nice.
Sorry that I got to use that much resin in one day.
And mine enemy, right?
Yep.
Well, I guess if I do the hard work, I guess that fleet thesis would be worth it in the long run.
Yeah.
But I don't mind the grinding, because the grinding makes me think of hard grinding. Hard as resources. Yeah, to this day, the hardest resource homeboy is for Arkansas Black Fuzz. because there is like very low few. Okay. You can always find a lot of what they call silica fuzz, but the black fuzz is a lot harder to find, and some tech items need black fuzz.
Lovely.
Some tech item needs 200 black fuzz, and you barely even find any black fuzz rocks.
Scanning in progress.
Ali moved fast, the pistol in his right hand.
Woo!
An insubstantial Ali, like a ghost in a television. He opened the driver's door, then the back door. Then something came out of the mist and cut him nearly in half. I never got a good look at him, and for that I think I'm grateful. It appeared to be...
And Jimbo, this is my strongest character.
Alrighty.
Ali got off one shot, and then the thing's claws suing forward, and Ali's body seemed to unhinge.
Oh yeah, did you see my my one character, the one with the winkles for forehead?
Yeah.
How you like the name I came up with?
Different.
If you don't know how to pronounce that, it's called it's pronounced Wandaru. It's the Japanese version of my first name, Wendell. Yeah, and Hank is Hanku.
Alrighty.
Yeah, because I have a which I still do. I have a Japanese friend that lives in Japan, and he speaks English and Japanese. I asked him how would my name be since Japan people don't have only have two names.
Yeah.
So I would be called by my first and middle name because Hornin can't be translated to Japanese. My actual last name. So they would call me Hanku Wendoru.
Alrighty.
So Hank will actually be my last name in Japan, even though I will go by it.
I need some. I've marked some.
That dude had you know you got a ball sack on your head.
That's a Ferengi.
Well, he got a ball sack.
Yeah, they all do.
When will we meet that one person that we was chasing before we went to the future?
Oh, eventually.
Does she have hair or is she still bald?
She's bald.
Amanda screamed ceaselessly like a fire bell. Woman, shut your head, Mrs. Redmond told her. The spider gave up. It could not smell us, ergo we were no longer there. It strutted back into the woods. I looked out the window to make sure it was What are you doing? Amanda screamed. I like to think Hollywood would get exactly what perhaps Stephanie was half weaved out and got to get back to the tour. Pulled back in, slammed the door shut. Amanda began to sob. Repta put an arm around her and cupped her on the wrist. Billy said, "Are we going home,
Thank
Daddy?"
you so much.
We're gonna try.
Alrighty then.
Ollie had reloaded it after the explosion.
So at 40, I get my next ship, right?
Yeah.
My T5.
Yeah.
You want to go in the map?
Shooting the wall hunters.
My gorilla started beating everyone up.
I saw that.
He's still over there beating up that one person.
All due respect, sir, there is a difference between protecting the Empire from her enemies and provoking...
There is much here you are not understand, General. The Remans need to know their place.
What happened to his eye?
The Romulans had something to do with it.
Commander, the Tal Shiar has no place for officers who cannot follow orders. I'll be in the command center.
Colonel, they were civilians. Their blood is on our hands.
Get used to it. There will be.
So
speaking of which, why don't you?
Well, the animation that I did, you did that on my screen, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Die, motherfuckers! Surprise!
I almost feel sorry for you, but I have my own work to worry about. I'll be joining you in there soon enough. If Hakeem has his way, we all will.
I should write it maybe.
Enough! Freeman's no. Are you?
It's no fun shooting the wall over there.
I drove to Route 302 and turned left to the point.
Did you went down?
No. I just met some friends.
I got some food.
You did you? Excuse me. An enemy fall out of the wall.
Once a great need. Long transparent blade.
How did you find this place? What else? No matter. You won't be revealing anything to your superiors. It's disappointing I cannot give you a proper interrogation. But I have much to do with it. The This base will be your tomb.
Base should be our tomb, huh?
Now we just gotta get. Now we gotta get the hell out of here now.
Yep. We'll be seeing that guy again soon.
Then we'll be able to put a boot to his ass.
Not quite, but close enough.
And what's it unput now?
Here we go. Now we have to visit the Starship Bridge. You have to decrypt some files.
Doesn't mean anything to you. That static on the AM band is pure interference. The mist is having a dampening effect on radio signals. Yes.
Maybe if I don't get disconnected first.
A mile close rolls past, carried down from the mountain. When we reached mile 1, going on the turnpike was slower. A lot of the drivers hadn't gone to get up, and there had been rear-end collisions. Several times I had to use the median strip. At about 20 past 1, I was beginning to get
Come on.
Billy touched my
I knew that was going to happen.
What's that?
Alright.
Loomed out of the mist.
You have to find your ready room.
It was as tall as a cliff, coming right at us.
I gotta find my way to my room.
Yep, I think you found it.
Okay, can I change my outfit here?
No. Unfortunately. Find your library computer. I want to decipher the Tal Shiar files. Okay. Start from the top. You want to cross-reference with Starfleet records. Okay, and then you want to change faulty information. Okay, this one is that one. Acts of treason. Apply pass key. And you select a new file. Do the same thing. Cross-reference. Change faulty information. And you want expose that, which is the second one. And next file. Okay, no, wait. This one you don't have to bother with, I don't think. That's just being stupid. Nope, you have to analyze that file. That one I always have a brain fart on. And change the faulty information and choose the bottom one. Apply the pass key again. And you skip the next one, go to the bottom. Then yeah, skip that one, go to the next one. Got that one.
That one?
Yep.
Cars,
Yep. And then select Vulcan. Apply that, and you're done. Oh, when I first did that, oh boy. Took me a few minutes.
Showed that Hakib and his forces have been targeting the Remans for months. Obasek and his followers have been driven from their homes, had their ships destroyed, and their loved ones killed or imprisoned. I have no mission.
Congratulations, Captain.
We know from the information you recovered from the Vahar system that the Tal Shiar are I have new mission.
Okay.
Ooh, I don't know if I want that or get a new weapon.
No, it's up to you. Okay, now you want to leave your ship interior. I have a feeling I'm going to be dragging you with me. They're at space dock.
Space dock.
Or not. Okay, I thought I was.
Alright. I'm probably gonna head to bed since now my cousin, my nephew is finally asleep.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, I made it all the way up to Captain.
Nice.
Yeah, I just gotta unlock more of science stuff, and then I can do the ammo and stuff, and then my engineer will be complete.
Security teams reporting the exchange.
Okie dokie.
Security team, report to docking bay 6.
I'm going to fly to the next mission. I usually do that before I get off. That way I'm right there and I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same before I get off too. Three more levels and I can get my T5 ship.
Nice.
What is that? Your T6 ship?
Yep. but we do wind up killing him anyway. The guy with that's got the missing eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't kill him, but somebody else does.
Yeah, here is my Klingon.
Oh, nice.
You see what the name of my ship, don't you? IKS Titanic.
Nice. What level is your Klingon anyway?
I haven't played with him much. He's only a level 2.
Oh.
I'll show you in a bit.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep, bye.
Charles, and its green eyes narrowed. A kind of silky, purring grunt issued from its mouth. Smooth muscles flapped, and the tiger got to its feet. Its tail switched, making little chinking sounds against the porcelain side of the last urinal. The tiger looked quite hungry, very vicious. Charles hurried back the way he had come. The door seemed to take forever to please pneumatically close behind him. When it did, he considered himself safe. This door only swung in. He could not remember ever reading or hearing that tigers are smart enough to open doors. Charles wiped the back of his hand across his nose. His heart was thumping so hard he could hear. He still needed to go to the basement, worse than ever. He squirmed, winked, pressed a hand against his belly. He knew he had to go to the basement. If only before no one would come, he would use the girl. It was right across the hall. Charles looked at it longing, knowing he was never there, not in a million years. If Kathy Scott should come, or Black Horror, what if Miss Bird should come? Perhaps he had imagined the tiger. He opened his eyes wide as for one eye and peeked in. The tiger was peeking back from around the ankle of the L. His eyes sparkling. Charles fancied he could get left at words, as if the tiger's eye had eaten one of his own, as if a hand slid around his neck. Charles gave a stifled cry and felt his heart and stomach cram up into his throat. For one terrible moment, he thought he was going to wet himself. It was Kenny Griffin, smiling complacently. Miss Bird sent me after you because you've been gone 6 years. You're in trouble. Yeah, but I can't go to the basement, Charles said, feeling faint with the fright Kenny had given him. You're constipated, Kenny chortled gleefully. Wait till I tell Kathy, Charles said urgently. Besides, I'm not. There's a tiger in there. What's he doing? Kenny asked. Taking a piss? I don't know, Charles said, turning his face to the wall. I just wish he'd go away. He began to weep. Hey, Kenny said, bewildered and a little frightened. Hey, what if I have to go? What if I can't help it? Miss Bird'll say, come on, Kenny said, grabbing his arm in one hand and pushing the door open with the other. You're making it up. They were inside before Charles, terrified, could break free and cower back against the door. Tiger, Kenny said, disgusted. Boy, this bird's gonna kill you. It's around the other side. Kenny began to walk past the washbowl. Kitty, 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 kitty. Don't, Charles hissed. Kenny disappeared around the corner. Kitty, kitty, kitty.